Dear colleagues, participants, and guests, my name is Cornelia Woll. I'm the president of the Hertie School, and as the physical host of this conference on artificial intelligence and the economy, organized jointly with the Institute for Labor Economics, EZA, and the Kiel Institute for the Global Economy, it is my privilege and pleasure to welcome you all here in Berlin today on-site, if you're on-site, or if you're watching us online. And I'm welcoming you together with Simon Jäger and Moritz Schularick. The topic that brings us all here today could not be more timely. Artificial intelligence promises to shape every aspect of our lives in the coming years and decades. Analyses have indicated that generative AI could bring trillions of dollars of value to our economy within a very short amount of time. It could also bring huge gains in productivity by automating large amounts of tasks currently done by workers. But this upheaval is also room for concern. Which jobs, firms, and industries will be disrupted by the new technologies? What are the effects on employment, skills demands, and wages? Who stands to benefit or lose in the transformation? What are the biases, ethical implications, and policy questions that we need to grapple with in the coming years? Here at the Hertie School, we have invested a lot of effort to produce knowledge and competences in the use of the most innovative methods with our data science lab, directed by Simon Munzert, and within our Master of Data Science for Public Policy. But we also study the ethical, social, and political implications of AI in our Center for Digital Governance. And I'm very happy that Joanna Bryson, who's in the room here today, our professor of ethics and technology, will join us for the closing panel on policy implications and avenues for future research. What we are somewhat less well equipped are the discussions that relate to the economic dynamics from labor markets, micro-behavioral changes, finance to the global economy. We are therefore truly delighted to have the opportunity to partner with the two German lighthouses in the field of economics that are here today, the EZA and the Kiel Institute for the Global Economy, for this workshop. It is thanks to both of you that we have such an excellent group of scholars in the room today as keynote speakers and panelists who will present to you cutting-edge research from universities and research institutions throughout Europe, as well as the United States and Australia. I will therefore pass the floor to Simon and Moritz, in reverse order, to Moritz first and then to Simon, to present the ambition and speakers to you in more detail, and thank both of them very much for the collaborative effort that brings us here today. But before I do so, please allow me to thank Robert Gold on behalf of the Kiel Institute, on behalf of all the colleagues that have been involved for his skillful coordination of at least 3 parties. And I would also like to thank the Hertie School communications team, in particular Tu Ha Dang, back of the room, for her excellent logistical coordination, and Matt Longthorne for the workshop's audiovisual support. And with this, I will pass the floor to Moritz Schularick to tell us his welcome as well.
Well, thank you so much, Cornelia. Welcome to everyone from my side as well. Here we are. As all good ideas, this started as a rather casual conversation to bring together the leading economists and other thinkers to think ahead at a time when especially this country is focused very much on the past and looks back at its past successes in its industry and ask a lot of questions about the sustainability of its old model. We want to look ahead and think about what's going to come, what the future will bring. We'll embrace the change and think about it. That's it also as a sort of guiding welcome from me. Thanks that Cornelia extended, I can just very warmly repeat, and Robert and the team at EFW, at Hertie, and at EZA did a tremendous job in bringing us here. So I look forward to 1.5 days of engaging conversation about the future and not about the past, for a change. And Simon, the floor is yours, and I look forward then also to the first keynote. Thanks to all for being here.
Yeah, thank you very much also from my side. I'm super excited to be here these next 2 days. And I want to start out by thanking the fantastic organizing team, Robert, and everyone else who's been involved. It takes a village. And it was a lot of hard work, and I'm so glad that we're here today to have 2 days of intellectual exchanges, looking forward, where is AI going, what does it mean for our labor markets, for our economies, for our political spheres. And with that in mind, I'm super excited that we have a fantastic first keynote speaker this morning, Martin Beraja, who's been my colleague at MIT for the last 7 years. Martin is an Argentinian-American economist, macroeconomist, innovation economist, who did his PhD at the University of Chicago and joined MIT 7 years ago. And has a really broad range of topics that he focuses on in core macroeconomics, studying questions of inflation and policy counterfactuals, and has developed very innovative path-breaking agenda on artificial intelligence, in particular on the relationship between governments and AI, and in particular the role that governments, in particular autocracies, play in shaping the direction of artificial intelligence and innovation therein. So acknowledging the fact that it's not a natural, not a given, the direction, the type of innovations that are created by innovators, and it's a fascinating work. My favorite paper title of his, I think, is called AI-tocracy. So play on AI and autocracy, in particular looking at the role of China in generating AI for example, surveillance purposes. And without further ado, I'm very excited to hear what you have to say, Martin. The floor is yours, and we're all looking forward to your insights. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll have a clicker. Okay. Hi, everyone, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me. And happy to be in Berlin. It's one of my favorite cities, actually. And so I'm going to talk about AI and governments. And the subtitle is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And so I will start by saying, I think Cornelia actually did an excellent job introducing what I'm going to talk about today. And we didn't coordinate in any way. And so I would say AI is a multifaceted technology. And by that I mean that it has both different features as a technology and uses as well. And I'm going to touch on both sides of that. And as such, it has brought opportunities and challenges to the fore, in particular in raising questions about the role of governments. And let me just say, the things that I'm going to talk about today are not exhaustive in any way. They're just the things that I've worked on and know more about. But I think those buckets of the good, the bad, and the ugly is kind of what a research agenda that you can start filling in with your own thoughts on how different applications and questions that relate to AI and the economy could fit in. So on the good side, is comes from one feature of AI, which is that it is a data-intensive technology, meaning that data is the key input together with algorithms that go into the quote-unquote production of trained algorithms for prediction. And as such, I'll try to argue that this opens the door for perhaps a bit more new policies when it comes to fostering innovation. And in particular in giving access to government data to AI firms. And that comes from a paper of mine together with David Yang and Noam Yutman, where we're going to study this in the context of China, which in our view is an excellent context to study the interplay between the government and AI firms. Okay? And now, of course, you can already start thinking, well, that's the good side, that AI is a data-intensive technology. The bad side is perhaps issues of privacy. I'm not going to touch on issues of privacy at all today. So that's maybe one of the things that would fall either in the bad or the ugly bucket that is completely missing. I think we need way more work on. And there's a lot of talk and interest in policy circles, but there's not a lot of work just in terms of how people feel about privacy and the like. But what I'm going to talk about today is another aspect of AI that I'm going to put under the bad bucket, which is that AI is also an automation technology. And in particular, the more recent vintages of AI under the so-called generative AI label. And as such, it has the potential, as Cornelia was mentioning, to disrupt the labor market, displace workers, and lower their earnings, perhaps in a similar way that industrial robots have done in the past. And question mark there. And so then the question that applies to the government is what should we do? What should governments do about it? How should they respond? What are the tools? And so what I'll try to walk you through are arguments for slowing down the adoption of automation technologies in general, perhaps by taxing it, under what conditions and what are the rationales for doing that, and the so-called taxing robots. In this case, not robots, it's software, and then I'll try to make the case that AI is a bit different than robots when it comes to the implications for the labor market, and today we're actually going to see a number of papers with evidence on this that I'm looking forward to, because I have a prior, I don't have a lot of evidence yet, but we'll get to that. And then finally, the ugly. So I would say the first two, the good and the bad, falls under what we typically study in economics. You can, at the margin, improve societal welfare somehow by implementing such and such policy, maybe by a lot, or by or taxing automation. Again, if you don't do it, you could do better, but perhaps it's not so terrible. And but then when it gets to the ugly, I would say that falls a bit outside of the realm of what we typically study in economics, and where things started to get a bit more dystopian. And perhaps there's no other city as apt to talk about this issue as Berlin. So I'm going to talk about AI as one feature of AI is that it's a surveillance technology, and it's not just because it's a prediction technology. It's very useful for surveilling and for surveillance and in particular repression and social control. And again, I think there's a lot of anecdotes, and you probably heard about it, and there's articles written, journalistic articles, very good books. But there hasn't been so far a lot of systematic evidence on the use of AI for these purposes. And I'm going to show you that both in the context of China, that's the paper that Simon was alluding to, AItocracy. That was my one contribution to that paper, the title, and I'm very proud of. I always wanted to have a one-word title, and that was one-word title paper. And then the second one is like going beyond China. So perhaps you say, well, maybe we don't care so much about, we care about China per se, but they're their own sovereign country. It is what it is. But in the last paper, it's a newer paper that we're trying to go beyond that and see what are the international ramifications of China becoming a leadership in surveillance AI. Okay, and yeah. By the way, I'm happy to take questions as we go, so if you have any questions, you can ask. No? All right. Good. All right. So let's talk about access to government data as innovation policy. I would say there's been much focus, most of the literature, also a lot of the public discourse on how data is important. Data collected by private firms is important for AI innovation. So think Google, Amazon, Facebook. All the big tech, there's been a lot of talk about that, perhaps precisely in the context of privacy. And yet, if you think throughout history, if you go back, actually states have also collected massive quantities of data. Okay? In fact, the word state is at the root of the word statistics. And the reason for that is because the historical reason for why states existed was precisely to collect statistics on their population. And this happens in many areas. The state has a large outsized role in areas such as public security, healthcare, education, and basic science. And there's a sense in which maybe private firms are collecting their own data, but there are all these, I would call, treasure troves of data that are locked in different and different government units. And precisely they're locked in because of privacy reasons sometimes, and being sensitive data like health data on health, and but other times it's just that a lot of persistence in how things operate within bureaucracies and governments, or just lack of imagination in what we could do with certain data that could be very useful for the private sector. So the question I'm going to ask is, okay, if you can somehow by give access to this data, to this government data, to AI firms in general, would that stimulate commercial AI innovation? And of course, the trade-off here is how do we? And the question is also how do we do that by protecting privacy at the same time? I won't talk about that, but that something that you need to keep in mind. Okay, and note the word here, commercial. So I'm not going to talk about. It's an interesting question. What happens if you give data to firms and then that simulates innovation for the government? But maybe that's just a relatively small market. So for the macro implications of this policy, we really care about the much larger commercial market. And so we'll get into this. All right. So a common way in which the firms get access to government data in practice is actually by providing services to the state or to different units of the state. So think about the context that I'm going to talk about today, which is the facial recognition AI sector in China. And so what is the key data input for these facial recognition AI firms is videos from faces captured on the streets typically from many different angles. So for the algorithm to perform well, you need to track the person on the street and capture it different ways. And one typical application in that context is to ask, is the person that showed up in that camera over there the same person that then showed up in that camera over there? And if so, what's their name? What's where do they live? Things like that. This can be connected to other sources of information. And as such, the government units in China, in particular municipal police departments, collect this type of data through their surveillance apparatus. And it's not just, of course, China. If you walk around the streets here, you see a lot of cameras on the streets too. And then I don't know if this is the case in Germany actually, but then in China it is the case that they contract with the AI firms. Think Hikvision, Baidu, these are some of the largest in China. They contract with them to process this data. And so that's also something that I learned by going through this project, which is the way that it works is not like Stata or MATLAB where you just buy the software and you have it in your computer, or you get a license. Instead, the governments send their data, send their data to these companies, and then they process it. So it's more like software as a service, the way that works. And so the companies are really selling the service of processing the data and then giving some prediction or insight. Okay. And some very basic evidence of this is that the evolution of the AI software industry in China went hand in hand with the expansion of their surveillance state, both measured in terms of surveillance cameras in China, but also in terms of Chinese contracts with AI companies. And one maybe I'll try to make the case that at least in part, the fact that the firms were able to access in China to the government data gave them a bit of an edge compared to other countries. Of course, we cannot fully identify this, but even when you talk to people in China, when firm owners and venture capitalists talk about this, they say, one of our key sources of the comparative advantage is indeed the access we have to government data. Okay, so what's the mechanism that I have in mind? So think about a firm gaining access to videos from all these from people coming from these municipal police departments. They train their algorithms to either recognize people or identify people in this, and then give that information back to the municipal police department. Now imagine that either we can really tear apart these two stories, but in my mind they work similarly. Either they can use that same government data to train a different algorithm for a different application, or they train a base algorithm with that data set, and then with those videos, and then they use that base algorithm for as a base for something else, to producing another product. And they can do this because both the data and the algorithms are non-rival. Okay, And in this case, when I'm saying non-rival, I mean non-rival even within the firm. They can be used for different purposes. They don't need to be non-rival across firms. In fact, they could potentially be excluded across firms. And so one example of that is, imagine you're training an algorithm to track people on the streets, and then a commercial application that is quite related is to develop a product to train people as they move across the aisles in a supermarket. That's one of the things that we will observe. And why do supermarkets want to do that? Well, they want to control what, they want to see what people buy, be able to predict what they would buy or not, or they want to see, when their stock is running down. And so this possibility of what is called economies of scope is what can lead to crowding in innovation when you give access to firms to government. Instead of crowding out of other resources, you can get that, you get more than, 1-for-1 in terms of simulating innovation. All right. So that's what we're going to try to. We're going to show you evidence for that. So to get at that, first I need to identify all facial recognition AI firms in at least the facial recognition ones in China. Turns out that China, for being such a quote-unquote autocratic regime, has very good public information sources. So that part of the paper wasn't that hard, which in principle I thought it was going to be, but it wasn't. And so we're going to use this data set, which is called Tianyansha, which comes from the People's Bank of China, together with some data from venture capital firms in PitchBook. So that gives us a list of firms. Then we can get, actually, from their websites, the government websites, the universe of government contracts, which we were very surprised by. And from these contracts, we're going to focus in particular later on public security contracts, and not just all of them. And so this is a contract, and the contract allows us to basically link suppliers that we have in the first list with the buyers that we have in the second list. All right, so, and the contracts also have when they happen. No, I'm guessing most of you don't read or speak Chinese. I didn't. And what? You do now? No. And I wish. And you can see, what the product or service was. That's going to be important. And how much was the contract for? And of course, who bought it and who supplied it. Okay.
And this also covers the municipal.
Yes. Yeah. This is a good question, actually. So when I'm saying about, when I talk about the state in China, that's a bit of a misnomer. A lot of this is happening in a very decentralized way, and all these decisions are made of, who to procure, what to procure, are made at a very local level. And that's a particular characteristic of China, in fact. And so yeah, when I say the state, sometimes I really mean a municipal police department in Xinjiang. Okay. All right. And all right, so that's the first part of it. The second part is, okay, what are these firms producing? They're producing facial recognition AI. It turns out that they need to register the products they launch with the Ministry of Industry and Information in China, which is something I was very surprised about too. And so that gives us actually a list of all the products that all these firms have. And in one instance, we're actually able to check this and compare for one company that went public, that IPO, and then you have a prospectus for that IPO, and then there you can also see all the products, and they coincide, and in fact you have more in the registry. And this is the part where the paper gets a bit meta, which is we're going to use a neural network in the paper about AI to categorize whether a product was developed with the intention of going to that had commercial for the intention of going to the commercial sector or for government. So whether it was a commercial application of AI or a government application of AI, there's an ad hocness here. We needed to make decisions, but from the text you can see, things that we're going to call government are things that would be called, for instance, smart city real-time monitoring system on main traffic routes. So that's checking traffic. And something that we're going to call commercial is a visual recognition system for smart retail. That's how the product is described. And things that we don't know what they are, a synchronization method for multi-view cam. I just had no clue what that was, so we're just going to put it under a different bucket that is general. Okay. And I feel, we did this with the neural network back then, and using TensorFlow. I think we could do this much easier. And there was a lot of work that went into this. We had to hire people to label things and train the algorithm. And I think now we would just do it with ChatGPT. It would like that. I haven't done it yet. I haven't used ChatGPT to categorize, but we had huge productivity shot there. All right. So the last part. So so far is normal. We could have asked the question: what happens when you give a public security contract to a firm? Does that increase innovation or not? But we're actually interested more in the mechanism. Is it that Is it not just that you're giving them money or access or whatever it is that comes with the government contract, but is it really the data that matters? And that's kind of been a handicap in this literature on AI in general and data, because it's very hard to measure data for private firms. So we just don't know. I don't think they even know what they have. For instance, most firms have something that is like value of data. Public firms when it comes to their balance sheets, but what is that? How it's measured? Like things are a bit iffy, and so it's been very hard to measure systematically how important is data in the process of innovation for firms. Of course, we know it's important, but we don't know much precisely because we can't measure data. In this context, we thought, okay, we may have a good proxy for how much access and variation in it, from how much access firms have to data, which is, think about two firms that get get a public security contract from a municipal police department, but one municipal police department is small, and the other one, it comes from a larger city, perhaps, and it has, in particular, a larger local surveillance network, so it has access to more cameras on the street. And this is what you need to believe the result. What you need to believe is that somehow, the contracts, whether you get conditional observables and whatnot, whether the contract that you get, whether it's coming from a place that has a relatively large surveillance network, as measured by cameras, is orthogonal to everything else that comes with the firm and their possibilities for innovation. And that's what we're going to use. We're going to compare these two types of firms in a sort of an event study design, by which we have contracts that come from some prefectures that have a large surveillance network. Some contracts have a small surveillance network, and then we're going to look at condition on everything else that we observe for the firm, like age, size, and whatnot. Compare firms that got a contract from a high camera capacity prefecture to ones that got a contract from a low camera capacity prefecture. Okay, and then look at after receiving that contract, what's their how many products more they release afterwards. Okay. Any questions about this? Okay, and so note something that is important. This is not comparing firms that got contracts with those that didn't. I would be very, worried about that comparison, precisely because the firms that get contracts may be very different than the firms that don't. The better firms would tend to, and the ones that have better possibilities, would tend to get more contracts. This is comparing all firms that got contracts, and just comparing within those, the ones that got access to, for presumably random reasons, to a large versus small surveillance network. Okay, and this is what we find. We find that a company releases an additional 2 products over the course of 3 years when you get access to a larger surveillance network, data from a larger surveillance network compared to the ones that got access to a smaller surveillance network. And in the paper we go over a that I don't have time to go over today. Okay, what are some additional evidence that this is about data is really, for instance, that firms tend to produce more products that are not AI, but things that are, we call data complementary. So, for instance, they release products that are made for processing data or storing data. And the idea being that once you get access to all this data, you actually need to figure out how to process it. Yeah.
Quick question.
Yep.
quick question on the surveillance networks. Can you say something on the regional dimension there? So where are those intense surveillance networks, and how do the regions differ from those with low-level surveillance networks?
No, good question, of course. Yeah. And of course, they're actually, this is the graph. You can already see, for instance, large cities, Beijing, tend to have larger surveillance networks. But they're quite dispersed, in fact. It's not necessarily the case that it's just the larger cities. For instance, if you look at Xinjiang, that's a place where there's a lot for other reasons.
Even these other reasons, there's just no data from them.
Yeah, no one has data. And I should be clear too. When I say surveillance network, I really mean, so we had access to a different set of contracts, which were contracts with hardware firms and that's how we measure the number of cameras on the streets. So it's really cameras on the streets and nothing else. And yeah.
Could you give us a sense of the magnitude of the effects? So are they large or small as a share of overall commercial software releases? Like, is this like an interesting phenomenon, but it's like very limited as a share of overall commercial software innovation?
No, it's a good question. No, it's not. I don't remember the exact number, but it's out of the mean number of releases per year. I don't exactly remember. No, I do. I think firms have on average something like 10 to 15 software products available at any given point, and we also did a kind of a back of the envelope to see how much this could explain from the aggregate trends, but I'm very careful not to talk about those in public. But it can, if you believe those type of back of the envelopes, it would explain a non-trivial amount of the overall innovation in products.
Can you say something about the quality of those new software releases? Is there any way to gauge whether they're superior quality compared to what they had prior to the improved data access?
Yes. No, that's a good question. Is this like MATLAB 2018 and MATLAB 2018B? And so that we're worried about being just the same product so we actually. In some cases, this is all, but we also do the same thing when you look at products that have like completely different names, and the same thing holds. So it's really things that look like new products. That's one, and the other one that we did is to look at whether the description of the product that was being released was very close in the text to whatever products they had before, which was similar. And it turned out that in terms of the text, it wasn't the case in terms of like text distance. And similarity.
Yeah, I have a question about the location of those firms and to which extent this industry is decentralized or not on the geography. So are all the firms located in like the capital city, or are they spread across the country? And if they are spread across the country, are they more likely to get the contract where the headquarters is with respect to the place?
Absolutely, great question. Yeah, of course. Yeah, the larger cities have more firms and more contracts too. We do some exercise where we exclude like Beijing and some of the larger cities, and things go. And also, we do another precisely that where we don't want, maybe you're worried that if it's a firm getting a contract from their own location, then there are other effects that we're capturing. And so we exclude those two, only contracts that are from a different place, which is most of them, actually. Yep.
Oh, sorry, I've got several questions, but maybe starting with one. Because if I understand, you're looking at how the performance of software development was after the contract that's been a government contract for the company. And I'm wondering, how do you classify a large or small amount of data? Is it based on the amount of features? Is it based on the amount of observations? Is it based also on the quality of the data? Maybe how valuable it is, and is all of this information in the contract?
None of that information is in the contract. The way that we measure is literally we take not contracts with AI firms, but contract with hardware companies that produce contracts of municipal police departments with hardware firms that produce high quality cameras. And then with that information, we know how many cameras a particular location, a particular municipal police department has purchased. And the way that we measure more data is literally more cameras per capita.
Okay, yeah. I see. And if I may, one more. I would like to ask how to interpret the plot that you have for this. So first of all, why is it fixed at 0 for the number of software? Because I presume that they probably don't have 0 software at the point of receiving the government contract. And also, is this just for the companies with high data or low data? Because from that, it's hard to see a comparison between these two. So I'm wondering how to interpret this one.
Right, so is the difference between this amount of software that they had before and after. First, the one diff is before and after obtaining a contract, hence the 0. So it's a difference over time. So of course, it's not that they have 0 products before. They have some amount, and this is the difference before and after obtaining the contract. And then there's another diff here, which is this is showing you not the one for high data versus low data, or low data, but the difference between those two. So when you observe someone gets a contract, of course, regardless of whether they come from a high or low camera capacity prefecture, they both release more products, but the ones that come from a high camera capacity prefecture release even more. And that's the comparison here. Yep.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's a question about the technology. So do you actually need these local data to produce these products? Or could it be that, I don't know, a firm, for example, has several contracts in different regions, and then there's some sort of data spillover, and they just use a rich data set to produce the product in the end?
Great question. I don't know. I mean, that's entirely possible. In my mind, really what's happening is that I'm not even sure it's legal for them to share data across uses. Sometimes there's data silos that you can only use it to, for this application. But once you start going to algorithms being trained within the firm, then I think that's maybe where the spillovers are, that you're really using code that was weights in a given algorithm for a different application. And
Martin, there's a couple more questions. You have to decide whether you want to take them.
I'll go forward, and then we can come back to this at the end or afterwards. Okay. Thanks. All right. So that's let me turn to the bad and the question of automation. And there's a question, Cornelia raised this question already, of whether artificial intelligence will displace workers and lower their earnings, and perhaps in the way that you observed for robots in the past, for which we have already pretty good evidence that has been the case. And given that, we've seen, Bill Gates and others saying that we should go out and tax robots. And there was a lot of public discourse with the idea of taxing robots and slowing down the adoption of automation. And at the time, actually, we didn't have a lot of economic arguments for that. But since then, we've developed a number of economic arguments. And the first thing I want to do is go over those arguments so that we're all on the same page. And the first argument, and then ask the question of whether these arguments are as strong for AI as they were for robots. Okay? And the arguments are going to be based on what I'll define as, quote unquote, equity considerations, so the question of inequality, and efficiency considerations. And the first one is in a number of papers in the literature. The second one is in a paper of mine with Nathan Sorcy. Okay? So I'll talk about both. And the last, really, I would say the arguments are solid, at least theoretically, and the question and answer will be speculative. But I'm interested in hearing what people have to say, and also there's a number of papers in the program today that I think will shed some light on that. Okay, so think about a firm that is choosing how much to automate. So, they have some discount rate, R. They look at their profits, pi. There's alpha, which is automation here. And they choose alpha, how much to automate. More robots, less robots, more processes automated with AI, less, to maximize the present discounted value of profits. Okay? Very simple problem. Now think about a worker of type H in this world. What is H here? Is a particular group. It could be an older worker, 40. Well, I'm almost 40, so I don't know if I should say older. And a 40-year-old in a particular occupation, say a routine occupation, and or a cognitive intensive occupation, perhaps in the case of AI. And then let's say that index is what their income is, or their earnings, y at time t, after, for instance, being automated, and of a worker of type H. Okay? And then, of course, how automation affects their income depends on their type, how old they are, whether they can reallocate easily, is their occupation the one that is more or less exposed to automation, etc. All right, so let's think about two paths for workers' income. Let's call the first non-automated workers. So these are just workers that instead of being displaced by automation, perhaps even benefit from other occupations being automated and being performed better, and those or tasks, and those tasks are actually complementary to what they do. And so those guys are fine. Their income may even increase in the long run after automation takes place. Now let's think about other workers that we're going to call automated. So these are the workers that are where really automation is displacing them and helping automate the tasks that they were already doing. Okay? And as such, now the value of those tasks performed by workers goes down. But in this example, you may say, well, maybe these workers, they're displaced from a firm for a bit, they go through unemployment, maybe 2-3 months, and then they quickly find a new job, and maybe even in the long run, they start benefiting from the productivity increases from automation too. Right? So that's the world where maybe we're like, okay, look, where the current tax and transfer system is well equipped to deal with these type of fluctuations that don't look so different than the typical recession or business cycle fluctuation that we observe. But I think the case that we worry more about is this one, where the workers that are displaced, actually, the consequences of losing that job are much stronger, by which the worker, they may be unemployed for a while, or even if they find a job quickly, they may even find jobs and go, fall down the ladder and go over a sequence of jobs that pay very little, and they may even never recover. They may go to a completely different labor market that has much lower earnings, even in the long run. Okay. All right. So let's say that we are in this world, and there is some evidence, at least for robots, we seem to be in a world that looks like that. Although, So let me. And so now let's think about two worlds where, this is what happens to their incomes. And of course, what matters too is not just income; it's what can they consume. So for their utility, and in particular, for that, what matters is also, what are their savings or borrowing possibilities? To what extent can they smooth out this transition well? So let's first start with what's called recurrent workers. Let's say these are workers that have, before the automation event and the displacement event takes place, ample savings, or if they don't, they can easily borrow. They can max out their credit card, they can go to the bank and ask for a loan, and that will help them transition and pay for their expenses while they're out of the job or while they're here. Okay. So these are guys that are permanent income workers, then their income is just going to be the present discounted value of that path over there. And of course, you can see, look, the non-automated workers are better off in this world, permanently so. The automated workers are worse off, permanently so. And then to the extent that the government, imagine the government can really set up transfers in a way that targets these particular workers, and or they can really increase the progressivity of the tax system in a way that is well targeted again to these workers. And there's a lot of evidence that this is the case, and that we haven't done that, for instance, in the context of trade, or there are no ways in which the government can really directly transfer to workers and insure them. Then there may be an equity rationale for taxing automation. Okay? So there's an inequality increase that the government would like to offset. The way of doing that here is simply by slowing down or taxing automation, so that the wages of these workers that were automated increase compared to what happened at the laissez-faire, and the ones for non-automated workers fall, and then there's redistribution in permanent incomes in this world. Okay? And that's a rationale that's been talked about in the literature. Total? Okay. I thought I had 1 hour, no? Okay. I have until 10:15. right? No? Yes. And, okay, so, okay, what about, okay, so then you can say, well, this is somewhat of a weak argument, at least as, from an economics standpoint, at least in my view, in that, how much do we value inequality? That's just, in the realm of politics, and it's hard sometimes to make arguments purely on the basis of redistribution, precisely because of the consequences for efficiency. So this is a world where the firms were already doing what was optimal. They were maximizing the present discounted value of output, and hence, by taxing automation in this world, yes, you reduce inequality, but at the same time, it may come at a large efficiency cost. All right? I mean, we may worry about that. We may even, talking back, connecting to the previous paper, this may be even worse in a world where you're competing with a large exporter like China. And so the elasticity, you may kind of like trade in an automation shock for a China shock, in a sense. And that will undo some of the effects of you taxing automation. Okay? But that's the argument. That's the inequality. All right. In practice, of course, workers are far from this type of Ricardian world, where there's, in particular, perhaps the routine workers, where they have ample savings, they can borrow easily. In fact, maybe many of these workers are financially vulnerable. So let's take that to the extreme. Imagine the workers cannot save nor borrow at all. They just live hand to mouth. Whatever income they get, that's what they can eat at every point in time. And in the US at least, less than, about 40 to 50% of the population lives with less than $1,000 in their bank account. So just to give you an idea. And that's even worse in the parts of the distribution that are and lower parts of the income distribution. All right, so then now, these are not just permanent income workers. The timing of income that happens after a worker gets displaced begins to matter. And in particular, if you look at the automated workers, their income is the lowest precisely after displacement. That's precisely when they value income and consumption the most. So automation, what automation is doing is kind of changing the profile of income of these workers in a way that make them particularly worse off early on during the reallocation process. All right. There's no sense, I would say, in which the firms internalize that this is happening. Right? So if you think about the typical firm that is automating, they're owned by the relatively richer segments of the population that, for instance, for public firms that issue stocks and that people can purchase. So think about literally, I was going to say GM, but maybe think about Mercedes-Benz here. What's the sense in which the manager of Mercedes-Benz and their shareholders internalize the effect on workers' incomes after they decide to automate a plant? And yes, they can maybe cater to the audience and say, oh, we really care about the workers, but at the end of the day, they really care about profits. And so maybe they care a bit, but I would say they don't fully internalize the consequences on the earnings of workers, and in particular, they don't internalize that automation lowers their incomes early on, precisely when they value it the most. So what the efficiency rationale for taxing automation says is, well, maybe we'd like to slow down things a bit, perhaps over 10, 15 years, and that's some of the numbers that are in the paper, and so that you essentially give time to work, raise the income of the workers while they're reallocating and give them time to either retire if they're sufficiently old or just find a new job. Okay? And know that this is a world where there's no efficiency or equity trade-off. Doing this both improves efficiency precisely by giving income to workers. And in fact, in the paper, we show that these are Pareto improvements. You can generate Pareto improvements in society. And also, you reduce inequality. So it's a different world than the one that I talked about before. There's a question. Yep.
Can't you just tax the non-automated workers here and just, redistribute instead of stopping it?
Absolutely, yes. So that would be another second best policy. I think the issue there is how do you define So the targeting is always an issue when you're trying to target who's automated or who's not. Imagine, for instance, in the context of trade, we've done things that are, it's called a trade readjustment assistance program, and someone says, okay, I was displaced because my firm, offshored some of my jobs, or in fact, we used to export, and now China came in, and we don't have jobs anymore. You may imagine that people lie when they say that. And so it may be kind of hard to target to the work. And in fact, those programs they have very little take-up. But you're right in one way, in that an alternative policy that works exactly like slowing down automation would be one that looks like severance pay, where firms need to pay, which is also, I would call that a tax too. If a firm displaces a worker, then they need to pay severance pay, perhaps to those workers. And that would both insure them and tax automation as well. So that's an alternative policy that works well, I would say.
Hi. Sorry, I'm not used to the economist culture of interrupting you before we see the end, but as long as we're talking about this, as far as I know, in Europe, all the empirical papers are showing that the majority of workers wind up getting retrained and in a higher paying job in the same firm, and only 20 or 30% are actually getting made redundant. So I assume that would also alter, they're actually better off than their previous wages after they've been automated.
So maybe we'll talk about this offline.
Okay.
I have some issues with those papers, and I'll say even more. There's a lot of papers that say automation increases employment in a firm. And then I would say, well, that's just, we know that capital can increase employment. That's just not automation. It's kind of a tautology. I would like to call automation technologies that really displace a worker, by definition.
No, but they were, so a job category is eliminated.
Yeah.
But in Europe, where we do have decent governance, 70% or so of them are then retrained by the same company and given a higher wage job.
Then we're not, you're saying we are in a world that very much does not look like this. It looks more even like this. Or even like this.
Well, but they were automated. Their jobs are gone, but yeah. So
but the earnings don't look anything like that. They look more like this.
Yeah, except for 20 or 30%. But I'm just saying, in terms of thinking about whether you need to add a new tax structure, rather you could have a different kind of governance obligations, as you were just saying with the severance.
Yep.
Yeah.
To reinforce that argument, I would factor in demography.
Democracy?
Demography.
Demography. What do you mean?
Because if you're looking at firms now putting out job advertisements, they get fewer and fewer applications. So they need to retrain their own workers in order to just keep going.
Oh, you mean aggregate demographic? So yeah, absolutely. So that also, the country. This is where you need to go a bit more country by country. And now that we understand the argument, then you need to say, look, I think this argument applies in my context, or it does not apply. That's why I say I'm not pushing. This is not our paper is not pushing for, we should go out and tax automation. It's more like, this is the argument. These are the assumptions. The assumptions are workers. There's employment and earnings losses. Those employment losses are persistent and they revert somehow because maybe the workers cannot reallocate easily or cannot retrain, and they also cannot save or borrow easily. They don't have any savings. So if those apply, then the argument applies. If those, you'll give me good arguments for why they don't apply in Germany. And I give you one more argument in a second for I think they apply much less to AI. And
I was going to ask you about AI in this context and the type of workers that are affected,
absolutely.
Which are not.
That's what I want to. Yeah. And so now we understand the arguments, and we're talking about robots here, but not the conference about AI. So let's speculate about AI. And so I would say, in my mind, at least so far, the evidence that we have is that the equity rationale is much weaker in this case. Why? Than it is for, say, generative AI than it was for robots. So if you think about robots, they automated, routine, low to middle wage jobs, say, car manufacturing, right? Or even maybe even less. So given the arguments here, in some countries, not even a problem. And AI. What we're seeing so far is that it's likely to automate more cognitive-intensive, high-paying jobs, right? Think about lawyers, journalists, software developers, and the like. Now, those guys may, of course, be worse off. But if anything, that's going to reduce inequality, not increase inequality. Okay, because you just lowering the incomes. For many, many years, we've had so-called skill bias technological change. Now we finally have a technology that is going to potentially to reduce their wages. even within occupations, we're seeing that actually maybe AI is improving kind of the bottom performers in many tasks. Again, so then reducing inequality there. So I would say the argument for taxing AI or slowing down the adoption of AI based on redistributive considerations is weaker than it was for robots. Maybe it's not absent entirely, but it's just weaker. And again, I'm willing to be convinced otherwise as new evidence comes in. How about the efficiency rationale? Well, this one seems much weaker too. So lawyers, journalists, software developers are not the first that come to mind when thinking financially vulnerable. Well, that's why I say, especially in the US, I think college debt in the US could be an issue that goes against this. But yeah, I talked to journalists and they told me the same thing. And definitely not lawyers or Silicon Valley software developers. And but also of course you have call centers. Call centers, I think, is something that is probably going to be wiped out by AI, people there. And those, of course, don't fit this argument. So, but I think overall, what we're seeing is that the most exposed occupations tend to be higher paying, and those guys seem to be better insured, have savings, or be able to borrow. But again, still early days. We need to say much more work to figure out this out. All right, so then let me end on a happy note, which is AI-tocracy, because I want to leave you all depressed. Yes?
I just have a question on the previous point. So basically what you're assuming is that in the mid-run, there would be no waterfall effect. So those in high skill would just replace those in middle and low skill throughout transition. And then the same would apply, right? Because if they can transfer the skills toward occupations which are low to middle, because those high to middle are getting automatized, then in the mid-run we end up with the same. Those at the bottom being displaced, and they are weak.
Good question, yes. I don't think I'm assuming that. The question is whether, suppose that the lawyer replaces the guys in the middle of the income distribution, is inequality increasing or decreasing? Maybe all wages fall. That's possible. That's what you're telling me. All wages across the income distribution fall, but do they fall more for those in the first round, for those impacted first, than the second round, which is the bottom one is displaced by the former? That I don't know, honestly. Yeah. Okay, so now let's go back to the context of China, and let's think about another aspect of AI, which is AI as a surveillance technology. And at the core, AI is a technology of prediction, and it has been speculated, books written about this. Very nice book by Shoshana Zuboff, in fact, on how governments may use this for repression and social control. Right? So, and there's articles written about that too. A lot of interesting journalists and with a lot of anecdotes of this happening, but we didn't really have a lot of systematic evidence, I would say, of facial recognition AI, for example, in particular, being used for surveillance and purposes of repression. So that's what I'm going to show you in the context of China today. So we're going to use the exact same data that I've used before on contracts and whatnot, but we're going to add one more data set, which is that captures variation across regions in events of unrest. And by unrest here, it can be either protests, it can be labor strikes, and it can be some expressions of dissent online. So this is coming from a very nice data set that is called GDELT, that just scrapes the web for news and other mentions of events that one could categorize as unrest. Right? And that's how it is distributed in China. Okay. In fact, a lot of this is not how bad the government is. Actually, labor strikes are a big part of what we categorize as unrest. And then what we're going to look at is what is the effect of having more unrest in a location on the procurement of surveillance technology by a local municipal police department. So before I just show you contracts, now I want to know, okay, what induces a particular municipal police department to contract with a facial recognition AI firm or a camera firm? And the answer is going to be that actually unrest is very predictive of further contracts with AI firms and camera firms. So we see that in the quarter, after a quarter of there being more unrest in a particular region compared to average, those municipal police departments there, in the places where there was more unrest, actually issue more contracts. They buy, procure more AI, and they also procure more surveillance cameras. All right? And in the paper, we go on and on about trying to establish that this is causal. And we use some instruments that have to do with there being particular weather conditions. It turns out that when it's rainy and ugly outside, people don't go out and protest as much. It tells you something, how lazy people are, I guess. But so they don't, or how harder it is to coordinate. And so it turns out that weather is very predictive of unrest events. And so we use that to try to establish this better along a battery of things. Any questions on this? Yep.
Sorry to push back on this. So China has access to like weather, raining technology, right? Like they can actually change the raining pattern. So it's not really.
So you're getting very dystopian now.
No, I mean they did that for the Olympics, right? Like that's like well known like for years and years ago. So I imagine it's part of their.
You should write that paper. You should write a paper where it's like raining and chilling and rest. It's a rain technology. Yeah.
I have a bit technical question. Why on this graph you choose quarters and on your good section you choose semi-annual?
I don't know. It's just I think it just happened that way. Honestly, it's just that I don't remember. One answer, if I had to speculate, was when we look at semi-annual or annual, there's much more variation over the year, whereas during the quarter, in terms of weather, whereas during the quarter, we just count
in your
bad
first
weather
section
events.
about good case, you choose their semi-annual.
Yeah.
And I have never seen people using semi-annual. It's either quarters or years.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think it matters much, but yeah.
Was another question?
Yeah, I just want to pick on your title because I'm wondering, is that really a phenomena that's specific to China? Because I would think, if you had riots or have riots in Paris, London, Berlin, I suppose, you would see probably similar effects. That's my guess. So I'm just wondering what you think about the title in terms of, does it have to be a government that's
autocratic?
That's autocratic.
You didn't say it, I said. Absolutely. I'm going to look at international in the council. Let me postpone that for a bit. But I think even your question has two prongs. And yeah, I'm good. And so the first one is this about China or other countries doing the same thing? I'll show you evidence on that in a sec. But the paper is also titled AItocracy because it kind of combines the first part of the talk with this evidence. And the idea of AItocracy is not just that it's an autocratic government that is suppressing unrest, but there's sort of a feedback loop between repression and innovation. So just try to put together the first part of the talk and the second part of the talk. And what this is saying is that typically we think about autocratic regimes as chilling innovation, and there's a whole literature how democracy is good for growth and innovation. Yet, in many instances, we do see autocratic regimes innovating more, in particular during particular periods of time and in particular technologies. Russia is a key example. The Imperial Germany is early in the century is another great example of that. That doesn't really fit this paradigm of only democracies can grow and innovate. And what this is telling you is that sometimes there is a feedback loop between repression and repressive technologies and innovation. And the way that works here is that this is a technology that is dual use. So by innovating more in this technology, you can first grow more, but also you get better at repression. And then instead of more innovation and growth destabilizing the regime, which is what we typically have in mind, maybe people, once they become richer, they ask for democratization. In this case, that's there, but you can also, your technology for repression became better. So in fact, you may get into these situations, I don't know if in the long run this is sustainable, but you may get in situations of sustained growth and repression, and hence the title AI-tocracy.
Yeah, can I have just a quick question? Since I'm actually even curious, what is the cumulative number of cameras, the correlation between that and the unrest? Because in my impression, even the very fact that people know their data is accessible to the municipal government make them less likely to go out and protest because they will be prosecuted. So that's why I'm like, this is obviously super interesting that you see they procure more AIs and cameras a quarter after the unrest, but I'm even kind of thinking, wouldn't there be a negative correlation, at least in the cumulative sense? Yeah.
You're spot on. So I don't show you that because this is a part of the paper that I trust less, but this is telling you kind of a revealed preference argument. It's telling you the governments, local police departments at least think that this is a technology that is useful for repression, right? Hence the demand. Now you're asking, well, how useful is that technology? Does it actually repress people, or it also has a chilling effect? So that second question is a much harder one that we kind of go out and try to answer in the paper. But you can already see why the question is harder. The question is hard. Answering that is harder because I'm telling you that unrest causes the adoption of this technology, and you're asking me, okay, but that's the adoption of technology. Then what is the effect of that on unrest? So we have this reverse causality issue. So we can't. What we do in the paper, much more work to be done on this. What we do in the paper is say, think about quarters where there were particularly good weather conditions for unrest versus quarters where there were kind of so-so conditions for unrest. And then let me see whether the fact that you have accumulated more cameras and more AI in the past predict that the sensitivity of unrest to weather conditions is dampened. And the answer is yes. And so that's one piece of evidence that kind of gets at the causal effect, but I would say it's much weaker than this one. Yeah.
So another motivation for Western countries to buy cameras and so on are crime events.
Yep.
So do you have something on that? So what is the difference maybe to China and, I don't know, Western countries? Because this is a strong motivation also to install cameras. And it could be that where the unrest is, there are also somewhat more crime events or so?
Absolutely. So I think, no, I'm not talking about the overall trade-offs here. Of course, there's good uses of this technology. Crime reduction is one. And in fact, here is a graph of the exports of facial recognition AI from China and from the US. Okay, and then you do see that a lot of countries. First of all, these two countries are exporting more or less the same in terms of countries overall, and second, a lot of democratic countries are buying this technology. So presumably they're not. I'm going to show you some evidence of that they're not doing so for purposes of repression, ideally. And I don't know. And so yeah, so this is not a Chinese phenomenon alone. It's a phenomenon that's happening in the world. Now, what we're interested in this paper, exploring the surveillance state via trading AI, is the title of the paper. Is maybe we just care about we of course care about repression within China, but at the end of the day, it's a sovereign state. But what are the international ramifications of China as becoming a leader in facial recognition AI? And what we see is that first, China seems to have a comparative advantage in AI. You cannot see it from this graph, but it's better documented in the paper, meaning that compared to other frontier technologies like nuclear or have at least the wind turbines, things like that. China exports, the US exports more of all of them, of course, to the world, but China exports disproportionately more of facial recognition AI compared to any other technology. That's evidence for comparative advantage. But more importantly, there seems to be an autocratic bias in the exports of Chinese AI. What do I mean by that? That outlier at the end of that graph. So if you just look at what's the livelihood of a country, so if you compare countries that are more versus less autocratic, they're all importing from AI, but autocratic countries are way more likely to import AI than non-autocratic countries from China. And they're more so compared to any other frontier technology. So if you look at other frontier technologies, China and the US, they're both exporting to these countries, but there doesn't seem to be a bias there. It's not that a particular autocratic government is importing more from China, but it is the case for AI. Okay, and in my mind, and with that I close, that's kind of suggestive, and let me emphasize the word suggestive, that just the expansion of China as being both a technological leader and an autocratic government, may kind of perhaps beget or reinforce more autocracies abroad. And that opens up a whole kind of worms about what are the right type of trade and international regulations for a world where it's not just democratic governments that are at the frontier, but also you have a very large autocratic government that is at the technological frontier. And I'll close with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Martin. A great talk, very, very interesting. I mean, you took quite many questions during the talk. So I wonder if there is one last super interesting question. It's you. You take this.
Thank you. I have a question because except for the Skynet and the Sharp Eyes projects by these cameras, there's also the grilled style social management system, and they have around 5 million people. So how do you exclude the influence of the grilled style social management system this camera surveillance system? Because I think they have a very huge influence on to monitor the social movement and the protest, and they will also report to the police. Yeah, thank you.
We don't. I didn't talk about it. We just don't know much about. We don't have any data on that, there's a lot of unrest happening despite that. So you were saying maybe there will be more unrest, but really we can't tease that out.
Yeah, thanks again, Martin. Thank you all for your questions and your contributions. I think we had a very good start into this conference. Martin will be around for questions over coffee and so, I guess. And now we have a 15 minutes break and we reconvene. Pardon? Yeah, okay, we'll reconvene at past. Actually, there's a change in... Thanks again, Martin. Yeah, it was great. Actually, there's a small change in the program. So the next session, we had to swap some talks from between the next session and the afternoon session. So next session will indeed be Fabien Petit as scheduled, and then Lennert Peede and Eduard Storm and Christina Gathmann and Lukas Raschel will be in the afternoon instead. But it's still all on labor market effects, and I think it will still be very interesting. So see you at past, okay? welcome back. So next session is on AI and the labor market. Fabien, Lennert, Eduard, you're all here. Okay, excellent. Each of you has 30 minutes. It's up to you whether you take questions in between or not. I'll give you a sign after 15 minutes. I give you a sign after 20 minutes to conclude, and I cut you off after 25 minutes, and I'll try to be very strict on time. So first talk in the session is by Fabien, Petit, University of Sussex, on revealing semantics, exposure of industries and occupations to emerging STI areas. Thanks a lot for coming, Fabien. We're all looking forward to your talk.
Okay. Thank you, Robert. Thank you so much.
Just sorry to interrupt you. Just one remark again. You have to speak into the mic. Whatever you talk without microphone will not be heard on the live stream. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Well. Okay. Cool. So my name is Fabien Petit. I'm research fellow at the University of Sussex at the Science Policy Research Unit until basically this weekend, because on Monday I'm starting a new job at UCL. And this is a joint work with lots of co-workers from the same university, as well as Utrecht and United Nations University. So the paper is titled Revealing Semantics, and here we are going to show how we can measure the exposure of industries and occupations to emerging STI areas, which are basically emerging digital automation technologies in our case. So just in terms of motivation, as you know, there are new digital technologies such as AI, robots, or Internet of Things, and those can produce new waves of automation. There has been lots of paper looking at those AI and robots, maybe not that many yet, but still. But there are also other technologies which are related to this digital world. And here in this paper, we are going to open up to 40 technologies. The question is, are these technologies relevant? And for which occupations, which industries? And I think it is crucial to understand which occupations and which industries are going to be affected by those new automation technologies, especially when we think about technological transition for the economy, in the economy. And we have this paper written, which is still a working paper, I think, at the moment, by Martin, which is on technological transition. And I think in this context, it might be very relevant to understand who is exposed. So in this paper, we identify the exposure of industry and occupations to those 40 emerging technologies that I will show you using text data. How do we do that? We rely on semantic connection between patents and NACE and ISCO classification. And we use state-of-the-art natural language processing techniques, which are, for those of you who know, we talk about sentence transformers. So we are also able to distinguish between industries, between those who are producing the technologies and those who are using the technologies. And to do so, we rely on patent portfolio. So we are going to measure an exposure of occupations and industries, and for industry, we are going to be able to say whether those industries use the technology or they produce the technology. And of course, in the last part of the paper, we test the explanatory power of our measure, looking at employment dynamics in Europe, and also we have a special case on Germany, but due to time constraint, we mostly focus on the method to get those exposure score, and showing you some evidence of specific technologies, which have been mentioned in the previous talk, for instance. Okay, in terms of the main results, we show that actually occupations that are the most exposed are those which are non-routine and cognitive. So this is also in line with what are the fear of AI, being able to expose those at the top of the income distribution. We find that technical professional, for instance, technical associate professional, machine operators, and a subset of professionals are the most exposed. We also find an interesting result is that highly exposed occupations are associated with employment growth in industries, in sectors which are producing the technology, But we do observe a decline in sectors which are using the technology. So we have this distinction between industries, and it seems to be relevant. In terms of contribution, we provide a new dynamic mapping of occupation and industry exposure. This will become basically a new data set that you can use as a metric for those technologies. We also provide this novel methodology that relies on state-of-the-art NLP with lots of data, pattern data, classification, ISCO and NACE. So as soon as the ISCO and NACE classification change, you can basically replicate this path, this pipeline, and get the new results. And lastly, in terms of contribution, we try to get this distinction between user and producer of industry, and because the exposure of occupations may change depending on the industry. And this is relatively new with respect to the literature at this stage. So let's dive into the data. So we use those almost 200,000 patents which have been identified in this previous paper from the Pillars project in which I'm involved at the moment. And those patents are identified as novel patents. So here I gave you an example of one patent, for instance, which is a system for electronic patient care in hospital. It has a medical device that operatively receives and communicates measured physical parameter from medical sensor, and server receives and stores measured physiological parameter. That is an example. There are lots of those, lots of applications, lots of technologies, from lots of technologies. And we use those patents, and especially their title. So there is a reason why we use this title. The reason is that it summarizes information compared to the abstract of the patent. And we are going to produce their embeddings with a pre-trained sentence transformer, MPNet v2. For those of you who are familiar with this, this will basically map the title of the patent into this 768-dimensional vector space. And you will get this vector, and basically we are going to cluster the embeddings into 40 technologies. That is how we get from patents to technologies. What are those technologies? So here is the list of the 40 technologies, 40 digital automation technologies that we have in our paper, and for which we are able to provide an exposure scope for each occupation and each industry. So I've put some of them in bold to draw your attention on, for instance, autonomous vehicle, industrial robotic automation that we have. We, of course, have neural network, which is at the root of AI. We have Internet of Things, which is something growing very fast at the moment. And there are plenty of others. You can have a look to those. If there are some questions, please feel free. But in the end, those technologies are going to affect different parts of the economy. So let's, yes.
Just for clarification, but the labels are assigned by you, right? This is not what comes out of the algorithm.
No. Okay. Yeah. So exactly. So we label them based on. So we summarize all the patents with keywords. So to have a broad ID, and then we got into the most cited patents, and we manually labeled those. Yes. Thanks for the clarification. Yeah. You also have like cloud computing, cloud storage, and lots of things are about 3D printing, by the way. The free top row, 3D printing, additive manufacturing. Yeah. Okay. No? Fine. So how do we get those semantic-based exposure scores? So we did derive the embeddings for the patents. We do the same with the industries, and we rely on the NACE classification and the ISCO classification for occupations. So for each patent, we are going to compute the cosine similarity, which is as such, where you have the embedding of either the industry group, unit group, or the occupation unit group with the patents. And so this will give you basically a measurement of the semantic connection between both. So on the right-hand side of this slide, I gave you, for instance, what we use from the ISCO classification of software developers. So you see you have like a short description of what is in there, what is the job, and then you have what are the tasks in this job about. So this is like the typical information that we leverage on to derive our embeddings for occupations and for industries as well. So as you see, we can go to very granular level. We are talking about like 4-digit ISCO occupation and 3-digit NACE occupations, at least for the exposure scores. So once we get those cosine similarity, we aggregate those cosine similarity from the patent level to the technology level. So the intuition here is that if you have like 10,000 patents, they represent one of those technologies, so we just aggregate. If you are concerned about one thing which would be important is maybe the quality of the patent. There might be some patents which are more important than others. To do so, we have a weighted scheme accounting for the number of citations of the patent, which is a measure of the impact of the patent, and we show that basically the exposure score is the same whether you account for the quality of the patent as a robustness. So we account for that in our metric. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to gather all the technologies together and give you the exposure of occupations and industries to all the technologies as a whole. So it's a gross average across all those technologies that you have seen. And then later I will give you some specific technologies, and in the paper we are going to release like the details of each of those, of course. Any questions so far for the data or the methodology? Yes, please.
Can you go back to your 40 categories? So the question is, some of them seem to overlap. Was it intentional or not? Because, for example, intelligent Internet of Vehicles should be probably subcategory of Internet of Things.
You can see it. Yeah, of course. So you can see it as a subset, but the point is that this category has so many patents so that it can become a category by itself, if you want the reason for that. Yeah, of course, there is a k-means clustering behind that of the embeddings, and there are some overlaps for sure. To name them like this, you mean?
So that they're not mutually exclusive, that was intentional from the beginning.
It's the outcome of the clustering exercise. So it's data-driven, I would say. Okay, so exposure to all technologies. So let me show you the top 10 most exposed 4-digit ISCO occupations to all those technologies. So the first one are bank tellers and retail clerks. So you have the code, the ISCO code, then the second column is the name of the occupation, the third is our measure, the exposure, which is the average across all the technologies. Then we have a rescaling, which is logged of 1 plus this number that we are going to use later in the paper. And the last column is the concentration ratio as the sum of the top 3 technology shares. So for instance, you see that those bank tellers and retail clerks, 96% of their exposure is explained by only 3 technologies. So some technologies are more exposed than others. Interestingly, computer network professionals have the concentration ratio, which is the lowest among the top 10. And for instance, plastic products machine operators, 99% of their exposure score, which is within the top 10, comes from only 1 technology. And you will see that later on that's because they are the producer of that technology. So that is also a metric to give an insight of how spread those technologies are in terms of exposure for occupations. Yes. What is what?
The third one, photographic products.
Photographic products and machine operators are those working with everything that is related to lens and all those technologies, and which is the operation of photographic projects, so visual machines. Please.
The ranking is by exposure, so that the highest one, bank tellers, are the most exposed group. Going up from there, is that the ranking?
So the bank tellers are the most exposed one.
Exposed also means highest risk of automation in that measure?
Okay, so that is a very good point. So at the moment we do not distinguish, so what we say is that it's an exposition. We don't know whether the technology is going to replace or is going to augment. We are just able to say whether this occupation is related to a technology. We are at this stage for this paper. So that is an exposure score. So it's not an exposure to an exposure to be automatized. It's an exposure to a digital technology, which is one of those. Actually, here it's the aggregated score. Okay, so if you want to see the distribution, what you can see here is that the one-digit ISCO occupations, and you have each dot. I don't know if you can see them properly, but they represent one 4-digit ISCO occupation, and that is their score. So you have the box plots, the average, the median, and so on. What is interesting is that we have ISCO, so the plant and machine operators, the clerical support workers, and the technicians professional, which are among the most exposed to this broad set of digital technologies. Interestingly, managers and professionals come out in the middle. And those which are the less exposed are craft and related trade workers or skilled agricultural workers. For industries, we do the same. So here I'm presenting you the top 10 most exposed industries. So the first one is data processing, hosting, and related activities, as you can imagine, and also the manufacture of communication equipment and computers. Most of them here, you are going to see that they will be what we call producers of those technologies. So we have those industries which are going to be producers, and so that's show how it is important to distinguish between producers and users of technologies. So here, this is basically the same as the previous plot, except that we are talking with NACE industries at the 1-digit and 3-digit level. And you see like J, information and communication are the most exposed. With manufacturing, it's highly heterogeneous. That gives you a broad picture. So now I want to dive into some specific technologies. So I have selected 3 of those just to show you what can be done with those data. The first one is the exposure, the occupation exposure to neural network. So here you have the same box plots, and each point is a 4-digit ISCO occupation. So I have highlighted the most exposed, and you see that, for instance, to neural networks, the most exposed are electronic engineers, telecommunication engineers, and information technology trainers, as well as those photographic projects and machine operators. Because lots of the work that can be done by neural networks is related to the task which those operators do. So that is for neural network. You see that, for instance, clerical support workers are not much affected. Same for service and sales workers. But this should be. I should say that this is not the application, or this is not like a clear application of neural network. There are clear applications of neural network. For instance, in the list of technologies, there are some medical imaging. This is like clear application of neural network in which you would find a very different picture for this figure. One important technology that we did expect a bit, but not as much as that, is the workflow management system. This is like affecting a lot, lots of occupations, especially among managers, professionals, and technicians and associate professionals. Lots of them are exposed to this technology of workflow management. That is the insight from this figure. And the third one I want to discuss is one that was mentioned by Martin in the talk, is the call center. And here we talk about the technology which is interactive voice response systems. And here again, you see that those who are the most exposed are those that tend to be at the top of the distribution, which are non-cognitive and non-routine. Here, they have a very high exposure. You could find like telecommunication engineers, of course, but you also have the content center clerks, information clerks, telephone switchboard operators. So so with this metric, we are able to identify like which occupations are very exposed to those technologies. I must have like about 1 minute-ish. 2 minutes, perfect. So let's dive into the exposure effects. So how our metric relates with change in employment in Europe. So here we are going to estimate this simple relationship between exposure and employment growth. So on the left-hand side, you have the growth of employment between 2010 and 2019 in long difference. In the country C, in industry I, in occupation O. C here is going to be our average exposure of occupation O, aggregated across all technologies. So I'm not going to go into the details of each technology. We are pulling like the big metric, and we are going to measure this relationship between exposure and employment growth. And we are going to classify one-digit NACE industries into producers, and there will be only C and J, so manufacture and information and communication, and all the rest will be users of the technologies. So it's a very broad approximation here. What we do in the paper is that we also go into at the 2-digit level with a focus on Germany, because this is the only country for which we got access to the data to do so. So thank you. But I will just present the one with the 1 digit here. And so this beta will characterize the relation between occupational exposure and employment change. And this will differ across types of sectors. So basically, in this very simple version, only producer versus user. And so if you run this regression, we of course have country fixed effect and a set of control, and you end up with this figure. So this is the marginal effect of occupation exposure, or the relation between occupation exposure on employment growth. Here is just an association, it's just correlation. I'm not claiming anything causal. It's just a way of validating our metric and showing that there is a meaningful relationship. So what you get in blue are those users, and in red are the producers. And you see that the most exposed 3-digit co-occupation experience large employment growth over this decade across the whole Europe. And those who are in the producer industries, if their occupation is not exposed, they got basically less employment growth. In the case of users, it seems that those who are not exposed do not experience any change in employment growth over this period, but those who are the most exposed here are at least, we can say that the employment growth in those occupations have been reduced. Okay, so that brings me to the conclusion, mostly on time. So what we do in this paper, we provide a new measure of exposure to 40 emerging digital automation technologies. This is quite granular because we can go to 4-digit ISCO and 3-digit NACE. We have a dynamic measure which is based on natural language processing, so this can be reiterated with a new classification, but this can also be reiterated in the future, in the next decade, when we will know the new emerging technologies. Why is it dynamic? Because we have a yearly exposure score. I didn't show it to you. I didn't show this to you today, but we can measure the exposure score by year. What are the main takeaways from this presentation? What I want you to keep is that occupations that involve non-routine and cognitive tasks are among the top exposed occupations. And so this relates to the debate on AI and the previous points, also when we compare AI to robots. And I want you also to remind that employment dynamics seems to be very different between the users of the technologies and the producers of those technologies. The working paper and the data should be available soon. We expect to have them by the end of the year. And of course, if you have any question or you want to reach me, feel free to get my email, and I will be more than happy to collaborate and on any idea that you could have with those data that you think could be relevant. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Fabien, specifically for staying in time. So nice, you have 5 minutes for questions. There is one over there. I suggest we collect questions and you answer them all. Well,
can we go one by one? Thanks. Okay, thanks, Fabien. Great presentation, very interesting insights. So you showed 40 emerging technologies, right? Some of those were rather specific, where I would imagine they're very specifically tied to an industry. Others seem to be a little bit more, let's say, general purpose, right? Did you guys look into which of those technologies are actually most broadly adopted, right? To kind of get a sense for which of those emerging technologies might actually have a general purpose type of character?
Yeah, so let me get back to the list of technologies. So we don't have a proper metric to say. We are working So we don't have a proper metric to say which ones are the most spread, but from the figures that I show you, you can see that I can tell you that, for instance, cloud computing and those kind of technologies are very spread in terms of exposure across all occupations. You've seen that workflow management system seems to be more at the top. So I don't have the figure here, but yeah, there are definitely some that are more spread than others, and some which are very niche. They are. I don't know if I have one here in mind. I cannot find it. But yeah, some are quite niche, like no, not this one. But yeah, intelligent agriculture, for instance, will only affect like workers in agriculture, as you can imagine. Yeah. Thanks.
I ask a question in between. Do you have? Can you give us a flavor of the dynamics of the exposure? Is it very centered on certain occupations, or is it accelerating over time? And what is the dynamics driven by? Is it advances in the technology, or is it changing in the employment structure and changes in the occupations? You see, I mean, given that technology has employment effect, this naturally means that also there must be some dynamics in the exposure over time.
Yeah, so what we observe is that the exposure seems to be like very concave. So it explodes at the beginning and then it flattens. In the case of some technologies, for instance, all of the, so we focus on the decade between 2010 and 2021. You can see that, for instance, everything that is related to neural networks and AI exploded since 2016 because that is where we got like the most, the breakthrough innovations in the technology. The 3D printers exploded around 2013, and so yeah, you have like concave shape in terms of dynamic of exposure. To which extent this can be, to which extent can we infer the reshaping of the economy with respect to those exposure score, I cannot say at the moment, but that's something we expect to investigate.
I've got a little bit lost at one particular step of your approach, so I have to reiterate, particularly how you calculate the exposure scores. So I understand you do the clustering, and you get the embeddings, the sentence embeddings for your individual patterns, and then you do take the embeddings also for your names of the
titles
of the titles of the jobs. And
no, the job that we take. Sorry,
similarity between those, or how do you take?
Okay. So let's dig into the kitchen. So I summarize things here. It's a bit more complex than that. So what we do for occupations, we have a redundancy. So we match. We use the patent title. We get the embeddings, and then for the occupations, we does that on first the description of the occupation, and then we do a second cosine similarity score based on the task. And with this redundancy principle, we are able to filter out those unwanted semantic connections because they would match either one or the other, but not both at the same time.
Why do you use cosine similarity and not Euclidean distance?
Because that could be a robustness, but this is pretty standard in measuring these.
With embeddings?
This with the embeddings, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much again. Is there? No, this was.
I think there's a last question.
Okay, but quick, please.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks again so much.
Thank you so much.
We move on. Next one is Lennert Peede on artificial intelligence technology, skill demand and deployment, evidence from linked jobs ads data.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, also for the invitation. What I'm going to present to you is my first project at the IAB. It's on AI technologies, and it's joint work with Michael Stops, who's also from the IAB and also here today. So in the recent years, we saw a large number of innovations in the area of AI. Everybody talks now about ChatGPT. You type in a question or a verbal command, and it produces a nicely written text, at least at first glance. There's also the technology of automated optical inspection. It's machine vision based, and it can inspect printed circuit boards, a task that usually human workers did, inspecting those printed circuit boards with their eyes. It can be now done with AI technology. And the implications of those technologies for establishments' labor demand are now widely discussed. So there are main theoretical effects that we consider, at least in the short to mid-run, that are relevant. First of all, the technology based on AI can automate human tasks. For example, ChatGPT can automate the task of writing a first draft or writing a text. The automated optical inspection can automate the task of inspecting the printed circuit boards. So this should lead to a decline in labor demand, the automation of the tasks. But on the other hand, new technologies also require some solving of new tasks that can only human workers do. For example, developing the chatbot, developing the AOI machine, implementing it in the establishment's production process. You may also have to train the algorithms. So these are new tasks that human workers must do. So this is, counteracting effect on labor demand. And in the end, it's an empirical question. Which of these effects dominates to affect establishment's labor demand? So the questions that we address in this paper is, first of all, how large is AI activity in Germany? And then we want to test whether we see evidence for a sizable displacement of human tasks due to AI. How do we proceed to address those questions? We have German job ads data, and in this job ads, we look for the occurrence of AI skills. So AI skill requirements. We do this with a text mining algorithm. We have full access to the unstructured text data, and we look for those AI skills that are listed there. And we particularly look at those skills that are required to use AI technologies, to adapt it, or to develop it. So we have this broad set of AI skills that includes all these different activities. And we take the occurrence of an AI skill in a job ad as a signal that in that establishment that posts the job ad with AI skills, here is some form of AI activity, so AI activity in the form of adopting, applying, or developing AI. And what we can do is we can link this data, so from the job ads to the establishment. So we have data on these establishments, we have administrative establishment data, and that is how our project stands out. We have a direct measure of AI activity at the establishment level, and then we can analyze the relationship of labor demand and AI activity at the establishment level. So here's an example of a job ad, and I only screenshotted now the relevant part of the job ad, at least for us relevant part. So we only focus on the job description. There are other paragraphs in the job ad, like the firm description, but we only look at the job description because here the skill requirements are listed. And then we want to extract AI skills. And here, you as an applicant, you are expected to design a neural network. You should have experience with AI, a good understanding of deep learning and machine learning. And so we have an AI dictionary with predefined AI skills and the search items that we want to look for. And then our text mining algorithm finds those AI skills. And we take this as a signal that in this establishment there's AI activity, here probably in the form of developing AI. So the job ads that we have are from one particular online job portal, which is the Jobbörse. It's the online job portal from the German Federal Employment Agency. It's one of the largest in Germany for the period that we have, so 2015 to 2019. The the job ads with full support from the German Federal Employment Agency cover approximately 40 to 50% of all the vacancies in Germany. And for each year, we have now one sample of vacancies that are covered. So we have the stock of vacancies at a particular due date. So we do not have vacancies that were posted after this due date. So it covers between 450,000 and 700,000 vacancies. But we do not use all of them. We exclude vacancies posted by temporary work establishments. And we do this because we want the signal of AI activity at the same establishment. But as a temporary work establishment, you post an AI vacancy with AI skills, but then you employ the person, but send it to another establishment, and there the person then, for example, implements the AI technology. So it's not, the job ad is then not a signal for AI activity in the same establishment. That's why we exclude vacancies posted by temporary work establishments. So we are left with fewer vacancies that we have a look at, so between 300,000, 480,000. Maybe I should clarify this. So behind one job ad, there can be many vacancies. So you post a job ad of for a software developer or so, but you want to employ 5 people for this job. So that's why the number. So that's the difference between a job ad and then the vacancies that are behind it. We now focus on the vacancies, and we have that information, how many people you want to hire for one job ad. And the great thing about the data is that we know which establishment posts the job ad. We have the establishment identifier in the data, so that's why we can link it to administrative establishment data. We use here the establishment history panel, and that data set concludes data on all establishments that have at least one employee subject to social security contributions. So then we address the first question of this project. How large is AI activity in Germany? Again, we look at 2015 to 2019 because we have the job ads for this year. And first of all, we show here the AI vacancy share, so the share of those vacancies that contain at least one AI skill relative to all vacancies that are posted per year. And we find very low shares, so it is measured in percent. These are also percentage values. And we find that AI activity is increasing over time, but it's very low. So for 2019, we find the share of AI vacancies is just 0.2% or 0.217%. So that's quite low if we compare it to other studies, for instance. Yes, a question?
Hi. So I mean, 0.3% is of course like very, very low if we sort of think about the establishment share. But I mean, on the other hand, the vast majority of establishments are very small. So if you weight establishments by the employees, because I mean, I think large firms are more likely to adopt AI. So do you have a sense of what the share in terms of that would look like?
No, we haven't tried that out yet, but that's a good point. So I agree, and that's what we also find. Establishments tend to be larger. So yeah, that's a nice exercise, I guess. Yeah, thanks.
Lennert, do you know something about the turnover of these job vacancies? So the 2019 job vacancies, are these new ads posted, or is it just that some of these ads stay online all the time?
I think we do not have information on that, so we only have really the stock of vacancies at this due date. So yeah, we do not know more about these, how for how much time they were online or reposted. Thanks. Okay, so yeah, I talked about the AI vacancy share. We do the same thing. It's already mentioned for looking at those establishments that post at least one AI vacancy in a given year. So it's more or less the same pattern, low shares, but increasing over time. So from that, yeah, we conclude AI activity seems to be low in Germany, but increasing over time. We do now a similar exercise for the AI vacancy share for different economic sectors. So, for example, we find high shares in the informations and communications technology sector. Here you also see upward dynamics. The next one is the professional services sectors, and these two sectors may be those sectors that tend to develop AI-based goods and then sell them to other firms. So they may be more AI-producing industries. If we look at finance and manufacturing, which tend to be more industries that actually use those technologies, we find much lower shares, and the upward dynamics are not really that strong. But overall, this is also a pattern that is consistent with what other studies find. So the distribution of the AI vacancies or AI vacancy shares across those industries. And that also tends towards the point that Germany seems to be at an early stage of development, so it may mainly take place in developing and implementing those technologies. Another question?
I'm wondering whether the difference is that if you're in ICT, you could be expected to understand technical terms, but that if there is AI coming into these other areas, you aren't necessarily being expected to be an expert in it, rather just to be able to cope with it. So like there'd be more euphemism or indeed not even mentioning it.
Yes, so we probably do not capture all forms of AI activities. So I mean, we only have the signal that you post a vacancy and you want to hire someone. So that's the point. We interpret our measures as a lower bound measure because, also if you retrain your workforce, we also do not have this because you usually don't post a vacancy. So that's why we interpret this as a lower bound measure. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so then we turn to the next question. How is or do we see evidence for a sizable displacement of human tasks? And more precisely, we now ask, how is AI activity at the beginning of our sample related to employment growth over time? So, as I said, we are at the establishment level, and on the left-hand side, you find employment growth between 2019 and 2015. So the last year of our sample in the first year. We could also go further than 2019, but we want to exclude COVID effects, so we only go until 2019, and then we go back as far as possible as we can with our data, which is the year 2015, and then we take the measure of AI activity or the signal of AI activity as the explanatory variable, and more precisely, we take the share of AI vacancies that the establishment posts. And then we test how it relates to employment growth and whether a higher AI vacancy share relates to a difference in employment growth. And we interpret these effects as short to midterm effects. And we also control for some establishment properties. So we know that establishments with AI activity tend to be a bit different, for example, in terms of the size. We can also discuss this later. We include some of the establishment properties in 2015 as fixed effects. So we control for the size of the establishment, the number of vacancies they post. We control for the AKM effect, so the establishment-specific wage premia. They have also the establishment age, the sector the establishment is in, the federal state, and also occupational shares. Moreover, we control for AI activity after 2015. We want to isolate this very early effect of AI. That is a quite standard specification, taking these short to midterm ranges of employment growth. It always takes some time until these digital technologies translate into employment, until they are really adopted well in the production process. So that's why we allow for some time lag. And Peters then interpreted as an increase in the AI vacancy share by 1% percentage point. How is it related to a difference in employment growth? So now let me show you the results. In this table, we subsequently include the covariates, and specification 9 is then the specification where we include all covariates. We do not look at differences in overall employment growth, but we also distinguish between different required skill levels for the jobs and how employment growth in these groups of jobs then relates to AI activity. So for overall employment growth, we do not find a significant difference in employment growth, and the same holds true for most of the required skill levels. We only find slightly higher employment growth in highly complex jobs, so jobs that require a university degree and profound professional experience, or a specialized degree like the doctorate or habilitation. So here we find that an increase in the AI vacancy share by 1 percentage point is associated with a difference in employment growth by 0.124 percentage points. Compared to the mean of employment growth in highly complex jobs in the sample, it is a considerable magnitude, I would say. And to us, that finding makes sense, that those establishments that have AI activity, it seems to be at an early stage of development, so it's probably not that well established in the production process yet. And those establishments only have a higher growth in these highly complex jobs, so these are the people in these jobs tend to implement technologies, tend to develop them. So that's why they may have a higher employment growth in these jobs. But overall, we do not find evidence for sizable displacement of human tasks. Employment growth is not really different related to AI activity. So the finding of the evidence for no sizable displacement effect, we do some tests. We exclude those AI-producing sectors like ICT and professional services. We find more or less the same result, little effects. We also look at employment growth by employees' actual qualification levels. So before we looked at the skill levels that are usually required for doing a certain job, we can also look at the qualifications people actually have and distinguish by skill levels. And also we test for a short-run relationship of AI activity and employment growth, so only having this one period of time lag. We also find no effect. Further steps that we do, we also look at the turnover of non-AI skills, so of other skills than those skills like neural network. This may indicate more a change in the task content of the other exposed workers. We also find here very little effects, just a very slight larger turnover of those non-AI skills. And what we then also do to kind of support our measure of AI activity, we test whether the AI vacancy share correlates with an automation potential of those establishments. So there's an index at the occupational level, and we take the employment shares in occupations in an establishment, and then we compute weighted averages. So it's then has a value of between 0 and 100. 100 indicates high automation potential, and we find a correlation with the AI vacancy share and this AI automation potential. You can also do the same for software automation potential. Here we find no correlation, so this strengthens, I think, the measure of AI activity by taking these vacancy shares. So let me now conclude. What we do is we link the job ads data to administrative establishment data, and we want to test for a relationship of AI activity and employment growth. First of all, we find low but increasing AI activities in Germany in this period, so 2015 to 2019. And we find no evidence for a sizable displacement of human tasks. We didn't find a significant difference in overall employment growth, and we only find this slightly higher employment growth in highly complex jobs. So that's it. I'm looking forward to further questions and comments, and thank you very much.
I'm wondering a little bit about your results, and I'm wondering whether your strategy captures the automation potential of AI. Because if I understand the estimation strategy correctly, you're looking at net employment growth, right? So we're looking at whether the firm actually grows.
Exactly.
So if I'm automating or I'm kind of, well, slowly going out of business because somebody else can do what I do, I would probably not be in that category, right?
Yes. So.
I'm just wondering, like, also the evidence that you find the large positive effect in complex jobs. I mean, that kind of also hints in the direction that you're focusing mostly on certain types of, let's say, AI impact on the labor market. But
yeah, so maybe one point. So about the types of AI activity, we have this broad set of AI activities. So we look at skills required to use the AI, but also developing it, implementing it. These may be different types of AI activity that can also have different employment effects. And another point, maybe I should explain more about the sample that we have. So we only have establishments in our sample that post at the job börse, and moreover we have another restriction because we also want to look at the change in the skills demand of the establishments. We only include establishments that post in 2015 and 2019. So establishments that drop out are not in the sample because they cannot post. So maybe that's another point to that.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm pretty sure you know about this literature on multi-establishment firms. So I'm just wondering whether the establishment is the good level of analysis, because you might have like multiple establishments, and so adopting AI in one establishment may have large employment consequences on other establishments of the firm. So are you able to track this establishment within the firm?
As far as I'm informed, we do not have like information about the firm network and the structuring of different establishments. So I think we only have this establishment level available.
Because the employment change might occur in like another establishment of the same firm, right?
Yeah, that could be, and that would be great to see and distinguish. But I think with the data we cannot do that.
Because that might explain what you find in your results. So
yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thanks. Very cool stuff. 2 questions. So the first is I think it would be cool if you could show us. So you're showing like overall employment growth and net. It'd be interesting if you could show, in some industries where you would expect that, say I mentioned like journalism, or in some industries where you would expect that AI is really having an impact of displacement, whether even if overall employment growth is not changing, you do see churn, you do see changes in the flows, say the ones that you expect being displaced versus maybe more complex jobs. And for example, one example that I have from the Chinese setting, so their one unit of analysis is a police department, and there you do see that the police departments that adopt more AI don't change employment growth all that much, but they displace of people, police on the streets, so they get rid of those, and instead they change that with administrative jobs, which, there's churn, but there's no change in employment growth. And the second one is, I think, let me just reiterate the point made there. It's kind of, if you think about this is a firm that firms undergo investments like AI precisely when they're doing well, not when they're doing badly. And hence, when they're doing well, it's also the time where they're hiring more. So I'm not sure, that the fact that there's a zero effect or a positive effect means that was caused by AI. And and I mean, it's an issue that a lot of papers, especially in the European literature, share, going back to the question before, that I don't think these are well-identified experiments where it's just an exogenous change in adoption. Let's track what happens afterwards.
If I could come in on that, actually, this is actually sort of a question to both of you, because this relates to the question I asked you too. That part of what's going on there, what you just described, is so why do the police departments not lay people off? And maybe there's some penalty for doing that. But maybe there had been like some kind of labor shortage before, and there really was some reason that because also this finding with the Europeans promoting into more cognitively demanding and better paying jobs indicates that for some reason they hadn't been able to find good. They had these good employees, but they were stuck doing kind of jobs that weren't using their full resource. And so it's kind of interesting. I mean, I'm not an economist. You guys can probably tell I'm like a biologist that's hiding here. But yeah, but there must be something about that aspect, about either labor shortage or some kind of latency because of the budgetary setups or whatever that leads that is leading into the increased productivity within the organization of the people they've already established relations with, and of their human capital.
Yeah, I think my point was, I don't think those are very well identified studies because they don't have exogenous changes in adoption. And I know only one study that does. It's from Europe too. It's in restart now, and there you don't see this type of zero. You do see negative effects on overall employment. And so I think it's still early days for like this literature, but the best study that I know does show negative.
Let me misuse my prerogative here and ask a very last question. In these job acts, can you distinguish between the formal qualifications that is required within? So do you observe job ads targeting medium-skilled people without university education? And could you then use this to differentiate between AI effects on these different qualification levels in the occupation, in employment?
So yes, in the job ads, we have the 5-digit occupation. So the last digit indicates the required skill level for that job. And so, yeah, one thing is we had a look at the AI vacancies, how are the AI vacancy shares distributed across those required skill levels. I think I have...
so is there something like AI demand for low-skilled people? So demand for low-skilled people with AI skills?
So this is what we find. So the right axis is the share of, or the AI vacancy share for the highly complex jobs. It's much higher, so that's why we have the other scale, it's the orange line. So yeah, it goes until 1.4%. We do find some AI vacancies for unskilled jobs, but yeah, the share is very, very low. And yeah, but there's a correlation. So skilled jobs then have higher AI vacancy shares, and complex jobs have even higher AI vacancy shares. So
do they have different effects? So can you separate out the effects? We have to move on. Sorry.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we could, but we have a little variation in the AI vacancy shares anyway. So that's why we didn't do that so far.
Okay. Thanks again so much. As said, very interesting. We move on to Eduard Sturm from the RWI. Yeah, and Eduard will give a presentation on the diffusion of artificial intelligence, implications for wages and employment.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for all the organizers for this workshop. So I'm happy to present today a paper together with my colleague Muriel Gonchor on the diffusion of AI and its implications for wages and employment. So to start off, why should we care about AI already? So this might be a silly question to ask at an AI conference, but at the end of the day, it's still a very early, it's still a very niche technology that to date at least has rather limited aggregate implications. So a cynic might wonder, what's all the fuss about, right? And we argue there's a couple of reasons why we should care about AI. So first of all, there's a growing public interest, right? Especially since GDP took off last year, and this event here is another aspect that speaks to that growing interest about the implications of AI. Second, the adoption of AI is growing quickly, right? So if you look at German firms here, the setting in our study here, we see that over the last few years alone, the share of firms that adopted AI more than doubled essentially. So nowadays around 1 out of 7, 1 out of 8 firms or so adopted AI, and even more firms are planning to incorporate it at some point in the future. Right, so these are a couple of things that we do know. What we do not know, however, is what are the implications for skill requirements. And we don't quite know that yet, but there's reason to believe that AI will have important implications on skill requirements. For one, there's this literature, it's called the GBT literature, earlier this year that shows that workers who work with GBT tend to be more productive than control workers who don't, right? So this could be then tied to like wage implications. We know more broadly speaking that technologies can displace certain tasks and then reinstate others. And when you reinstate other tasks, there's a good chance there's new skill requirements that go along with that, right? And these new type of skills or tasks that could be expected from AI, if you look at the literature, they might actually target a different set of workers than previous automation technologies. And we've heard it earlier too, right? So more like high-skilled workers who do more of those cognitively demanding tasks. So there's still a couple of question marks that we don't know about the implications of AI. And this is where our paper here comes to play. So essentially what we're going to do here are two things. So in the first part of the paper, we provide an analysis of the demand for AI skills among German firms. And here we provide a few stylized facts, which we derive from online job vacancy, where we actually have also the original job tags, very much similar to what Lennert was presenting in the previous session. So we provide some descriptive statistics here. We construct our key variables from this data. And then in the second part, we'll link it to administrative data from the IAB to conduct a worker level analysis. And in this regard, what we want to do is we want to figure out, so who are really the pioneering AI jobs? So which occupations really have high demand for AI? What type of workers are attracted by those sort of jobs? In order to answer those sort of questions, we created a transition matrix to kind of get a sense from which occupations workers flow into and others, to get a better understanding about the role of outside options and how labor market concentration comes into play. And what we broadly find is that if the outside options increase, we find mixed results for mobility, but an increase in wages. And this is something that is consistent with the literature. And similarly, when we look at an increase in the labor market concentration, meaning how concentrated is demand for certain occupations, we see actually opposing effects. Then mobility among workers who are employed in jobs with high AI demand, which we here label as AI jobs, they actually face higher higher mobility in response to concentration, which might sound a little bit weird. But all the other workers, and this is the majority of the workforce, they actually face a reduction in mobility as we would expect. All right? And we also see opposing effects on wages depending on whether you're employed in an occupation which has high AI demand compared to a worker who's employed in an occupation that has no high AI demand. So we take these insights here, and then in the second step, we want to get closer to like an apple-to-apple comparison, and we want to compare observationally equivalent workers. So we perform a matching procedure here in order to see which types of variation really matter here, and is there really any significant effect on wages. And what we find is that once we account for the occupational variation, we find that a 10% increase in the share of AI vacancies actually implies a wage increase of around 6% or so. Okay, so these are the key findings, and with those we make contributions to primarily three strands of the literature. One, there's been like several papers who also use online job vacancy data to just provide some stylized facts. Right, we do that too. More broadly speaking, we're contributing to the literature on the labor market impact of AI. Several papers, some of those we already heard, others we're going to hear later. Looked at different aggregates, industries, occupations, and things like that. We use a more granular type of variation. Thank you. We use a more granular type of variation here. And then to tie to like this third point here, we also kind of go beyond those aggregates. We really want to understand what's happening at the worker level, right? So in this regard, we're trying to sort of like link those two literatures on the implications of technologies on wages and the role of outside options and transitions, right? So this is the starting point for the paper, right? So now let's start with the data, right? So this now only takes up one slide, but this actually took more than a year's of work. So this is sometimes how it goes, right? So essentially about like a year and a half ago or so, we started a cooperation with little IT companies. So it's not like the typical commercial providers in the literature, by like a little IT company that scrapes the web, among others, what they claim the near universe of job vacancies. So they do that, they merge those firms who post those vacancies with the company registry, or in German, the Handelsregister, and then we get the following type of information. We get some information on firms from the company registry, the source, where was the vacancy retrieved from, and the original text, right? We get that unstructured data, and then we play around with that for like the past year, and we still keep playing and do a bunch of stuff that will end up in a technical appendix. But essentially what we end up with at the end here, for the purpose of this paper here, is a final product containing about 20 million vacancies or so that allows us to also differentiate between job-specific postings, different occupations, and also across different regions, right? So we can really exploit a high degree of granularity here. So we now take this data, and what we're primarily interested in is obviously the role of AI skills, right? So what we come up with here is an extended keyword list, which we create with several steps. So first of all, we look at the related literature. There's some friendly authors out there who actually provided some skills or some keywords already in their appendix tables. So we use that. And then we enrich these existing keywords with some manual annotation steps, and also GPT actually, right? And I'm happy to chat about how GPT can be used to create those taxonomies afterwards. And once we do that, we end up with a list of AI keywords, which we broadly differentiate between the type of skills that, let's say, are like methods, like here, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, NLP, those sorts of things, and then skills that are a little bit more applied, like, for instance, the type of skills you would expect in a smart factory, or like often tied to, like here, mobility, for instance, manufacturing, context, and these sorts of things. So for our baseline analysis, we're going to group them, right, but just so you think, we also conceptually distinguish between different types of skills. So we use those skills here, and then also like we then later link it to like labor market data, but this is pretty standard stuff, right? So this is like standard data from the IAB. People are usually familiar with that, so I'm going to skip that here. And now we're going to start off, and I'm going to present you 3 stylized facts. We have a couple of more up our sleeve, but we're going to focus on those that really matter for the type of variation we want to exploit for our main analysis, right? The first one would be time. So what we find here is that the share of vacancies roughly doubled over the last 5-6 years or so. And if you break it down into like an average year-on-year growth rate, we find that on average it grew by around, let's say, 8% or so over the last 5-6 years or so. So pretty substantial growth over time. So then in the next step, we want to know, okay, so how is this increase over time? How does it diffuse across regions, right? Because we're also going to exploit regional variation later. So what we do is we create a heat map for our... Yes, you have a question, Martin?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thanks. And I guess it's both a question for you and the previous presenter maybe. When in the levels we see that the share is small.
Yes.
Of AI, but in comparison, if I looked, I don't know, for other technologies that were important, like ICT, or, computers and whatnot, when they were coming up, just to have a sense where, or even now, like what's the share of, maybe we just don't need a lot of people to figure out AI, even in a very large company, and that's it. And we know adoption of computers was huge.
Certainly. I mean, I think like what you alluded to maybe goes a little bit to the point I made earlier, that there are some implications for productivity. So maybe if you're a skilled worker who can do something with AI, you can do more things that previously had been done by 3, 4, 5 workers, right? So I see that point, right? At this point, essentially, we adopt this measure because we sort of like follow conventions in the literature in terms of how we define exposure and that. But yeah, certainly a good point. We can maybe chat about afterwards what would be like better ways to maybe capture that sort of exposure.
It wasn't an argument for or against. It was just to try to understand whether when we say 0.03 as a share of vacancy, is that a small number, or actually we just have at MIT, let's say one IT person in the department. For 30 people, and maybe that's fine. That's the number that you need. And
yeah, I guess for that would be helpful if you had information on recruiting here and then actual staffing, right? Which obviously we like, but yeah, that would be certainly interesting.
Other technologies of the past, where we know that there was a lot of adoption.
Yeah, I'm also currently working on a project with like a broader scope of technologies, so maybe that will be even more relevant for that purpose. Thanks. Yep. So essentially we divide Germany into 140 local labor markets or labor market regions. And essentially what we then do is we assign those into 4 quartiles, depending on the share of vacancies with AI demand in each of those labor market regions. And what we find is pretty much consistent with what we know from like the innovation literature. And others, that there are some clusters here, like in the Southwest in particular, where those innovations are pretty much pronounced, right? And then in order to gauge how it diffused over time, we repeat this exercise for 2021, but we keep the same boundaries as for 2017. And what we see there is much more red and much less yellow, suggesting that there has been a broad diffusion across at least most of those regions, right? And before we move on to the third stylized fact, just a quick visual teaser. Please take a look at those red spots here in the left heat map, because we're going to use those here later to define our treatment for our matching procedure. Just as a little visual teaser how we're going to define it later. So this is the regional component, and now we move on to like the third stylized fact on occupations. And what we find is, so we identify a set of occupations which we refer to as the AI pioneers, and they're characterized by being very dynamic and by being a really heavy adopter of AI demand. So in essence, to kind of illustrate how we come up with that is, we look at the share of vacancies for each 3-digit occupation in 2017. So 0.1, for instance, implies 10% of all vacancies in a given occupation demand AI skills, right? So this is the starting point, and then we plot that against the change between 2017 and 2021. So that essentially a positive slope increase, that those who were heavy adopters early on also experienced higher growth afterwards. And this is exactly the type of pattern that we see here, right? And when you kind of look at that, you see there's a little triangle here, and those are the types of occupations that had relatively high share of AI demand early on, and it kept growing even more afterwards, right? And those are the 7 pioneers as we defined them here. In our setting, obviously sort of like IT heavy, those are like those 3 big bubbles here, but then also some science, some insurance, and some others. So it's rather like service heavy, right? Maybe as we would expect as well. So now we find those, and now we're interested in, okay, so how do those transitions actually play out? So we have those different groups, right? Some had high demand early on, they grew fast. Others, like those early adopters, maybe I should have explained it earlier, but those were essentially, let me go back here, those early adopters, they had high demand early on, but had relatively weak growth afterwards. And we have some late bloomers with relatively low adoption early on, but high growth afterwards. So just to kind of capture different types of dynamics, right? And we're now interested in like the type of transitions, right? So how accessible are different groups, different of those AI tiers? And what we find when we look at these transitions here, so essentially what we have is here left a destination group, and then once we have this destination AI group, so those 7 occupations, like what share of workers comes from which other AI group, essentially. That's essentially the reading of that. And what we find, the overarching takeaway here is that those pioneers that kind of stick with one another, right? Because there's very, very few outflows in other groups. But the overarching takeaway, I guess, is that by and large, AI jobs, especially those 3 here, they're fairly accessible, right? Those laggards here, so these are like occupations that had very little demand, AI demand early on, and experienced modest growth afterwards, right? They actually show up pretty often here, and also being able to move to transitions into those occupations with higher AI demand. So our takeaway here is that those jobs are by and large broadly accessible, and therefore may also enter the set of outside options, let's say, for many workers down the road. So now we want to learn more about that, and especially we're now asking, so what actually determines those transitions into occupations, right? So we want to understand those transitions a bit better. So what we're doing now here is we're borrowing from the literature, and we construct this index here following this paper from Schubert, Sandberry, and Tasca. And essentially what we do is we create an index that captures the value of your outside options, right? So we pretty much follow this paper here with some minor maybe changes in notation or so. And then we like to refer to this index as the OOE, right? So in essence, what the OOE captures are 3 components, right? You have on the one end the average wages in adjacent occupations, right? So if an adjacent occupation in your set of outside options, if the wage increases, then it also increases your value in outside options, right? That's pretty intuitive. And then the second component is to capture relative labor demand. If the employment share in another occupation is relatively large in your home area compared to the national average, it means this job is fairly strong in demand in your local labor market, which also raises your OOE, right? And then last but not least, whether you're able to move to a job also depends on things like skill transferability and others, which we derive from those worker flows. So historically, how often, how common are transitions between different types of occupations, right? So once we do that, we compute this OOE here, and then it gives us a measure for the value of outside options, and we standardize it to be 0 mean and standard deviation 1, just for interpretation later. And we supplement it with a measure of labor market concentration, which we use using pretty much a standard Herfindahl-Hirschman index, right? Which we also construct from the OGV data, basically, from the job vacancy data. So essentially what we measure here is how concentrated is demand for certain occupations within your local labor market occupation cell. Okay, so when we do that, we want to kind of learn more about, okay, how does it now really affect mobility? How does it affect wages? Because in principle, we would expect if the value of outside options, if your OOE increases, it should be conducive to more mobility, right? But somewhat surprisingly, maybe, this is not what we find here, because once we run a logic regression here with our key regressors, the OOE and the HHI, we find null effects for the OOE, right? So this is actually something that surprised us. But what surprised us too was actually that if we look at the HHI, the higher the concentration, the higher the mobility among those folks within those AI jobs. And this is something that actually surprised us a little bit. And if you kind of translate it maybe into going from a perfectly competitive market to a modestly concentrated market, which corresponds to this interpretation, then mobility increases by 8 to 30% for those workers in AI jobs, which to us seems quite substantial, and actually goes down by 6% for laggards. So there seem to be some pretty strong heterogeneities, which we try to uncover right now. And then we do the same sort of analysis, but now for wage regressions. Because we would also expect, if your outside options increase, it should give you more bargaining power, maybe to also increase your own wages, right? And this is something that we actually now do find here in this output here, and this is consistent with the literature too, and also the paper by Schubert et al. And if we look at the concentration here, we once again see strong heterogeneity. So there seem to be some opposing effects at play, depending on whether you're employed in an occupation with high or comparatively low AI demand, right? So I have like 5 minutes left, right? Okay, a little bit less now. Okay, sweet. That's all I need. So essentially now we want to get a better understanding about the wage effects, right? But there's a lot of selection at play here. We're aware of that. So now we want to get closer to like an apple-to-apple type of comparison. So what we're doing now is we perform a matching procedure. So essentially it's a two-step procedure where the treatment takes place at the local labor market level. And for that we use the top quantiles in the very first year of observation. So this corresponds to those red dots that I showed you earlier, regions with high AI demand in the very first year of observation. And then our two-step matching procedure, in the first step, we make sure that we only compare workers within the very same one-digit occupation and the same year, right? And the second step, we combine course and the propensity score matching to account for socio-economics, work factors, firm factors, and all sorts of things. And then we run our wage regression, which is then at this point pretty standard, where we simply use the weights from this matching here. If we look at the covariant balancing table, I just want to quickly go over that. You can kind of see what variables we use for matching. Socioeconomics, work, local labor market, region, agglomeration factors. And by and large, we feel like we do a pretty good job of our matching, giving credits to what we come up with. And then I'm going to show you now 3 types of results to wrap up this presentation, right? So we start off with the very broad type of variation. So essentially what we're doing now is we're doing a wage regression where we use those propensity score weights for the full sample and for each of our groups. And this is the very broad definition, because essentially what we have here is only the treatment. You live in a region with high AI demand or you don't, right? It's pretty much binary in that regard. So when we do that, we find pretty much null effects for the full sample with some minor heterogeneities by subgroups, but by and large, with this broad type of variation, we don't really find anything. So in the next step, we go to a more granular region. Oops, sorry. And I'm back. Okay.
So now in the next step, we adopt a more granular type of variation. So now we allow for regional variation across all 140 local labor markets, right? But in full sample, it doesn't really make a difference. It does make a difference for some of those subgroups, right? So there's some pretty strong negative effects here, which to us were also somewhat surprising here, but they don't really prevail here at the aggregate of the full sample, right? But the last one, the one that's also our preferred specification, combines regional variation with occupational variation. Because we saw earlier, the occupational dimension seems to matter. There's occupational differences, and we want to incorporate those. And once we do incorporate them and actually allow for variation across occupation region cells, what we find is a pretty large increase actually in wages for the full sample in response to an increase in the AI share. So just to kind of put it in perspective, so the mean share of AI vacancies in a given local labor market, as defined here, is around 2%, right? So 1 unit increase here, if you kind of bring it down to a 10% increase and normalize it, means that a 10% increase in the share of vacancies in your local labor market here implies a wage increase of 6% for the full sample. However, note that this is entirely driven by those laggards with relatively low AI adoption. And for those that are most sophisticated, those pioneers, we actually see negative effects. So this is something that, to be honest, sort of like surprises us. We don't quite know whether there's something like maybe interesting going on here. Maybe there's some sort of like a measurement issue. And this is exactly what we're sort of like working on right now. So right now we're still kind of working on different types of treatments. We want to get a better sense for the role of mobility, whether you switch or not, how does it affect those results? And of course, because there's still some endogeneity at play here, we also have we collected some instruments to implement some IV strategies here to just give more credits to our results here. And to wrap it all up here for the conclusions before we can get to the Q&A part. So these are pretty much our results. You just saw them. So I just want to focus on those policy implications and possible avenues of future research. So we feel like one thing that derives from policy is more targeted skill development, right? So we feel like this is something that could be very beneficial to a broad group of workers, but not all the workers, where this could be incorporated in form of maybe more training, further training to facilitate mobility between occupations, but also education curricula for the next generation. But then also in terms of labor shortages, there's lots of talk about labor shortages, for instance, in the context of IT or so, and we find mixed evidence on mobility, right? So maybe there's room here for policy to improve to support job mobility, right? And we feel like future research can guide those policy angles. One, to really get a better understanding about skill transferability, roughly mixing what Lennert presented earlier, a really deep dive into skills, AI skills, and then embedded in a conceptual framework like in Gathmann-Schoenberg, which skills can be bundled together, which skills can be transferred easily between occupations, which ones don't. And then lastly here, in terms of AI and imperfect labor markets, well, we have reason to believe there's lots of interesting things to learn about the role of imperfections or frictions in the labor market, like how are firms competing for talent. We know AI adopters tend to be large productive firms. They tend to exert more monopsony power, which could also affect maybe some of our results. And then on the other side of things, maybe there's also room for like worker beliefs, because we know that workers sometimes have like misperceptions about their outside options. So if there is some sort of I don't have what it takes to get into those jobs sort of syndrome, there might be some room to learn more about that. With that being said, thank you very much, and I'm very much looking forward to your questions.
Wonderful, thank you so much, Eduard. 5 minutes to lunch is 5 minutes for questions. There's one in the back.
Yeah, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I have two quick questions. One is, I'm wondering, how do you define this AI region? Is it based on the job vacancy postings? And if so, do you see if the job is offered for virtual, like remote work versus in person? Because that might, be different when you kind of define which region has a higher AI demand. And the second thing I was a little bit confused about when you talk about the propensity score matching and the treatment. So what exactly is the treatment? Because you mentioned the AI share, but I thought the treatment is a binary, right? It's 0, 1. So when you do the PSM, so that's why I'm a little bit confused. Do you mind clarifying that a little bit.
Yeah, happy to. And actually, I think I can answer both questions in one slide. So the first one, so essentially what we do is we have 140 distinct local labor markets, and then we just pretty much aggregate within each of those labor markets, among all the vacancies we observe here in a given year, what share of those vacancies actually had demand for AI skills, right? And the top quartile is then colored red, the bottom quartile yellow, right? And we use that in order to define our treatment. So essentially we're saying if you live in a region which here is red, meaning there is a high demand for AI in this region, right, then you're more exposed in regional terms to AI, and this might be something that also affects your labor market outcomes. That is the overarching idea of that. Oh, the threshold? Oh, just quartiles. Just quartiles. Just top quartile, bottom, and in between.
That was a super awesome question. This one's not as good. And I'm really looking forward to being able to grab your preprint somehow, because we were also trying to get this map for some other questions. But I have a more naive question, I think also from one of the earlier slides. I was confused by your being surprised by mobility increasing when people are attracted to AI types of jobs. Because I assume that those people are open and that those jobs are the ones that are changing fastest, and so you definitionally get mobility, right?
I'm not sure quite follow. I mean, the overarching idea is you would expect, right, if pretty much you have many options. If you're, for instance, in computer science, you can switch to different types of occupations. If those occupations, for whatever reason, become more attractive, maybe there's a wage boost, maybe some collective bargaining agreement gives all workers a wage boost, that would be something that should be conducive to also moving to that job, because the job by itself becomes more attractive, but we don't really see that, right? And so we're just, maybe we're a little bit surprised. There could be good reasons for that, right? So this is still very early stage, what we're working on. We're still like digging deeper as we speak, right? But we want to better understand what's actually going on here.
I'd love to talk to you about that.
Sure, thanks.
Another point I would have in mind related to mobility, behavior, and preferences, and I'm not sure whether this is how you could relate this to your work, is that maybe pioneers are more motivated to change their job very fast, whereas the laggards are a bit more reluctant and I'm not so interested to be mobile. And this is also a heterogeneity we can observe in different occupations. So for example, in ICT occupations, there's more mobility because people get quite quicker bored and they want to move to another firm to have more interesting projects and so on. And this could also drive your results in a way.
You're spot on, and this is exactly something Muriel and I were talking about, because the primary drivers are like computer science, software, and like IT sort of stuff, and those are relatively large sort of occupations which anecdotally do have a higher degree of mobility. So, and they're also, I haven't shown you the picture, but those jobs also have the highest outside options, right? So when we look at the top 10 of our occupations in terms of the OOE, right, we see 4 out of those 7 pioneers are in those top 10, right? So there is probably some truth to that, and we actually want to check that out.
About to serving lunch, so last question, short answer, please.
Yeah, about the index, the WE index. Have you tried to break it down to the different components to see what is driving the effects, especially for those occupations, and do you observe any difference depending on the occupation?
Yeah, this is an excellent point, thanks. Yeah, this is on our agenda. The UE is still relatively new in our draft here. And we just started to really kind of play a little bit more about it and just kind of like learn more about the underlying mechanisms. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks again. Thank you all.
Lunchtime.
It was a great session. We have lunch outside and meet again at 1 p.m. Thanks.
Okay, then I hope you all had a good lunch, that you didn't have too much lunch, or otherwise I hope you had a lot of coffee afterwards. But we have a very nice program continuing now. I'm Jonas from IZA, and I'll be chairing the next session. So we have 1 hour, then we'll have another short break, and we'll just stick with the same rules as before. And we're very happy that Christina Gathmann is kicking off the session. And yeah, just raise your hand if you have a question, and please just wait a second for the microphone so that everyone who's joining online can also hear that. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to the organizers for putting together, I think, an exciting program. So this is work on AI technologies and the German labor market. It's joint work with a doctoral student who's also here, Felix, and also a postdoc that recently joined. And it's work we started basically before COVID. And well, as all of you who know on AI technologies know, it takes time, and we are happy that we can show some results. So I don't think I need to spend a lot of time on the introduction. I think we all agree AI is spreading fast. There's lots of worries and fears. There's also fascination. I'm a labor economist. I think we're still very much unclear about what's actually happening in the labor market. And I think there are a couple of challenges that we're facing, and I'm trying to push a little bit ahead on that frontier. So we already saw this morning, several different attempts to how can we actually measure this whole AI exposure. And I hope you see that it's not trivial. So we will try to see what we can do, and we will provide another piece of evidence. How can we detect changes? We also discussed this morning, while there are very few AI-related job ads, for example. So how do we think about that? Does that mean AI doesn't matter? And what should we even expect? I think even theory is not yet quite clear what actually is the dynamics of this AI in the labor market. So basically, I want to touch on these, and I will do that in 3 steps. The first one is I will give you yet another very short outlook on how we create our measures of AI and also robotics, because I think it's nice to compare the 2 technologies for 2 reasons. I think first, it gives a little bit of a nice comparison because we know a little bit more about robotics, and I think it's nice to compare robotics and AI. And I can tell you that the results are quite different, and I think that's important. And I think it's also important to compare in order to see if our measures make any sense, because for robotics we have independent evidence, so we can square our evidence and see if our new measures actually square up with what we know about robotics, and that gives a little bit more credibility, I think, what we do about AI. So I will talk very briefly about that. But then I want to really focus on, okay, what does that actually mean if we have these measures? And I want to show you a little bit how does that affect the job tasks that we see, and how are they changing? And then in the third step, I want to take that to the labor market. And again, the labor market is going to be Germany, and look at, okay, what's happening in the industries that are exposed to these new technologies, and what's happening on the labor market. And I guess the quintessential result that what we find is that there are negative AI effects. At least that's what we see in the German economy. And there's very strong differences by skill and sector, and I want to show you that. Okay. So let's start with the first step. So how do we even measure this? And unlike Fabien, I will spend very little time on that because I want to mostly focus on actually the results 2 and 3. So I will just give you the gist. For any details, we are happy to discuss, and I think I'm also excited to exchange on how people do it, and maybe also compare these measures and see how they overlap. So basically what we take the universe of the European Patent Office data until 2018. And then we also use NLP based on keywords that we extracted from mostly the World Patent Office and
codes that we also supplement from the patents. So we use both the title and the abstract as input and do lots of steps that are quite standard now in NLP to get at like our text corpus, and then we do a matching of the keywords to the patent text, the title, and the abstract. So, just to give you an idea, here's one patent, and then you see sort of a quick description, and here you see, for example, machine learning, Bayesian learning, neural network, all of these show up, so this would be classified as an AI patent. So if we do that, and we start in 1990 and end in 2018, at least for now, is what you see on the left-hand side, you see the AI patents, and then on the right-hand side, for comparison, robotics patents. You see, first of all, that AI is pretty much lingering in a relatively low level, and then it really starts to shoot up after 2015. I should say these are all patents that are registered at the European Patent Office. So these are not only patents that are patented in Europe, but also patented by foreign companies that want to sell on the European market their products. And then if you compare that to robotics, for example, you obviously see that robotics took off much earlier, but now AI seems to be having speed up and basically almost caught up with the robotics patenting. So the crucial question is, well, we have the patent data, and that's in these CPC codes. How do we get that to the industry? And that's a challenge all the studies using patents do. So basically, I will give you the simple version of how it works. So we built on a method, the algorithmic linkage on probabilities, that basically takes the universe of the patents and then uses the industry classification at the detailed level and extracts keywords and synonyms out of these industry descriptions, and then matches that to the universe of patents. And the idea is basically to get a sense of which are the industries that use potentially the knowledge that is created in these patents. And then they use a weighting scheme, which is a bit involved, to try and make sure that you're not double counting too much, to get basically a frequency distribution for each industry of what patents from which codes these industries are using. So that's step one. So in the second step, what we then do is we take our AI and robot patents, so a subset of the universe of the patents. We look at the IPC and CPC codes that we have in these patents. We apply the frequency distribution that this method generates out of the universe of patents. And then basically we get to a patent assignment for each industry. We get sort of the patent that is used and then weighted and scaled. And so we get, for different industries, like the type and number of patents that they use out of different technology classes. So that's how the method works. And again, I'm happy to talk about some details. So here, you probably can't read the details, but here's basically the distribution over our whole sample period of the AI patents. And what you first of all see that, well, it's actually more distributed than robotic patents, which are super concentrated, in Germany at least. Here it's a little bit more widespread, but you also see that a lot of industries have zeros. But you see a fair amount in machinery and equipment. You see a lot in office machinery and computers. In computers in general, interestingly also in food and beverages. So in order to get a sense of, do our patent measures measure something which makes sense, quote unquote, we at least try to sort of square them with other measures that we are aware of. So here I just show you for the AI skills. On the right-hand side, we basically extracted job ads with AI skills in a similar fashion that I think Eduard and the IAB tried to do that, and then correlate the industries in the job ad with our AI patent measure. And you see, well, at least there seems to be some relationship. I think a less useful measure is ICT investments from the CLAMPS database. We also seem to see some correlation, but so this is the best we can do to say, well, there seems to be at least not no correlation. For robotics, we squared with the International Federation of Robotics data. There we see a quite strong relationship, which I think is reassuring. Okay, so then we are going to, and that's what I'm going to use for the rest of the talk. We're going to create a measure that I think actually looks quite similar to what Fabien was using. So we're basically going to add up these patents, because for each year we have a certain number of patents, let's say in each industry. But of course, the year when a patent is granted is a bit random, right? You apply and then it takes time, and whether it's in 21 or 22 you get the grant of the patent is not so clear. So we don't want to use sort of yearly fluctuations, let's say, in patent activity. So that's why we aggregate this and think about patents more as a cumulative process of knowledge creation. And we take logs because there is a very big dispersion in the number of patents across industries, and so we want to downplay that a little bit, and that's pretty standard. So we're basically going to use the 1 plus the number of patents and then summarize it in sub-periods. So we create either a cumulative measure for our first part of the analysis, or we take subsets from 1990 to 1998, and then 2005, 2011, 2018, to see how cumulative the knowledge in certain industries in AI is becoming more prevalent. So now the question is, okay, we have our measure in hand, so now what do we do? So the first thing we wanted to see is, well, how do these patents in AI and robots for comparison change job tasks? So do we see anything that jobs seem to be changing their share of work? So here we are relying on the BIP survey, and particularly the last 3 waves, 2006, 2012, 2018, which is a representative sample. It's not as big, of course, as the job ads because it's survey-based. The nice thing is that you have the same set of tasks. They're asking each worker whether you perform that job on your the task on your job, and so we will use that information to kind of get a sense of what's going on. And in particular, we will follow pretty much the literature and say, okay, we will classify these 17 tasks in 4 groups or in 3: routine, abstract, which combines analytical and interactive tasks, and then manual tasks like really raw labor. And in particular, we are interested in routine versus abstract. So routine is like stuff which is, easily replaceable potentially by a machine, and abstract is more about, thinking, applying, researching, teaching, would be a very interactive task that, let's say, a robot has a hard time doing, but maybe AI actually knows how to do. And we will merge that to our patent-based measures. So the first thing we do is to say, on the left-hand side, I show you the AI. On the right-hand side, I show you robots, is to look at the industry level. What is the correlation between the patent measure and the share of abstract and routine tasks? And what you see here for robots is the typical negative correlation we see, that the more robot technology and robots you have in an industry, the lower is the routine share. And that's the typical story, that robots are replacing routine type of labor. You don't see that actually for AI. For AI, you see actually that AI seems to be negative correlated with abstract tasks, which is actually the more like the thinking, the researching, the more, let's say, slightly more complex tasks, versus you see a slight positive effect actually on routine tasks. And for robots, you see also a very slight effect on an abstract task. But I think the main message here is robots replace routine tasks, which I think we know, and I think that's the story we also believe. AI seems to replace more abstract tasks. If we then take this to the individual level, just to be sure on that we're estimating something that's actually happening at the job level, you see basically a very similar picture. So for robots, we see basically routine tasks get replaced, and we see actually an increase in interactive tasks, so that's part of the abstract category. Versus AI, you see actually the opposite. You see routine tasks going up, and analytical tasks actually going down. And this is within 3-digit occupations, so this is quite detailed, looking at the number of tasks you do on your job and how that changes over time. Yeah.
One quick clarification question. Is this like the level on levels, or this is also the change in the task share, this one? So it is a measure of exposure, or is a measure of the effect of, you know?
So the right-hand side is the cumulative patent you have in your industry, and then on the left-hand side, because we have these, no, it's the increase in the levels.
So the increase in the levels of that share.
Yeah.
And on the average level, how does that look like, you know?
So I mean, so these effects are still relatively small relative to the overall distribution of the routine share across occupations. But roughly, you can say that the changes in the task shares over the 12-year period, this is about 40% of this changes. So it's not trivial, but it's not everything. Okay, so then we also split this up by education and occupation. And what shows up, and I will show you more evidence on that, is that the shift of AI, that it increases routine tasks and replaces or reduces analytical tasks, seems to be the strongest at this point for low and medium skill. And medium skill are those with vocational training. If you look across occupations, what's quite interesting is that it's quite diverse. So it's hitting quite a few different occupations. It's not only your typical occupation. There's also professional occupations that seem to be affected. And we see, for example, analytical tasks seem to be going down for professionals. So I think the idea that AI is biting more into the skill distribution, higher up in the skill distribution than robots, I think that seems to be also reflected in the data. So now we want to take this to the labor market, because this is sort of, descriptive evidence. You might criticize, well, you have only these 17 tasks. Is that really something that is true? So I want to show you evidence that actually supports these results quite strongly from the German local labor market. And for that, we will use the BAHP, so it's a 50% of establishments. We've already seen this morning, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. Again, we're going to merge our patent-based measures on the 3-digit industry level, and then look at employment and wages overall, and especially by skill group, to see what's going on. So the first thing we will do is we will take the establishment level as our unit of observation. And we will estimate for our 4 sub-periods from 1990, 1998, 1998 to 2005, and so on, and 2018. We will relate the level, the average employment in that sub-period on our cumulative measures of patents for both for robots and AI, on firm fixed effects, year fixed effects, and then also a few beginning of period controls. And basically, what is important to remember is what we are estimating here is basically the net effect of all firms that are exposed to a technology in AI or robotics. So this is not the effect on adopters. This is the joint effect on the industry of adopters and non-adopters. So there will be, of course, most likely benefits, we know from the firm level evidence. There will be benefits for adopting firms, but there's also, of course, for the competitors, there's potential loss, and we can only estimate the net effect. So here's what we see. I have 3 minutes.
Just
yeah, okay, sorry.
Is there a strong correlation between AI patterns and
so there is some. It's about 0.55. We also estimate everything separately to make sure that we are not completely screwing up our estimation. I will show you results jointly because it seems like that the robot patterns are also a quite good way to proxy for other industry influences. But we can also look at this separately. I mean, there are some differences, but not too many.
Christina?
Yeah.
I have a clarification question. Are we talking about plants, firms, or establishments?
So these are establishments.
Establishments.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like the person from the IAB, I don't have the firm structure, even though I think there is something in the making that can identify the firm families at some point, but this is not here. Yeah. Okay. So here, I think this is actually going back to Robert's question. I show you both pictures just when we estimate AI and robot patterns included jointly or separately, just to make sure that you're not too worried about this. But this is basically the effect of the AI grants on employment in these industries that are exposed by skill. So what you see again for robots, you see the typical thing that it reduces low-skilled employment and has negative or maybe even slightly positive effects on high-skilled employment. So this is the classical automation of low-skilled jobs that we already see. When we look at AI grants, the AI patterns, we see actually quite a different picture. We see that both low-skilled and medium-skilled seem to be reduced employment. For high-skilled, it's somewhere not really clear. Somewhere between 0 and 0, I suppose. So there seems to be a tendency to be negative, but it doesn't really show up yet. So I would say again the main message here is, and that's coming from a completely different data set, is that robots replace low-skilled workers. AI seem to be biting into both low-skilled and medium-skilled employment. If we look at wages, we actually see positive effects, and that's could be a productivity gain of those that remain employed. We still have to figure out whether, in principle, this could be explained by selection. If I weed out some of the least productive, let's say, we still have to find a way because we are at the establishment level, so we have to see how we do that. But at least it's also consistent with there are productivity gains also of AI. The final piece of evidence I want to show you is to say, okay, maybe you don't believe my establishment level results, and you say, wow, there are all these other influences. So I will take you to the local labor market level and say, okay, let's have a look at the local labor market level. And what we will do is we will use a shift share design that has been quite becoming quite popular in these spatial analyses, where we basically use the employment structure in 1993 as sort of the definition of how a local labor market is exposed to a particular pattern for coming to an industry. And we use as the change over time the cumulative pattern measures in that industry at the global, at the national level. And that gives us an exposure measure which looks complicated, but it's basically just a combination of these two effects. And then we're going to estimate the changes in employment on our exposure measure for AI patterns and robots, and then local labor market effects and period fixed effects and some other controls. And again, we can talk about the specifics, how this works. I want to show you, just like as if Eduard and me had somehow talked, this is at the district level, our exposure measure for robots and AI. And what you see is that, as before, we have a sort of strong correlation or strong concentration of also AI in the Southwest. But you also see that, yes, there is overlap, but I mean, there are also quite some areas where there is differences. So I guess up here, robots don't play much of a role, but AI seems to play much more of a role up here.
1 more minute.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm almost done. So here, this is at the local labor market level, looking at our exposure measure, which is now constructed as the shift-fair design. And again, we find robots reduce low-skilled employment. This is, I think, what we all agree on. But we also see that AI patterns decrease low-skilled and medium-skilled employment. So again, the third piece of evidence, it seems like AI is moving more to replace also workers higher up in the skill distribution. If we split this up by manufacturing employment and non-manufacturing, which is mostly services, what you basically see is that these effects are strongest in the manufacturing sector at this point. If anything, we see that AI seems to increase employment of the high-skilled in the service sector. But we see the negative effects mostly in manufacturing, both for AI, but also for the robots. Yeah, we do a bunch of robustness. I don't really have time to talk about it. Again, I'm happy to answer more questions or talk in today and tomorrow. So I think, let me conclude. So I think what we see is that AI has increased substantially since 2015, at least how we see it reflected in the patents. And we see that it's more broadly diffused in using industries than robots, which makes sense because we think it's a general purpose technology. It does seem to shift job tasks already. So even within detailed occupations, we see a decline in analytical tasks, mostly abstract tasks, and an increase in routine tasks. And we see negative employment effects that are stronger for the low and medium skilled and mostly concentrated in manufacturing. The wage responses seem to be slightly positive, again with the caveat that I mentioned earlier. So I think what this suggests that at this point, AI, if at all, seems to have a strong automation component because it seems to be mostly replacing at this point some workers. And there might be some productivity gains for remaining workers. And yeah, I hope this is maybe not the last answer because I hope this is not the trend that continues or even speeds up because that would be a bit worrisome. But yeah, I leave it there and thanks for your attention.
Okay, thanks a lot for the very interesting presentation. I'll just do a robot move and also ask a question myself, now that I have the microphone in my hand. So if I understand correctly, you're sort of treating every patent the same way, right? I mean, they're not weighted in any way. So I mean, I think I'm quite sure that you're capturing something that you want to capture with that. I just sort of wondered whether you could have also measure sort of on the disruptiveness of the patent, sort of similar to measure that's graded like for scientific papers, sort of defined by like how much of the previous research they are citing or how commonly they are cited thereafter. So I mean, I think there will be some very, very influential patents and many at the same time will be more sort of incremental changes. So I sort of wondered if you could.
Yeah, no, point well taken. That's actually on our to-do list. And I guess the standard measure is to try and use the citations. Yeah, so I think that's on our to-do list. From what I understand, Fabien, it doesn't really change much in their analysis, so my hope is it will not in our, but yeah, that's on the to-do list.
So I want to ask a question I asked earlier this morning too, to you since you have related results. And again, thinking about the UCL group's work that wasn't shown here that I was mentioning before. Do you think there's any chance that the wages going up are because there were employees that the corporations wanted to move into better jobs but just couldn't because they didn't have anybody to do the routine tasks?
So at this point, I don't have an answer. I mean, I can't give you evidence. I mean, I think I think the wage effects are real because the employment effects. I mean, we also see it for the high skilled. So and we don't see negative employment effects for them. So I think there is some component that is productivity driven, and that of course would imply that there is probably some reshuffling. Also, I think also for the reasons that firms try to maybe keep people with specific knowledge if they trained them and they have some specific thing. But that, I mean, we only would see that in some kind of reallocation analysis, and that's something that we are planning to do, to go at the worker level and then see, you know, if people move, where do they move to, and if they maybe move occupations, where do they go? But that's something, yeah, we are not there yet.
Okay, I think time for one last quick question.
No, this can wait. I mean, okay.
It's quick, go ahead.
Quick. So just in the regression, when you are building a shift share in which you leverage on the employment share in 93, so at the initial the period, at the same time you are controlling for industry share on the table you just showed us. So might just be a clarification, but are you not accounting twice for the same thing in somehow?
So we are wait. So we are looking at. Are we looking at? So I think we're looking at a much more aggregate level industry shares, if I remember right. Yeah. So it's very broad, and the detailed one is actually on the 3-digit level.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Then we're on time. Thanks a lot, Christina, for your presentation. And then we have the next talk by, is it pronounced Lukas?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Okay, nice. By Lukas.
Great. Well, thank you very much to the organizers for putting this paper on the program, and apologies for messing up the program as well. And thank you very much to Robert and everybody else for being so accommodative. I was stuck at Gatwick Airport yesterday, and they experienced an unexpected lack of traffic control staff. So I thought, you know, artificial intelligence or other types of intelligence could perhaps, you know, help them predict such shortages. But in the event, about 15 flights got cancelled, including mine. But anyway, I'm here, so great to be here. And yeah, let me start presenting this paper. So let me start with a bit of a historical perspective. So, you know, technology and the fears that technology brings with it have captivated public for a long time, at least since the start of the Industrial Revolution. So you'll be all familiar with the Luddites Rebellion. About 100 years ago, Keynes already worried about technological unemployment. And periodically in the last several decades, we've experienced this sort of panics when new waves of technologies started coming on stream, like you know, robots, PCs, etc. And obviously now it's, another wave is coming on as well. So recent attitudes towards technologies are also quite you know, full of that concern. So I'm showing you here a chart from a survey of US individuals from 2017, and basically about 3/4 of people say that they think that it's quite realistic that machines are going to do a lot of the tasks, a lot of the work in the future, and about again 3/4 of people are worried about this. And I think the literature kind of gives some substance to these concerns. So you know, the literature has documented the hollowing out and the displacement effect of technology, so far mostly focused on the routine workers. We know that job losses and earnings losses are costly for individual workers. And also I wanted to highlight this more recent literature that suggests that, you know, these technological risks are not only present at the lower end of the income distribution, but also actually are quite pervasive at the top. So people who are highly educated, but also highly skilled perhaps, but also highly specialized, are often subject to these technological shocks. So I think this raises some interesting research questions that I'm going to try to tackle in this paper. So first, you know, does automation of tasks such as the one driven by AI, does it actually raise unemployment in equilibrium? What role does the risk that people seem to be, worried about play in shaping the behavior and equilibrium outcomes? And also conditional on skill, given these uninsurable risks that are so pervasive in the economy, conditional on skill, are differences in wealth important for how people weather these shocks? And I would argue that much of the literature cannot answer these questions directly because there's no explicit analysis of unemployment in the models of automation. Most models focus on the complete markets case, so there's no notion of uninsured risk. And the focus, and rightly so, I guess, but so far has been very much on heterogeneity of skill rather than heterogeneity of wealth. And I should say that, like, a notable exception to this is Martin's paper with Nathan that tackles some of these issues head on, but has a very different focus to what I'm doing here. Okay, so what am I going to do in this paper? I'm going to try to build a model, basically, that's capable of answering some of these questions. This model will feature equilibrium unemployment, incomplete markets, and technological structure where firms can choose what technology to use. And I'm going to rely on this sort of canonical formulations for each of these three components. So there's going to be DMP model of the labor market, the Bewley-Haggett-Ayagari framework for thinking about the asset market, and Zeira Acemoglu, an author task framework for production. And then I'm going to do two things with this framework. First, I'm going to study what I think, I'm going to study an impact of what I call the AI/automation wave. So you will see exactly what I mean by that. Basically, machines are going to become better in a range of tasks. And I'm going to think about, mostly, basically in this exercise, think about the dynamics of wages and unemployment. What turns out to be important in this economy is actually differential response of wages across the wealth distribution. And over the longer term, asset accumulation by workers. So these two things will determine what happens to wages and unemployment, as I'll show you. And then towards the end of my presentation, I'm going to be very quick on the second exercise, but that's more of a work in progress. But basically, here I want to start. So in this exercise, I'm going to focus on is really the automation wave. So suddenly, machines become more productive. In this exercise number 3 here, or in bullet number 3, I want to think about a growth process, which is characterized not only by automation of tasks, but also by creation of new tasks. And I want to ask the question, what happens in the economy that's growing over time if this technological churn is suddenly progressing at a faster rate? And the main mechanism that this exercise sort of highlights is that this sort of heightened technological risk, through its reaction, when it makes the environment more risky, people engage in more precautionary saving, and that has an impact on factor prices. Specifically, it lowers the cost of capital, and it leads to greater adoption of the technology. So kind of people trying to insure against some of the risk actually in the end lower the labor share and lead to greater, more capital intensive economy. I'm going to focus very much on qualitative aspects of this model. This is very much work in progress in terms of, properly calibrating or estimating some of the components of this model. So I'm very much qualitative presentation today, but where I'm hoping to go is exactly sort of sizing up these mechanisms using data. Okay. All right, so that's my intro. So let's just jump straight into the framework. Let me first give you kind of a high-level overview before I get you lost on the details. So this is going to be a continuous time dynamic general equilibrium model, but basically, there's two sets of agents that I want you to think about. There's going to be households and there's going to be firms, okay? Like in any macro model, I guess. Households are ex ante homogeneous, so I'm going to abstract from skill heterogeneity completely. This is, again, for quantitative evaluation, I think it's going to be important. Today, everybody's the same at the start, kind of before the economy starts. But exposed people are going to be heterogeneous because they're going to experience different shocks, and some people will be unemployed, some people will be employed. They will accumulate different levels of wealth. They will earn different wages, and they will also experience productivity shocks, although for most of the paper are basically abstract from these productivity shocks. They only come in, these idiosyncratic productivity shocks only come in this last exercise that I'll talk about. Okay, so what else do households do? They consume, they work when they're employed, or they search for jobs, and they're ultimate owners of the capital stock and the firms. Okay, so basically the main decision that they take is how much to save versus consume. Intermediate firms, there's going to be a task-based structure in this economy, and there's going to be many firms within each task in the economy. And the main choice that the firms are going to make is whether to produce with more capital-intensive or labor-intensive technology. If they produce with the labor-intensive technology, then they have to enter this frictional labor market. They have to post vacancies, hire workers, retain them by paying them enough money. If they produce with capital, they need to rent it at some rental rate plus depreciation. All right, and then the equilibrium of the model is basically equilibrium in two markets: the asset market, where households aggregate saving, finance the capital owned by firms and firm equity, and the labor market, where there's such frictions and there's going to be traditional, standard free entry to vacancy creation, as in the textbook model. Okay, so let me now talk about the most important details of the model. So in terms of technology, there's going to be a Cobb-Douglas aggregator over the task. So for now, I'm going to fix the task spectrum to be between 0 and 1. Output is just the aggregate of individual outputs of task J. And so from this, we get that the demand for task J is inversely related to its price. And there's this ideal price condition that's going to be useful in a moment, which says that basically the sum of log of all prices is equal to 0, right? So you just plug in demand to this, you get the ideal price condition. All the action really is in the production of these Ys. So the technology here is again the standard sort of task-based framework where firms can choose whether to produce with labor or with capital, as long as tasks are technologically automated, right? So tasks between 0 and mu are going to be automated, or automatable, I should say, and firms can choose whether to produce with labor or capital. Some tasks might not be possible to do them with capital, and so the firm doesn't have a choice. It needs to produce them with workers. Gamma is the capital requirement of task J, so I'm going to assume that this is increasing in J without loss of generality. So basically, when you look at this task spectrum, it's the tasks to the left in which capital is most productive. Tasks to the right is the labor that has comparative advantage in them. I'm actually, for all of the talk today, I'm going to focus on a case where this technological constraint mu isn't binding. I analyzed the binding case in a paper, but for my mechanisms, it's much more interesting to think about a non-binding case when it's the factor prices that determine the equilibrium automation. And speaking of that, let's think about how do firms decide, whether to use capital-intensive or labor-intensive technology. At the individual firm level, in this model, this is actually quite a complicated problem, because the firm needs to compare the cost of renting the machine versus expected labor costs, which are very much endogenous and depend on all these labor market frictions, right? So firms need to post vacancies, retain workers, etc. It's much easier actually to solve this problem at the macro level using this ideal price condition that I mentioned earlier. And the logic here is that the perfect competition within each task drives the price of each task to the cost of production, and at the equilibrium, at the task that is at the first task that is produced with the labor technology, the firms must be basically indifferent between producing with labor or with capital, and so we get this equality here from this condition, and then what comes out of this basically is that despite this whole structure of the labor market, the equilibrium automation, this M star, which is basically the index of the last task that's produced with capital, okay, is essentially a function only of the interest rate. So and this is a decreasing function. So the lower the cost of capital, the higher is going to be the adoption of robots or of technology. Okay, so what if, so we know, so given R, we're going to know what the technologies, what the chosen technologies are for these different firms. So let's suppose the firm chooses to produce with the labor-intensive technology. It needs to go to the labor market and hire workers. And basically, this is standard DMP textbook model, so I don't have much time to go through the details, but basically, all of it is super standard. There's going to be a CRS, a constant returns to scale matching function, some cost of vacancy posting. We can define tightness in the usual way as the ratio of vacancies to unemployment. Then we have the vacancy filling rate and job finding rate that you can see here on the slide. The interesting part in this model is going to come from wage determination. So I'm going to talk about that in a couple of slides. Let me just also point out that separations here in this model, there's going to be some exogenous component, so your match will be hit by exogenous separations, but also there'll be endogenous separations in this model, because when firms automate production, they fire workers and they take on a machine. And so you see M dot here, the change over time in this threshold M. Is there a question, Simon?
Thank you so much. Fascinating paper. I was just wondering, are all of these automation-driven separations going to be efficient, or will there be rents left on the table, for example, for workers that regret having been laid off?
It's a good question. I haven't thought about that. So you mean like whether the worker could go to the firm and say, actually, like cut my wage, exactly, but keep me on? Mm-hmm. It's a good question. I haven't thought about that. I need to think about it. Yeah.
I had a very related question.
Yeah.
So this is the crux of the mechanism, right? Like if everything was exogenous, then automation would not increase individual risk.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's right. That's right. So through this, automation increases individual risk because at least on the when M is constant, we're in steady state. M dot is 0, and so you're left with no. But on the balanced growth path, when this constant automation. This is going to, this is the mechanism through which individual risk increases due to technology. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Great. So unemployed people produce H at home, and there's going to be some value functions in the usual piece of readers textbook notation. So let me actually show you very briefly the Bellman equations. So the Bellman equations are standard, except that in the textbook model, you have risk neutrality, and so there's no maximization here. It's just wage normally of the for the worker. Here, this worker actually chooses the consumption versus saving over time, subject to the flow budget constraint and, importantly, the borrowing constraint. So remember, there's going to be incomplete markets. These consumers face some borrowing constraints, and so they can be very poor and not be able to finance their consumption. Okay, this similar structure for the unemployed worker, except that you have age instead of wages in the budget constraint. And the important thing here is also that wages are a function of assets, and I'm going to explain why in the next slide. Okay, and you can see the separation rates and the job finding rates. I hope this kind of makes sense. Then there's also HJB equations for the filled job and for vacancy. So the job is worth there's some price that this producer is selling the product at. There's the wage that needs to pay the worker. This job value is actually going to change as the workers become poorer or richer in the asset sense. And again, this comes from the dependence of wage on assets, which we're going to come on to in a moment. And then finally, vacancies. The value of the vacancy is the cost that you have to pay, so negative of the cost, plus the expected value of the job of the worker that you hire. And here we have to integrate over all the pool of the unemployed workers, right? So if I post a vacancy, one of these unemployed workers is going to come to me, but I don't know whether they're going to be rich or poor in the asset sense. Okay, so this is the wage determination. So in some sense, it's a textbook thing, right? So there's going to be Nash bargaining or some other type of bargaining because we have risk. Because we break from risk neutrality, the different wage bargaining protocols actually deliver kind of different answers. So I think it's useful to explore alternatives. So there's the Nash bargaining here at the top. I also consider this egalitarian bargaining, which makes wages in equilibrium, a more responsive to individual wealth. So it's a matter of kind of calibration, basically, of how much you think individual wealth matters for wages in terms of which bargaining protocol you would prefer. But in terms of the channels that I'm going to highlight, definitely this egalitarian bargaining protocol, which splits the surplus sort of equally between the two parties, it delivers more of these quantitatively stronger results for what I'm going to show you. Okay, the equilibrium. There's free entry to vacancy creation, and let me just highlight the equilibrium in the asset market. What is the equilibrium in the asset market? It is that all the saving that households have accumulated, this big integral here, finances firms' capital stock and the value of their equity. Okay? Okay. So let me now show you my two exercises. So the first is this AI wave. So what's going on here? So basically the left panel shows just the shock that I'm putting in the model. So we are going basically from the blue line. This is the gamma J function. So it's basically capital requirement for task J. You required this much capital before to perform any task. Now you require the green line. So the lower this line is, the more productive capital is. Okay? So what's happening in equilibrium in terms of the prices? Well, capital becomes cheaper, and so prices of the goods that are produced with capital are lower, and so more tasks are going to be carried out with capital. So we see this shift to the right of this equilibrium automation threshold. So this is basically an automation shock driven by this more productive, say, AI or capital. Relative to capital, labor is becoming more, more valuable in a way, right? So this is this productivity effect. Essentially, the area between the blue and the green here needs to be in equilibrium equal to the area between the green and the blue here. So the two need to add up together. That's the ideal price condition. So capital becoming cheaper, it's great. It's a big productivity boost. Workers gain because, or not workers, manual sector, labor sector gains because, that's the productivity gain basically. And then the question is, how is that productivity gain going to be split between firms and workers, okay? And this is going to happen through bargaining in this model. And I definitely don't have time to talk you through all three panels of this figure. So let me just focus on the on the right panel here, okay? So what it shows you in the black line is the wage response of employed people across the wealth distribution. So what it shows is that for the asset-rich workers, they're basically like close to perfect pass-through, okay, of productivity, of these productivity gains into their wages. Okay, so wages are higher for the rich workers. Now for people close to the borrowing constraint, wages actually fall as a result of this. Okay, and what's the story? What's the mechanism? How does the model generate this? So the firms basically they sell irrespectively of how asset rich or poor the worker is, they sell a more expensive product. So there's some gains to share. The thing is that the sensitivity of these surpluses over which workers and firms bargain is just much higher for the people close to the borrowing constraint. What it means is basically you need to, in order to shift the value of being employed versus unemployed for people close to the borrowing constraint, you only need to give them a little bit of money, okay? Not if the firm doesn't need to give them a big raise, okay? And so that generates this kind of, the fact that the green is not a rectangle here, but it sort of drops close to the constraint, okay? But given this drops, the workers in this model, they see this drop, and they don't want to be in this region, right? This is a bad region because you get bigger wage inequality. So the workers try to escape that region, and basically that exacerbates the problem. Because how do you escape that region? Well, you really need a job, and start earning and save your way out of that. Save your way out of that position. But if you really need a job, you're willing to take a pay cut. And basically, that's the story behind this behind why this wage is
Lucas, can I just ask, we had the question earlier about sort of the demographic change. I'm sort of translating this now into this bargaining situation into the real world. So the more outside options the workers have, in an aging society, or the more the bargaining power is, you'd say the bargaining over the surplus changes. Is that an interpretation that we could take away, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about
the borrowing constraint is kind of a little bit of a, I don't know if that's in the real world the main issue. No, it's like you'd say like loosen the borrowing constraint, give them more, but that's not kind of what we look at from a policy perspective here, no?
No, so I think what this said, well, so there's no demographics at all in the model. I agree. Like at a high level, it's all about the outside option. So, and it's all about that sort of, how bad is it to be unemployed? Demographics definitely changes these outside options, and you could enrich this model to incorporate that. I think the story here is that basically, there's some people who who don't have much of a buffer, okay, and so they're going to spend. This is bargaining, but in the real world, there's also going to be a duration of job search, for example, right? So how long are you going to be looking for your next job? You're going to be looking very short period of time if your asset position isn't looking great. And there's direct empirical evidence on that. And that will, in equilibrium, that will translate, not directly through bargaining, but through some, through basically a similar channel into lower wages. So that's another way of thinking about it.
Have around 0 minutes left.
Okay. So I've done really badly. Okay. So let me just finish this exercise and. Okay. So basically, there's two forces that then determine what happens to unemployment, what happens to vacancy creation. On the one hand, for any level of workers' assets, firms are more profitable. Okay, because they get some of the surplus from that higher productivity. They obviously get more for the poor workers. So in this model, firms love to hire poor workers, okay, because they don't need to pay them that much. On the other hand, in equilibrium, people are going to save out of that region, okay? So job value goes up for every level of workers' asset, but over time, the entire distribution of workers shifts in this economy, okay? And this is probably not the most realistic feature of this model, but basically what it generates is just like much wealthier people who have over time have accumulated this capital, okay? So this is the dynamics of it. You start with this distribution, and over time you move towards the warmer colors, okay? This is what happens to wages. So wages drop initially. And so what you see as an end result, I don't have much time to explain this, but as an end result, look at what happens to unemployment rate. You have this spike when firms first, fire all these workers because they want to hire all this capital, right? But very quickly, basically immediately, there's a very strong period of job creation that overwhelms. So over this period, firms are still firing workers and getting machines in. But this is completely overwhelmed in terms of unemployment space by the fact that firms are much more profitable, and so they hire workers at lower wages. Okay, but over time, as the distribution of assets shifts to the right, workers' outside option, their bargaining position increases because they're wealthier, and so over time, actually, unemployment rises back. Okay, so that's the story. And then, do we have 30 seconds to? No. Okay, so the next exercise is this balanced growth path, but just very briefly, okay, what I want to do here is the riskiness increases, okay? So imagine an economy where we suddenly we automate more tasks and we invent more tasks simultaneously. The labor share, in principle, would be unchanged because we're just increasing the pace of it. In this model, there's more richer interaction that comes into play. Basically, this higher technological churning leads to more saving in equilibrium, leads to this shift in the asset supply curve. This is the Ayagari diagram that I don't have time to explain, but basically, people save more. Okay, and what you observe in equilibrium then is a drop in the interest rate and only a small increase in capital to output ratio, but a big drop in the labor share. Okay, and this is all driven by this sort of technological trend. So people worried about capital technologies kind of makes capital technologies more prevalent in equilibrium. All right, so I'm out of time. I just want to leave you with the message that technical change is a messy process, and our growth models don't take, don't really do justice, I think, to the risks and uncertainties that technological change brings. This is the first attempt to kind of try to account for that, and there's some interesting mechanisms linking macro to inequality, but also inequality to macro. Okay, sorry for running over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Definitely the coolest looking graph so far, I think, in terms of colors. I think it's almost 2 o'clock. If you have one shorter question, maybe, otherwise okay, let's have 2 questions.
Mine is very short. On the after the unemployment shock, it moves back up. You had a timeline with quarters. Did I see correctly that we're only crossing the zero after something like 40 quarters, like 10 years?
Yeah.
So, because I'm a political scientist. In the long run, we're all dead. But in 10 years, nobody's in office who is responsible for this change.
No, that is fair. So. But it's also kind of clear, in the model sense, it's clear why this transition is quite slow. The transition is all about, the movement of the wealth distribution. And so it's the people saving decision, accumulating over time, making them richer. Now, I think, we know that these sort of models always predict slow transitions. We also know how to fix that, make it more realistic. One way would be to incorporate, capital gains and asset prices in this model. So the way, initial wealth distribution in this model, because there's no asset prices, doesn't change on impact at all. But normally, if you have this technological change, there's big shifts in the prices today, and wealth distribution changes straight away. So I think that's one way through which I would think about the speed of this transition. I wouldn't as I said, like the quantitative, I don't want you. I would rather leave you with the qualitative rather than quantitative at this point. So sorry.
So I loved your talk. I like the way you're thinking a lot. I very much appreciate people that are looking at previous automation things and the shifts. Have you actually tried to match this model to any of the data? I'm wondering if you can account for example, like these crashing savings rates and in the U.S. or anything with like where we are in the phases of these models.
So the answer is that's work in progress. I think one, for sure, the wealth distribution looks anything like that in the data, right? So, and again, that's going to be, the wealth distribution plays an important role here. And so for quantitative aspects, we need to move kind of beyond the textbook Ayagari framework to something that, delivers a Pareto tail in the wealth distribution and a lot of people close to the constraint. And so these sort of capital dissipation shocks or death shocks are one way to do this. And then I think we can match the start with matching wealth distribution a lot more closely. And then the quantitative implications of this model are going to be much easier to bring to the data. So I'm working on that, but yeah, it's not ready yet. Yeah.
I think an interest. Okay. I think I can't say no to you.
Oh, that's fine. You can obviously. If you had a more complicated asset structure, give us an idea, speculate how we should save to insure against an AI shock.
Okay, so that's a great question. So here, assets are homogeneous. There's homogeneous capital and firm equity, and there's arbitrage between them, so they have the same return. Now, one interesting aspect of it is that if you fear your own technological unemployment, you can hedge this by shorting your own kind of company, if you like, and going long in the company that's producing the robots that might replace you, right? And so I think that's kind of how you would do it. And anecdotally, I mean, there's kind of anecdotes in the papers that radiologists that read X-ray images, they invest in companies that develop AI that might replace this radiologist. And all these disruptive firms, they face basically unlimited, as far as I can tell, unlimited stream of money that's coming their way that allows them to do all sorts of R&D and into that. So kind of thinking about these savings being more channeled towards these particular assets is definitely something that I think would be very interesting to do and could add quantitative bite to some of these results, I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you then.
Thank you.
12 minutes for the break. Thank you.
I'll share, and we'll have another number 2 over there again. So, welcome back. Come on. So, in the textbook, you usually start with theory and then proceed to the applications. We decided to do it the other way around, but I think although we have now a theory session, it's very much theory with applications. So I'm really looking forward to this. And yeah, where we are fit in exactly. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Vincenzo Di Nicolo from the University of Bologna. He'll present a paper on artificial intelligence, algorithmic recommendations, and competitions. You have 30 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us. Now, most of the papers today so far have focused on the impact of AI on the labor market. Maybe they were general equilibrium model, but the engine of that models was the labor market. This paper and the other papers in these sessions are different because they focus instead on product markets. So we are interested in understanding, and in particular, in the case, at least this paper, in the case in which these product markets are imperfectly competitive. So we are interested in understanding how AI impacts the degree of market power of firms and the way firms may abuse of any market powers that they have. And there are different ways in which AI can affect the market power and the way the market power of firms. For example, in previous work with the same set of co-authors, we've looked at the way in which AI may change the pricing of firms with the adoption of pricing algorithms and the possibility of algorithmic collusion. I think that Tobias is going to talk about that today later. This paper is different, however, because we are going to look at a different kind of algorithms which are called recommender system. So recommender system are algorithms that collect user ratings on a set of items and on the basis of those ratings try to predict how much a user will like an item that he or she has not tried yet. So that is the problem of estimation that this recommender system, these algorithms try and solve. And our objective, of course, with these estimations then, platforms typically, which are employing this recommender system, may provide recommendations, personalized recommendation to users. Okay, so they may tell a user, look, we believe that that is the items that would suit you most. And those recommendations have an impact on consumer demand. And having an impact on consumer demand, they can affect first market power. Okay? In particular, these recommendations may affect the elasticity of demand, and as we all know, the elasticity of demand determines the market power of firms. So in this framework, the questions that we're going to address is whether recommender system will lead firms to increase prices when recommendations are not biased, when they are not manipulated. And we also look at, and actually my presentation today is going to focus precisely about the second problem here, that is the impact on prices. However, in the paper, which is now available as a CEPR discussion paper, we also look at another question, that is whether platforms may have an incentive to manipulate the recommendations, that is to recommend a product different from the one that the algorithm estimates as the best one for the consumer, and what is the impact of this manipulation. But as I said, I'm going to skip that part of the analysis today. Now, to give you just a preview of the results, there are platforms such as Netflix, for example, where the subscription platform essentially, where the prices of individual products are set to 0. You only pay a fixed fee. Okay? So here, it doesn't make sense to ask what is the impact of the recommender system on prices, but we can address the issue of its impact on market concentration, okay? Which is another way to measure the possible anti-competitive effects of recommender system. And we do find that recommender system lead to an increase in market concentration. They lead to an increase in the consumption of mass products and a decrease in the consumption of niche products. Then we turn to platforms such as Amazon, where products are priced by the sellers, and there we find that a recommender system lead to an increase in prices. Okay? So there is indeed an anti-competitive effect. There are reasons to worry about a recommender system. However, recommender system also improve the matching between products and consumers. And by improving the matching, they also reduce the need for consumers to engage in costly search. And these pro-competitive effects are typically stronger than the anti-competitive effects on prices. So overall, what we find is that for reasonable parameter values, recommender system increase consumer surplus. However, we also consider what happens when recommender system have access to different levels and quality of information. And we find that as the information that the recommender system have access to improves, prices increase. Okay? And as a result of that, there is an inverted U-shaped relationship between the amount of information that recommender system have access to and consumer surplus. That is, initially, as you increase the information that platforms platforms have, consumers gain, okay? But eventually, you reach a point where more information, giving the platforms more information, leads to a reduction in consumer surplus, which means that there may be scope for regulation that limits the amount of information about individual consumers that platforms should have access to. Okay? Because besides, protecting privacy, these kind of regulations may also lead to lower prices to such an extent that consumers are better off. Okay? So that is basically what you find in the bottom line of the paper. Now, an obvious question is, how do we model a recommender system? How do we conceptualize a recommender system? And actually, we spent a lot of time in discussing this issue, and eventually we settled to this way of thinking of the recommender system. So we embed recommender systems into a model of search, where consumers must inspect products to learn about products' characteristics. And in this framework, the recommendations provided by the platform basically direct the search of consumers. They create what in the I/O literature is called prominence. Okay? Prominence means that instead of starting your search arbitrarily, randomly, you start from a particular product. And differently, however, from the standard literature on search, on prominence, where the same product is prominent for all consumers, with the recommender system, prominence will be personalized. So these recommendations are personalized, are tailored to each specific individual. So each individual will get a different recommendation, and therefore we start his or her search from potentially a different product. Okay? And that makes a lot of difference, because our results are quite different from those derived in the general literature on prominence. Okay? Now, as I said, what recommender systems do is to provide some information, imperfect information, as we will see, to consumers about possible match values. Okay? So to assess the impact of recommender system, we must keep other information constant. Okay? Sometimes you hear claims about the effects of the internet, for example, on niche products, okay? The famous long tail hypothesis. But what people mean by internet is a combination of things, okay? Because internet means that consumers are aware of more products, that they may get to know the prices of these products more easily, okay? And these are effects that we want to abstract from, because we want to focus on the specific function of a recommender system, which is to provide an estimation of the match value. So we must keep the consideration set and the information about prices constant to make a proper comparison. Okay? Of course, there are different ways of doing that. What we do is we take as our benchmark a standard model of search in I/O, the Wolinski and Anderson and Renault model. This is a model where consumers know what products are available. They do not know the match values, that is the characteristic of the products, nor the prices. So to learn match values and prices, they have to inspect the product, and inspecting the product implies that they pay a search cost. Okay, so that is our benchmark. Compared to that benchmark, in that benchmark, of course, consumers would start their search in a purely random way. All products are similar to them ex ante, okay, so they have no clue of where to start the search from. When they instead get a recommendation from the platform, they would start their search from that product. However, that doesn't mean that they would necessarily purchase that product, okay, or consume that product. They inspect it, they learn, they get an assessment of the match value, and then they can choose whether to continue to search or to accept the recommendation of the platform. Okay? Let me keep this. Now, what we do in terms of methods is we code an algorithm, we code a recommender system, we create a computer simulated marketplace, and we deploy our recommender system into this artificial framework, and we analyze numerically. Okay, it's a way to conduct a kind of experiment. We determine numerically what are the effects of this recommender system. The recommender system that we study is of the same type as the winner of the Netflix prize. So it is a latent factor collaborative filtering algorithms. Collaborative filtering is a more general class than the one that we look at. Basically, the idea of collaborative filtering recommender system is that these algorithms exploit the correlation among users and products. That is, they estimate to what extent consumers are similar or dissimilar from each other, and products are similar or dissimilar from each other. And on the basis of this estimation, they try to predict what is the match value for a consumer of a product that he hasn't tried yet. Now, that implies that we need to have a model of consumer preferences and product characteristics that does exhibit this kind of systematic pattern, that exhibit correlations, positive and negative correlation, which the recommender system can leverage on in order to make sensible prediction. Because if you used a standard model, the model of search of Wolinski and Anderson and Renault, where individual preferences are entirely idiosyncratic, then recommender system would be valueless. Okay? So we need to change the model, the underlying model of product differentiation. In particular, the specific kind of algorithms that we look at posit that items are described by a number of factors. Okay, it's called the latent factor algorithm. By the way, this was the winner of the Netflix prize in 2009, but in the computer science literature, these algorithms are still regarded state of the art. Okay? And they posit that the assessment by consumer I of product J is the inner product of two vectors, a vectors of consumers' evaluations of each characteristic. You can think of the factors as different dimensions of product quality. Okay? So the TIK is how consumer I values dimension K of the quality of the product. And the VJK is how much quality of type K is embedded in product J. Okay? So basically, the algorithm uses the R that he has access to. This may be reported assessment by the consumers, okay? Or they may be implicit assessment. So for example, a platform may be able to see whether take Netflix, whether the consumer to whom a certain product has been recommended has started to watch the movie and has watched the movie until the end or not, okay? So among the extensions, we consider the case in which reports are made on a Likert scale. And this example would be an example of a two-level Likert scale. Okay? So either 0 and 1. Okay, so once you have estimated the T's and the V's, okay, and these are estimated jointly. So often in I/O, it is assumed that product characteristics are known and consumer tastes are not known. Okay? Instead, what these recommender systems do is to estimate both simultaneously. Once you have an estimation of these T's and V's, then you can predict what the match values are and make a recommendation based on that prediction. Yeah.
So it's just like a principal component analysis, or is it different, and how?
It's not really principal component analysis.
Why?
It's, I'm not a statistician, but I'm told it is not. Okay. So there should be Sergio here to ask all the difficult question about the algorithm. I'm an I/O person, so this is more familiar ground for me. So that is an example where there are only two factors. Okay, a point here, when it represents a consumer, the coordinates of the point mean how much the consumer values each of the two factors. Okay, and when the point represents a product, it means how much of each factor is embedded into the product. So that is the case of purely horizontal price discrimination, when both consumers and products are located on this segment of the unit circle. Okay? This is the case of purely vertical differentiation. Consumers are still located on the unit circle, but products are located along the square. So this product is best for all consumers. Whereas when differentiation is horizontal, this product is best for the consumer who is located exactly at that point. Okay? So even when product differentiation is purely horizontal, the center product stands out because there is more demand for the center product. Okay? Think of the case in which there are only 3 products. 2 located on the axis and 1 in a central position. So the peripheral products will have less demand than the central product. When there is some vertical component in product differentiation, there is one more reason why the central product is better, that is, as a higher market share, that is, it is of better quality. Okay? So The central product stands for the mass product in this framework, and the peripheral product stands for the niche products. Okay? So one thing we can see, so this is important. In our baseline framework, we have 800 products and 24,000 consumers. Okay? However, not all these 800 products belong to the same market. So they all share the same latent factor. The willingness to pay for these products is given by the same structure. Okay? But when it comes to determining when products are substitute or not, that is a different matter. Okay? And then we define markets as the set of products which are substitute, such that each consumer buys only one product in the market. Okay? So in our baseline analysis, we have, as I said, 800 products, but the market comprises only 19 of these 800 products, so there is a number of markets. Think of Amazon. There are many different products sold on Amazon, which belong to different markets, but Amazon may exploit your rating of a certain product to infer what your preferences are about possibly products that belongs to different markets. So this is the impact on market concentration where prices are nil, such as for subscription platform. Okay? You see market concentration increases, okay, significantly, some cases by 250%. Okay? And this, we show, is the result of a decrease in the market share of peripheral products. So in our model, there is a reverse long tail effect. We do not have a long tail effect. We have the opposite of a long tail effect. Okay? Maybe some of you are familiar with this debate, especially in marketing, about the superstar effect or the long tail effect. And what we find is that there is a strong superstar effect, that is, the mass product, the central product, is strongly favored by the recommender system. Peripheral products, the niche products, are disfavored. So this is our finding on market concentration, but as I said, most interesting part of our analysis, I believe, is about equilibrium prices. Okay? So we assume that each of the 19 products in our market is supplied by a different firm, okay? And each firm sets the price. Each firm anticipates the way in which the recommendation of the recommender system will change the demand function. So firms have rational expectations about the demand function. And therefore, because the recommender system induces changes in the demand function, it makes firms change their prices. And here is the price change. Price increases. Okay? The price increase is in the range of 10 to 20%. Okay? Actually, we normalize the cost to zero. So you should interpret this 10, 20% increase as the increase in the price cost margin, not the final price. Okay? If it were a final price, in many cases, it would be huge. Okay? 10 to 20% increase in the price cost margin is more reasonable, quite substantial nevertheless. Okay? However, consumer surplus increases. Why does consumer surplus increase? Because there is a better match. Okay? These recommendations are valuable to consumers. And because these recommendations are valuable, not only consumers end up purchasing a product that is best for them more often, but they also search less. They have less need of searching because it is more likely that the product that is recommended to them is indeed so good as to induce them not to search any further. Okay? Of course, search is optimal in this model. Like pricing is optimal, everybody is optimizing. Then we consider a number of extensions of our baseline framework, okay, which all lead to a change in the amount of information that the platform has. Okay? For example, in our model, there may be some noise in the reporting. It is when the consumer reports the match value, okay, there may be a shock in the reporting and noise in the reporting. Or the reporting may be made on a Likert scale with different levels. Or we may change the density of the matrix of observed data. Importantly, I didn't say this, but it is very important. Typically, this recommender system have access to a very small fraction of ratings. Okay? In the Netflix price, the density of the matrix was 1.2%. That is, the algorithms would know only 1.2% of the possible match values. Okay? You can change this. You can change the number of products and consumers. Now, when you do this, you realize one thing, that here we have the level of information, which is measured by what consumer surplus would be with zero prices. Okay? So that would reflect only the quality of the recommendations made by the recommender system. And you see that as the information increases, prices increase. Okay? And the prices increase more than proportionally. So this is a convex function, which implies that when you calculate consumer surplus, it basically is the difference between the variable on the horizontal axis and the price on the vertical axis. What you get is an inverted U-shaped relationship. So here, this is our baseline case. Okay? So to the extent that our baseline case is quote-unquote realistic, that suggests that we may already be in the downward sloping part of this curve, meaning that it may be welfare increasing to cut the level of information that the platform has access to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Niccolo. Great talk. There's a question over there.
Yeah, so thank you for the talk really concretely. So yesterday I was shopping on Amazon. I was looking for an Apple charger, and I was recommended everything but the Apple charger I was looking for, with an emphasis on high margin products and low quality products, but not necessarily concentrated. It wasn't one brand. It was a bunch of made up brands I'd never heard of. What sort of nuances are necessary in your model to capture this sort of behavior?
Well, first of all, as I said, there is a part of our analysis which looks at the way in which the platforms may manipulate the recommendations. So, for example, Amazon may have an incentive to over-recommend products that they themselves supply, okay, instead of products of independent supplier. Second, in our model, we actually assume that consumers are homogeneous income-wise, meaning that their total willingness to pay is constant. And of course, it would be interesting to understand what happens when consumers are heterogeneous in terms of income, and therefore they may be more or less willing to trade off utility with prices. But that is not something that we haven't done yet.
I might just have missed it, but in your model, do you have specific assumptions on the supply side? So in the very end, what's the motivation for Netflix to pay, what was it, 1 million euros for a price that helps to increase consumer surplus? So shouldn't they be more interested in
of course, platforms have an incentive to increase consumer surplus because, I mean, we consider a monopolistic platform in our analysis. But even with a monopolistic platform, participation may be endogenous. So the number of consumers who use a platform may depend on what values the platform is able to provide to consumers. And that is even more important when there are competing platforms.
We have time for one last question.
So I was wondering whether you could say a bit more about the type of regulations that you have in mind. So you kind of mentioned reducing information available to the platforms, but another one would be which I don't know if they're the same or not in the model, to regulate the algorithms to force the firms to, so for instance, add some noise. So they can't just be the optimal algorithm that you have here, but it needs to be an algorithm plus some noise.
Yeah, to be honest, that is something that is an important issue, but it's something that we have not thought of very much so far. So one thing that we would like to do is what happens if, for example, the regulatory constraint is that the platform should recommend the same product to all consumers. Okay, so this is something that we can do with our machinery, so to speak, but we have to think more of this.
Thanks. Well on time. Thank you again, Vincenzo. Very insightful. Next one is Jessie Liu, who had probably the longest distance to travel, but did not spend most time on her travel since Lukas got all his problems. But we're looking forward to your talk on asymmetric impact of AI matching on influencer marketing implications for platform revenue.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you so much for including my paper in this program. And actually, this paper is related to what Vecino just presented. It's also about some sort of recommender system, but in a very specific domain in the influencer marketing area, which is becoming, I think, the most trendy thing in the world of marketing. And this, I'm an assistant professor at the Johns Hopkins University, and I'm interested in not only just influencer marketing and matching, but also platform design and media censorship in autocracy and content moderation in democracies. So I'm happy to chat with anyone who are interested in those areas as well. So this paper is joined with E. Liu from University of Wisconsin-Madison, and we are actively revising the paper, so any suggestions would be very much appreciated. And for those of you who are not familiar with what is so-called influencer marketing, is basically nowadays, especially for the younger generations, people no longer watch TV, okay, no TV ads, they are not exposed to even to those TV ads. When they consider what to buy, either they, buy it on Amazon with the recommended items, right? Or they follow YouTubers on YouTube or follow Instagrammers who recommended products to them. So, for example, 34% of the Instagram users are said to have bought something because their influencer recommended it. And not only this has becoming a huge trend, but for platforms, they actually extract revenue from these influencer marketing campaigns because they typically charge a proportional fee to the commission generated through these campaigns. That's why they care about this influencer marketing, and that's why AI actually starts to take a role in this domain, as I will talk about in a few minutes. So I would say this is not a question of when marketers would adopt influencer marketing, but rather, not whether, but rather when, if they have not already done so, because if you look at the trend, basically by now, I think the majority of the marketers have used the influencers as the major way to promote their products. Okay? And the biggest problem, though, for them in this whole domain is to find the right influencers. So why the fit between brands and influencer matters so much? You can imagine, right, if a brand tries to promote simplicity and privacy, probably Kim Kardashian is not the influencer that they want to work with, even though, a lot of brands are fighting to work with Kardashian because she has a lot of influence on her followers. But the fit is very critical that we have so many influencers on those social media platforms. It is really hard for them to manually, locate the one that is the best for them. That's why nowadays a lot of the platforms, including YouTube and TikTok, for example, have started to develop this this algorithm that try to pair the brands with influencers. So, for example, like if a sports brand like Nike, right, tries to locate a sports influencer, then the algorithm would, after feeding into like the target customers, would recommend a list of influencers to Nike with the listed prices as well, for them to consider who to work with. Okay. And as I said, one of the largest company in China and I would say in the US, like TikTok, the parent company has been developing this AI technology since 2018, and it's launched its program, I think, around late December in 2018. And YouTube also offered this service called Brand Connect around 2020 that match influencers with the brands. So, you may think like this is a wonderful, right, advancement in this technology, and everybody should, welcome it. And there are some executives actually who have expressed concerns about this type of AI because they're worried about this type of AI may generate some campaign errors. But our paper takes a step back and asks the following question: like, let's say this AI can be as perfect as possible. It can help you target the exact influencers with the exact target customers that you're looking for. Would it be still ideal for the platform to actually, do that, to improve its AI to such an extent that it, provide the perfect prediction? And our analysis shows that although, right, the AI does lift the matching efficiency, as you may imagine, and the sales performance, that leads to influencers having the ability to charge higher prices, as well as more more players in the market, including influencers and marketers. But at the same time, we identified an aspect of this AI that is, I think, less studied and ignored up to this point, that AI can actually change the competitive landscape of influencers, especially in terms of their pricing power. And that might pose a threat to the platform's revenue in general. And I will explain in detail how it works and through the lens of our theoretical model, what would be the exact component that contributes to this effect. And before I go into the model and talk about the intuitions, I just want to briefly kind of mention why our paper differs from a lot of the existing papers, like on algorithm design and so on. For example, there are a lot of papers, right, talking about how resolving search frictions in online markets impact the downstream players' incentives and behaviors. Our paper differs from this strand of literature in the sense that we focus on, instead of matching the product and the consumers directly, we focus on matching the brands and influencer. And why is that important? Because imagine you're a user, right, going on YouTube, and YouTube recommend a video to you, and you click on it. You may or may not find it interesting, right? If you find it interesting, then you may subscribe to the channel, and the next time the same YouTuber can recommend, you will be more likely to watch the video of that YouTuber, and then you become the part of the private, what we call the private user pool of this influencer, instead of being in the public user pool, and your choice mostly rely on the platform's recommendation. And this is not something, the public user pool and private user pool is not something that we made up. We actually talked to some of the CEOs of this biggest Chinese influencer marketing company, and they are very specific in terms of the design of AI and training of AI in the brand influencer matching versus the recommender system in the influencer and user matching. Okay. Our paper, therefore, focus on, how resolving match uncertainty would impact, right, the marketers and the influencers' decisions when it comes to indirectly targeting users. Okay, and it will become more clear. Hopefully, I'll come back to this contribution a little bit more towards the end of my talk. How this indirect channel is important and different. So we built a theoretical model with massive consumers with heterogeneous interests in a representative product category, and we assume that they're located on a unit circle, and we have massive influencers who are heterogeneous in the sense that their followers can either be like a niche group with very narrow interests, or they can be very general, like Kim Kardashian, whose followers basically have very heterogeneous interests, right? And we capture this aspect by this parameter n. And on the other hand, we have massive marketers who share the same target consumers in this product category, located at 0, which will become clear in the next slide. I have this visual representation of this unit circle. And the marketers will incur a fixed cost of launching this influencer marketing campaign. And again, they are heterogeneous in terms of how costly it is for them to launch these campaigns. And we assume that, so this revenue function captures the expected revenue for a specific brand or marketer to collaborate with a influencer with a certain content broadness that is centered around X. So this equation basically captures the fact that if the matched influencer's follower is located closer to your target group, then the expected revenue will be higher. And the more people that are closer to your target group, the higher the revenue. And on the other hand, if your followers are very disinterested in this product by being very further away located, then this revenue will go down. So this is basically the unit circle, and the target consumer is normalized to be located at 0. And we model this AI-based service as follows. So we assume that there is a bias between 0 and 1/2 that captures how much further away the AI will recommend to the brands the influencers with a group of followers. And so this X hat basically captures the core follower of that recommended influencer. So as you see, if the AI is perfect, if this kappa is 0, that means the AI will find you exactly the influencer with the core follower located exactly at this target group, okay? And we characterize this game as the timing of the game as follows. So first of all, the platform will set an AI with a certain accuracy, and with that accuracy, it will recommend a set of influencers to each brand. And given this recommendation, each influencer proposes a take it or leave it price to collaborate with marketers in a competitive markets. And the price is seen by everyone, it's common knowledge. And each brand will, given the prices, will choose whether to participate and buy the paid endorsement from at most one influencer. And then finally, the platform and influencers share the price of influencer campaigns at a commission rate that is set by the platform. And that's why the platform cares about all of these. We assume this take it or leave it prices because in reality, that is what happens. This is just a screenshot of one of the AI technology that I mentioned in one of the platforms. Basically, if you input your target customer's characteristics, this is basically a list of influencers that you will get from this AI algorithm. You not only see how many followers they have, their basic category, but also they propose the prices. It's not the brand that sets the price. Okay. So in our model, we define equilibrium as follows. Basically, for each influencer, of course, they have to propose a price that maximizes their expected utility. And for every participating marketer, it will choose an influencer at a price, right, that, again, maximizes its profits. And this implies buying from other influencers will be less preferable. Okay. And every non-participating marketer will obtain a non-positive utility from buying endorsement from any influencer. So this basically says not every marketer and influencer actually participate in this market, and we capture this by using this market clearing condition, which says the massive influencers who work with the brands are equal. The massive influencers who participate are equal to the mass of marketers who participate in this campaign, so that the market clears. And that determines the prices in equilibrium, basically. So our main proposition or the main takeaway is that the platform's revenue is not always a monotonic function of the AI prediction accuracy, meaning that in some cases, it may even prefer not to improve its AI because it hurts its revenue. Okay? And this specifically happens when the followers' density falls below a threshold. Basically, that shows when there are moderately amount of influencers that are participating in this market, this AI is more likely to backfire for the platform. So the intuition is as follows. We can imagine, right, two types of influencers. One, like the Kim Kardashian type, who almost have, millions of followers that have very heterogeneous interests, and another influencer who only focus on horses, let's say. Then if you're a brand who want to find the target customers who are interested in horses, of course, AI will help you more, right, than if you want to work with Kim Kardashian. So like what we characterize here is that the more niche, more niche influencers will be more sensitive to AI accuracy, whereas the more general influencers, right, they are, although they also benefit from a better AI, they will be less sensitive to this improvement. And this heterogeneous effect of AI on different types of influencer is the source of the competition among influencers. At the end of the day, right, the AI improves matching. Yes, it gives you higher probability to lift your prices. On the other hand, the influx of more niche influencers actually forces those more general ones to lower their prices. And that is the competition effect here that I highlighted. And the overall effect on equilibrium prices is less clear, and it depends on the type of influencer you are in the market. Okay. And just a quick graph that explains the intuition is that with the AI, actually in the market, there will be less price dispersion, exactly because of the competition effect. And this graph basically shows that the price before is steeper than the price after. And the total revenue for the platform is basically the area under this curve, because they take commission of all the prices, essentially, right? So whether or not the area is larger or smaller after the AI, is being improved is not so clear. And we show that, so that's why in some cases AI actually may backfire. And in one of the two of the extensions, we also show that if the platform choose to set the commission, it does not necessarily always want to increase the commission. Sometimes it does, even when the revenue declines, just to ease the competition effects. And in other cases, it may prefer to prioritize facilitating the market expansion and take advantage of the AI lifting matching efficiency. And in those cases, it may prefer to lower the commission rate. So it really depends on the AI accuracy. And we also show that if the influencer's opportunity cost is positively correlated with the number of followers, then the AI improvement may hurt the platform's revenue regardless of whether it sets the commission fee optimally. Okay. So just to summarize quickly, and I'll take some questions, the main takeaway is actually pretty straightforward, is that we show through a theoretical model that improving this brand influencer matching AI is not always in the platform's best interest because it can hurt the platform's revenue. And three main effects are behind this mechanism. It lifts the matching, and also leads to a greater market, but at the same time also intensify price competition, leading to less price dispersion. And we just finally, we show that optimally adjusting the commission fee not necessarily always mitigate the negative impact of this AI backfire. And I think our paper's main contribution is that we, through microfounding this brand influencer matching process, we identified this asymmetric impact of AI on different types of influencers. Okay, and that is why targeting indirectly through targeting consumers indirectly through influencers actually is different from, when brand directly target customers, there's actually a response from the influencer side that needs to be taken into effect. And that'll be all, and happy to take any questions. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Fascinating talk. Yeah. We have quite some time for questions, right?
Oh, nice paper. What I'm concerned about is your assumption that the platform charges a royalty rate on the revenue of the influencer. Because, this assumption is standard in agency models. But, if you think of Amazon and what it charges to sellers, okay, it does charge a fraction of the revenue.
Right.
But that's because Amazon can observe the revenue of the sellers, because all transactions take place on the platform, and therefore the platform can monitor the revenue exactly.
Right.
Now here, I wonder whether the platform can actually observe the contract between the marketer and the influencer, given that that contract doesn't take place on the platform itself, and therefore it may be not easy to observe. So do you have any evidence that platforms have access to that kind of information? What would change in your model if platforms had to resort to some other kind of contracts?
Yeah, great question. So that actually is related to the institutional detail of this influencer marketing. At least among the platforms that we have investigated, they do observe the, so first of all, the influencer campaign happens on the platform. So they have, the platform is aware of the exact transactions and the history of the transactions. So they do observe, when it happens. And also the prices, some of the contracts may be negotiated between the influencer and the brands, but it mostly happens for the very, very big, even celebrity influencers. Relative to the more niche ones or the smaller ones, as I showed in the picture, it's basically the influencer proposes the prices and then you take it or leave it. If you agreed to work with this person, then you have to pay actually 5% to 20% a commission to the platform. It's written in the on platform's guideline. Yeah.
Hi. Wonderful talk. I really enjoy the way you're thinking about this whole thing. I was wondering about the extent to which, again, like I've asked before, you've looked at this empirically. Does it motivate why recommenders are so poor? And I'm wondering whether you think that the platforms are actually doing similar modeling, or if they're just using heuristics will end up being under-motivated to perfect their...
Yeah, that's actually very thought-provoking question, which I've been asked in the past as well, and I've been thinking about it, we've been thinking about it as well in our own research, is I think there are many reasons why the platform may not want to improve their AI, and this mechanism is basically one of them that we suggested, and we have talked to the manager who are responsible for this AI team, and at this stage, their main concern is probably not whether or not to improve their AI, but rather whether their algorithm is good enough to generate the results they're looking for, because it is a very complicated process to match influencers with brands, because they not only need to look at the matching between the followers and the brands, but also the content, like the content of the influencers, is also another kind of aspect that the AI needs to consider, probably not at this stage, but they're working on this. So I guess my answer to your question is that at this stage, I don't think they're operationally thinking about this. We are kind of one step ahead, but there are kind of many misalignment between the platform and the players on the platforms, including the brands and the influencers, and that may cause the inefficiency of AI improvement or their disincentives of developing AI even. Yeah.
Super interesting stuff. Two questions I have. One is, so the way you model things are all the firms are, the products are all atomistic over the circle, but then I was wondering whether, in reality, you kind of have, Pepsi and Coca-Cola, and maybe something else, and then, like, you can, once I match with LeBron, Coca-Cola, Pepsi cannot match with LeBron anymore, because, then that would, for obvious reasons. So I wonder whether you thought about that.
Yeah.
And then one quick one.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm sure you two or whatever, they're doing the optimal pricing, but just from the matter of the theory, so if I understood correctly, the only thing that they're choosing is the price per given the price that they set, then they take a cut of that.
Yeah.
But and then you get this result of. But then if you had kind of like a two-part tariff, where you first have a flat, you just take a cut from everyone, and then you adjust at the margin. Wouldn't that tell you that maybe, you want to make the algorithm as good as possible? You extract a lot of the surplus just from the first part, and then at the margin you adjust the second part of the tariff?
Yeah, very important questions. Thank you. So the first question is about. Okay, I'll answer the second question first. The second question is about whether a different price structure, right, would affect these results, especially the two-part tariffs with a flat rate plus a proportional commission, right? So we have actually looked into that as well. If we do allow for the flat rate and the commission, it doesn't change our main results, actually, mainly because the structure is such that the competition between the niche and general influencers, it still persists regardless of this pricing structure. But in reality, I do agree with you that it's a mixture of the two. Actually, it's not just the commission, just a pure commission, but sometimes the platform do charge a flat fee. Yeah. And the second question is about the competition, right, between brands for the influencer. So far in our model, we assume one influencer can only endorse one marketer. So that kind of restricts and kind of is in line with what you mentioned. But I think what you had in mind is if two brands are competing for consumers' attention, right, like Pepsi versus Coke, then the collaboration with one influencer precludes the other, right, the other brands basically working with the same influencer, therefore reaching the same group of consumers. So that actually, first of all, it is consistent with our model here, but if we want to relax this assumption in the sense that if we do want to allow for both Pepsi and Coke to work with the same influencer maybe in different times, then it actually makes the result even stronger in the sense that you can imagine those big brands. Before the improvement of AI, they would only look for those big influencers because they're not only aware of them. But now, let's say Pepsi and Coke have slightly different target consumers. Now with the AI, they can find the niche ones that actually reduce the competition between these brands and therefore making the niche ones more attractive. And that will further aggravate the competition between influencers. Yeah.
So my question goes a little bit beyond the model. So with AI advancing, what do you need the platforms for? I mean, right now, in the status quo ante before AI, they provide a service that improves the matching and helps to overcome information asymmetries. And now AI makes this process more efficient. So why don't I skip the platforms and just sell the AI directly to the brands?
That's a great question. There are third parties that are offering exactly this kind of AI nowadays. Now, the question is whether those AIs are as good as the platform proposed, because I think it's more of a question of whether you have better data, like whether the platform itself has a better data relative to the third parties who may not have direct access to the transaction history of those influencers and brands, right? So again, I think there's less conflict between or misalignment of incentives between third parties and influencers, but at the same time, they may offer less less ideal AIs. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Okay, sorry guys, time's up. No, I'm really sorry. I mean, it's now. You can certainly have a chat later on over a coffee or so. Thanks again very much. And then now Tobias Werner will finish the session with his talk on algorithmic and human collusion.
Yeah, first of all. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, so hi also from my side again to everyone here. My name is Tobias Werner, as I said already. I'm at the Center for Humans and Machines, which is actually here in Berlin at the Max Planck Institute for Human Development. Yeah, so 30 minutes from here in Dahlem. And today I want to present you a paper which is titled Algorithmic and Human Collusion. Yeah, so very much in the spirit of the presentations that we saw already. Yeah, this is also a talk in competition economics and I/O. And so this talk is about autonomous pricing algorithms. Yeah, and we see autonomous pricing algorithms really being on the rise in various different industries, like for instance, travel industry, retail, also gasoline market, where more and more, so to say, there's this outsourcing from humans to pricing algorithms. Yeah, so what human pricing managers would do in the past, those decisions have often been outsourced to algorithms. And while in the past, those algorithms have often been rule-based, yeah, where the rules are again programmed by a pricing manager, so basically in this certain demand situation, price a product according to rule X, Y, Z, there's this evolution towards self-learning algorithms. Yeah? So the algorithm learns by itself how to price a product in a certain situation without explicitly being instructed to follow a certain strategy. Yeah. And with this increase in concerns regarding, like with this increase in popularity, there have been also an increase in concerns regarding potential anti-competitive effects of self-learning algorithms. Yeah, so competition authorities, but also legal scholars are worried that, okay, self-learning algorithms could also learn to collude on non-competitive prices. Yeah, so essentially that algorithms catalyze the market without explicit communication, but also without explicitly being instructed by the firm to follow this collusive strategy. And there's also some backup in those claims, yeah, in simulation studies, particularly by Emilio Cavani and courses, and among those courses also Vincenzo, and also by Timo Klein, that use simulations to show, okay, algorithms, self-learning algorithms can actually learn to collude. And so my paper starts from the observation that, okay, there's a bit of a gap in the discussion about algorithmic collusion, right? Because if we look at the literature, if we look at empirical industrial organization, also if we look at experimental economics, we see that tasted collusion, yeah, so collusion without explicit communication between two parties, that this is actually well documented, right? We see this, for instance, like in this paper here by Miller-Weinberg, that look at the beer market, yeah, using structural approach, so to say, to identify like coordinative effects in this market. And also in experimental economics, here I cite 2 meta-studies, one by Christoph Engel and one by Hossmann et al., that also show like using experimental methods, so experiments with actual humans. Also here, always depending on like the market parameterizations, also collusion amongst humans is very much possible. Yeah, so my point is here then to drive home the claim that algorithms hurt market outcomes, yeah, that tacit collusion among algorithms is something back in terms of market outcomes. We have to consider an appropriate counterfactual, right? We have to say, okay, algorithms are more or less collusive than humans to actually make a statement about like the implications that they will have on market outcomes. And then secondly also, if we look at most modern markets, there's very few examples where there's like purely algorithmic markets or purely human markets, especially in digital markets, of course. But often you have this type of interaction of humans and algorithms pricing at the very same time in the same environment. Yeah? And so also this observation, okay, algorithms can be collusive amongst themselves, might not necessarily extrapolate to environments where humans and algorithms interact with one another in the very same market environment. Yeah? So if we acknowledge this, also we would have to look at, so I call them here like mixed markets, so interaction between humans and machines in the same environment. And this then leads me to my research questions, which are first, do algorithms foster tacit collusion? Yeah, so you could also rephrase it in the sense of asking, okay, like, are algorithms more collusive than humans? And then secondly also, what is the market outcome if humans and algorithms interact in the very same environment? Yeah, to do this, follow a 2-step approach here, where in the first step I do simulation studies with, again, popular self-learning pricing algorithms. Yeah, this is very similar to this aforementioned paper by Emilio Cavano and Vincenzo, where I consider Q-learning algorithms in a simulated market environment. The market environment here, in comparison like to other papers in the literature, is a bit more stylized. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I want to do also experiments with humans, so it has to be an environment that's also, so to say, that you can use in an experimental market game. And also, I mean, another neat thing about this more stylized market environment is that it allows me to actually analyze strategies. Yeah? So game theoretic strategies that algorithms learn, but then also that humans learn in this game to play against those algorithms, essentially. Yeah, and then already, I mentioned this already, I will conduct also market experiments on the second step, where then either humans compete against humans in those market experiments, but also self-learned algorithms against humans again, yeah, so to have the full array, so to say, of market compositions and to derive clear counterfactuals of do algorithms foster collusion or not in this environment, yeah. Okay. For market environment, I mean, very classical market environment, if you've read any papers on experimental market games, yeah, quite a stylized environment, to be fair. Yeah, it's like a prisoner's dilemma, which is like a larger action space, you could say, where you have price competition in homogeneous goods. Market consists of 2 or 3 firms. Yeah, so this would be treatment parameters. We'll come to this in a couple of slides. And then also treatment parameter is if the firm in this market is either represented by a human or by a Q-learning algorithm. Yeah, so this would be another treatment variation that we discuss in a moment. Then you have 60 computerized consumers with inelastic unit demand and a reservation price of 4. And then, as I said, yeah, prices are just integers from 0 to 5, yeah, set of integers from 0 to 5. And the market is shared in each round amongst the firm with the lowest price. Yeah, so again, yeah, in experimental economics, in experimental market games, it's a very standard environment. Exactly, and this will be the same environment for algorithms and humans in all simulations and all experiments and so on and so forth. Okay, yeah, so for pricing algorithms, I consider Q-learning algorithms following the literature here. Q-learning algorithms developed like in the late 80s, early 90s, are essentially like learning algorithms to solve like Markov decision processes with an ex-ante unknown environment. So what does this mean is essentially that those algorithms, they try to, I mean, I always say like, it's not entirely correct, but more or less correct, they try to solve a Bellman equation without knowing what's going on. Yeah, so for instance, we heard like macro talks today that write up a Bellman equation. They would usually assume that to the agent in this macro model, state transition probabilities are known. For instance, yeah, in Q-learning, the algorithm is born into this environment without any prior knowledge of this environment and has to learn everything by itself. Yeah? While Q-learning, it's very much like studied now in I/O and competition economics literature. I think good reasons for this. So first of all, I think we can argue that more complex algorithms borrow a lot of ideas from Q-learning. Yeah, Q-learning is an old algorithm, but then at the end of the day, if you look at those algorithms that, I don't know, learn to play 2D video games, learn to play the game of Go, those very much, so to say, are are Q-learning, or like form of Q-learning with a like neural network put on top. Yeah, so I think also quite a relevant algorithm. And then at the same time, yeah, Q-learning in this tabular form, as you will see, is more tractable and also interpretable from an economic view. at the end of the day, what Q-learning algorithm tries to do is like to estimate like solution to a Beraja equation, which we of course deal with a lot in economics. And then also at the end of the day, you get like a nice, so to say, state action mapping out of this, which then allows you to actually understand strategies that those algorithms learn. Yeah. And this, I mean, are good reasons, I think, why we look at an algorithm that's published in late 90s. So actually, like Peede, he's, I mean, he was his PhD student, Christopher Watkins, and they did the convergence proof together in like stationary environments. He's now director also at a Max Planck Institute in Tübingen for cybernetics, and I met him like recently at a conference and told him that like in I/O now we study Q-learning. He was very supportive and was like, yeah, after 30 years, also economists jump on this train. So yeah. Okay, yeah. I don't go too much into detail on Q-learning today. What I want to do is like give you like a very broad overview of like how reinforcement learning in general works, and also to fix some notation going forward. Yeah. So if you open up a textbook on reinforcement learning, often like this type of figure will hit you, where you have an agent-environment interaction. Yeah, and an agent is essentially in our setup, like in my setup here, a pricing algorithm that observes some state of the environment, ST, and by observing, like conditionally observing some state of C, picks an action AT, which then triggers a response from the environment. Yeah, and the environment here is the market environment with other pricing algorithms in it. Yeah, and the response, so to say, by environment is continuation state and a reward signal, yeah, which is revalued. And then, like in this iterative interaction, yeah, the agent again observes the state, again picks an action, and again receives continuation state and a reward for picking this action in this state. And now the objective of the algorithm is, on a high level, arguably, to obtain approximation of the stream of future discounted rewards. Yeah? And then to develop a decision rule, like which actions to pick in which state to maximize the stream of future discounted rewards. Yeah? If you have any questions at any point, of course, feel free to interrupt me, right? Okay, yeah. As said, right, I mean, in the backup slide, I have like more details on Q-learning, and if you have, I mean, very happy to discuss those things. I think it would like be a bit too much for like 30 minutes. But I mean, some ideas we have to like agree upon that are important for the presentation. Yeah, so we talked about actions, like what does the algorithm actually choose? Yeah, and here I think given that we talk about pricing algorithms, it's fair to assume that an action is equivalent to a price. Yeah, so action set is equivalent to a price set. And then also, what does the algorithm condition upon? Yeah, so what is the state of the environment? And here I follow the literature in assuming that, so to say, the state is given by the set of prices from the past period. Yeah, so this would be the price of firm 1 in period t minus 1. And then what you could do, of course, is like expand this memory, right? Like this is just a memory 1 strategy. You condition only on the prices from the past period. And then you could do memory 2, memory 3, and so on and so forth. A couple of reasons why I don't do this here in this paper. So first of all, other papers have done this. Yeah, have done robustness checks on like larger memory. Also doesn't change too much, changes some things, but nothing dramatically. And then also what I like is as a nice motivation also is we don't give, so to say, the algorithm here like a slow start in a sense, yeah, because also humans, they don't do anything else than memory 1. Yeah, if we look at game theoretical strategies that humans like to play in those games, it's very much memory 1. Yeah. Then a reward signal, yeah, so the feedback, so to say, the algorithm gets about how valuable it was to pick a certain action in a certain state will be just the economic profit in this game. And then algorithms learn in the same environment at the same time and set prices simultaneously. And now one important point is that whenever, so to say, we have the situation in this paper on this presentation where algorithms interact with humans in the same environment, we will have an algorithm that has learned offline, quote unquote. Yeah. So what does this mean is essentially that the algorithm is trained in a simulated market environment, yeah, learns, and then it's deployed to the actual market environment where it's then playing against a human player. Yeah. Might sound restrictive at first glance. You might think, okay, like why don't you let the algorithm learn in the actual experiment against the human? Couple of reasons again why I think this is not the appropriate approach. First of all, Q-learning is a rather slow learning algorithm, yeah, so it would just not be feasible in this environment at least. And then secondly also, if we look at the most popular reinforcement learning applications, here offline learning is really the main go-to thing, yeah, because I think like a company can, so to say, evaluate the algorithm, like the performance of the algorithm before it's being deployed to the market, and this is why I also follow this approach here. Okay, before we come to results, yeah, let's fix some ideas about treatments and also about the procedure. So those are then all treatments that I consider in this paper, where here in the one dimension we have the number of human players, and in the other dimension we have the number of algorithmic agents. And then in the top left we would have 3H, 0A, which would be 3 humans, 0 algorithms. Yeah, so this would be an experiment without any algorithmic interaction, just a market game, like a classical experimental market game. Then in the bottom right we would have 0 humans and 3 algorithms. Yeah, so this would be a simulation study. And then in the middle also we have here this interaction of 1 human, for instance here, being matched with 1 algorithm. Yeah, so to have a full array up to 3 fair markets of like fully human, fully algorithmic, and also the interaction between both. Okay. Before we come to results, some details about the procedure that are important. Yeah, so this is a repeated game with a continuation probability of 95%. So, I mean, you've all like considered like infinitely repeated games, and then like in experimental economics you have this problem somewhat that you have an infinitely repeated game with a certain discount rate, and then I mean when you go to the lab or like you do an online experiment, you realize, hey, like time is a finite resource here, so we have to so to say find a way to reduce this to finite time. And then what you can show like theoretically is that if you consider a game with a continuation probability of 95%, so you play the stage game and then you have a 95% probability that another round is being played, you can show that this is equivalent to playing an infinitely repeated game with a certain discount rate. Yeah, and I use this type of morphism here for my experiments as well. 3 super games, yeah, so we not only consider repeated game, but we also consider here repetition in the repeated game. Then fixed group is in each super game, and the humans are still paid when algorithms take a decision to keep like social preferences the same across treatments between subject design and programmed in O3 and yeah, done online actually in the lab. Okay, so for results, yeah, this is one of the main figures of the presentation and also of the paper, where we have here on the left side 2 firm markets, and on the right 3 firm markets, and then in gray we have humans, and in blue we have algorithms, and this is now focusing on human and algorithmic collusion. Yeah, so if fully human markets are more or less collusive than fully algorithmic markets. Yeah, so no interaction between humans and algorithms here in this figure, and we have here 3 bars for 2 firm markets and also 3 bars for 3 firm markets for humans, because as I said, I repeat the repeated game. Yeah, those are super games to observe learning effects also for humans. Exactly. Yeah. So first, let's focus on the blue bars. Let's focus on this blue bar for 2 firm markets and on this blue bar for 3 firm markets. And what we see here is that the stage Nash equilibrium is 1, that algorithms learn to play prices that are above the stage Nash equilibrium. And this is also, if we look at the strategies that the algorithms learn, I don't have this figure here, but if we look at the strategies that they learn, this is not purely myopic behavior, but this is actually they learn trigger strategies that support those price levels in equilibrium. Yeah? And this is somewhat of a replication that we've seen in literature for like a different market environment, that algorithms can learn to collude. Then let's focus on 2 firm markets now. Yeah, and let's compare blue bars to the blue bar to the gray bars. Yeah, and here we see that algorithms are more collusive than humans in 2 firm markets. Yeah, independently of which are more collusive than humans. In 3 firm markets, it's a bit of a different story, right? If we compare this blue bar here for 3 firm markets to those gray bars here, we see, okay, by the way, those are standard deviations. This is not confidence intervals, yeah, so no eyeballing of significance here. That in the first 2 super games, algorithms are more collusive than humans. But once, so to say, humans, yeah, you see this increase across super games for humans, yeah, that humans learn, so to say, to be collusive, and like once they reach the last super game, they are on par, so to say, with algorithms. Yeah. So here, really, algorithms are more collusive than 3 firm markets, only if humans are inexperienced. Yeah, I skipped number effects. And then what I didn't talk about yet is like mixed markets, right? So interaction between humans and machines. And this we have here now, where here we have 2 firm markets, and here we have 3 firm markets. And then we have here 2 humans, 1 human, 1 algorithm, and 2 algorithms. Yeah, this is now pooled across all super games for the humans. And so what do we see here is essentially we have 2 humans. Yeah, we take out 1 human, replace it with 1 algorithm. Prices stay the same. Yeah, I mean, we see the variance increase. I hope I have time to talk about this, why we see this increase in variance. And then again, yeah, what we see already on the earlier slide, market price increase if all firms use an algorithm in duopolies. Yeah. So here, like in a duopoly, yeah, I mean, if we think about adoption incentives, yeah, let's say I'm a firm that doesn't use a pricing algorithm, like what do? and I'm like, okay, like probably the other party in the market does not use an algorithm. Should I adopt or should I not adopt? Here, I mean, if I'm risk neutral, I should adopt, right? Because at the end of the day, adopting doesn't hurt, but if both of us adopt, we will gain, so to say, by colluding in this market. Yeah, so again, here in true for markets, we see this anti-competitive effect, the pro-collusive effect. In triopolis, yeah, so in three for markets, it's a bit of a different story again. Yeah, if we have 3 humans, we take out 1 human, replace it with an algorithm, market price actually decrease, and then the more we replace humans with algorithms, here market prices increase. And then what I do in the paper, I'm not sure if I have too much time here, if I have too much time to talk about this, yeah, to explain this heterogeneity, right? Explain those error bars here, and explain also here this drop in prices in 2 human, 1 algorithm markets. Because here what's neat about this environment is that, okay, I mean, I can analyze strategies that algorithms learn. And they learn like a type of win, stay, lose, shift strategy. Yeah, win, stay, lose, shift. If you remember this from your game theory classes, it's like a strategy very popular in like iterated prisoner's dilemma, popularized by Martin Nowak and Sigmund in the 90s, where you cooperate. If both of you cooperate in the previous period, you punish any deviations by playing stage game Nash, and you revert back to the monopoly price if and only if both of you again played, so to say, the stage game Nash. Yeah, and this makes collusion incentive compatible in the sense that yeah, it's non-myopic behavior that the algorithms learn, right? It's actually like, so to say, like equilibrium behavior that they learn. And then, of course, to explain heterogeneity, the question becomes like, if algorithms tend to learn the strategy, like which type of strategy do humans learn to play against those algorithms, right? And I think here we can agree on 3 strategies that are like the most popular, let's say, or the most sensible, where you can cooperate with the algorithm, right? You play just a monopoly price throughout. You can try to exploit the algorithm, and you can try to defect. Yeah, or not try to defect, always defect. Yeah, always play stage game Nash. Cooperation and defection, I think, clear. How can you exploit the algorithm? You can play like cycle strategies, essentially. Yeah, so once you understood how the algorithm works, once you, so to say, played against this algorithm for a couple of super games, what you can understand is that, okay, if I play a price cycle of just below the monopoly price, immediately stage game Nash, and then just below the monopoly price again, I play like a price cycle that can be, so to say, worded as exploitative. However, it's not in my best interest to do that. Yeah, it's actually like, yeah, it's I should cooperate with the algorithm in 2 firm markets. In 3 firm markets, it's slightly better than cooperation, but really just so slightly in terms of like numerical values. And then in the paper, I use like strategy frequency estimation method, which again is a method from experimental economics to understand, so to say, which type of strategies people use from a population. Yeah, it's essentially try to estimate a mixture model here. And then what we find is that most people always cooperate with the algorithm. Some try to exploit it, however. This is the same across treatments, across treatments in the sense that it's the same for 2 and 3 firm markets. Exactly. Yeah, and then also to understand, so to say, like this drop here, right? We have 3 humans and we take out 1 human and replace with an algorithm. Prices drop. What happens here? I think if you think about the strategy, win, stay, lose, shift, or like the set of strategies that I can play, yeah, it's also quite intuitive in the sense that now 2 humans have to agree on 1 strategy to play against 1 algorithm, right? So you can play cooperation, you can play exploitation, but they fail to do so, and hence they end up like always defecting, which then drives down market prices and has actually this pro-competitive effect here. Yeah, to wrap up, 1 minute. So let's just summarize quickly. Market prices, we saw that in duopolies are weakly increasing in the number of firms with an algorithm. In 3 firm markets, algorithms weaken competition if most firms use one, and humans lack experience. Yeah, so we see that once we increase the market size only by 1, it's already not such a clear-cut statement that we can make in the sense of like algorithms hurt market outcomes in this environment here. Yeah, and then for implications like tying back to the motivation that I sketched out at the beginning, yeah, we see that results highlight that there are potential anti-competitive effects of self-learning algorithms, and those are especially pronounced in duopolies. Yeah, we see this especially in duopolies. And then like the findings offer some experimental support in a stylus environment, arguably, but some experimental support for like the regulatory concerns that there can be anti-competitive effects of algorithms, and that algorithms can be, in certain scenarios, more collusive than humans. Thank you.
So much, Tobias. This was fascinating. Now you're definitely first.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Okay, so I get why you might not want to do the online training in the sort of in the mixed case. But what you've created then is a scenario in which the humans are exposed to the algorithms via the super game, but the algorithms are never actually exposed to the human behavior, which is probably unrealistic even in a static deployment setup. Do you have any intuition as to what would happen if the algorithms gained learning experience even sort of ahead of time with the human behavior? And then a tiny follow-up question is that what's the distribution in terms of, say, the Calvino profit gain metric for human outcomes versus the algorithmic outcomes in terms of how much profit?
Profit is just a one-to-one mapping from prices, essentially.
But there's a winner, right, in the games?
Yeah, so, I mean...
in each round of the games? So it's not necessarily the case that...
So, for instance, I mean, what you see here is, for instance, like in one human, one algorithm market, right, you see that there's, so to say, some gain and some lose. So this we see for sure, right, because some people, so to say, fail either to cooperate with the algorithm and some cooperate all the time, or some try to exploit it. And then, I mean, you see essentially like a group is here and another group is here, which then increases variance, right? Yeah. In this case, it is, yeah. Okay, yeah. On average, you asked about distribution, true. On average, it's just, I mean, a mapping, but... And then, with respect to the first question, in terms of like offline learning, online learning, so I think you can, like, I can answer your question from two angles. I think, like, if we look at a lot of reinforcement applications in practice that are actually where, for instance, algorithms play against humans, often there's this argument, okay, that, I mean, those algorithms, yeah, they learn amongst themselves, which often leads to strategies and type of like behavior that is better than when being trained on human data. Yeah. Then, however, what I would argue here is that, I mean, a like straightforward extension of this would be something like, which is then maybe closer to real-world market environments where, so to say, a firm trains its algorithm, deploys it to the market, evaluates, so to say, its behavior, and then redeploys it. And this would be a natural extension. I think this is one of like the first step, but could be very interesting to look at that. Yeah, thank you.
Two questions of clarification. The first one is when you train the algorithms, of course, in the triopoly case, you use the same experimentation and the learning parameter as in the duopoly case or not?
No. Exactly. So for the others in Q-learning, you have to fix certain parameters that determine, so to say, the learning behavior of algorithms. And what I do in the paper is, so to say, take the perspective of a firm that would want to deploy an algorithm and argue, okay, a firm would want this algorithm to be profitable, but also non-exploitable in the sense that when this algorithm faces other participants that are not this algorithm which it learned against, that this behavior should extrapolate well. And then I define like a measure, which I had to skip in this presentation here, but very happy to talk about this. And so to say that it picks, like the firm picks those parameters in a non-myopic way, and those parameters are then different for 2-firm markets and 3-firm markets.
I see. The second question is, maybe you said this, but I must have missed. Of course, you can, design the algorithm in such a way that they have memory 1, but how can you ensure that humans have not a longer memory? Yeah,
exactly. I mean, fair point. I mean, I make myself life easy here in a sense that so this would be a problem for those strategies here, right? That, so to say, humans condition also on like a longer memory, right? And arguably, this exploit strategy is more than, it's actually memory 1 to be fair. But given that they play against a fixed limit strategy in this setup here, so to say, there are only so many strategies that make sense, right? I mean, they could, of course, play like random price cycles and so on and so forth, but I focus here on the last super game where I argue then that humans understood to some degree how this algorithm works and then try to evaluate, so to say, the strategies that humans use against like those strategies that make sense. Lies within this set of strategies, exactly. So in like for a strategy frequency estimation method, which I use here, which is like, I mean, AR paper from Dabo-Fréchette, they consider like many different, so to say, classes of like state machines essentially, and then try to estimate this population, like population frequencies from those type of strategies. But a lot of strategies don't make sense, so to say, when playing against a fixed strategy. So that's how I reduce it. And they find for prisoner's dilemma, not against algorithms, that memory one strategies dominate the space of strategies that humans use. Yeah.
I want to ask a question. Thank you for a great talk. I want to ask a question similar to who I asked the previous talk.
Yeah.
So if you were modeling, individual investors that were just playing the stock market, then you could kind of do a direct mapping here. But if you're thinking about actually institutions that are somehow learning appropriate strategies, which would you think that it strikes me that your algorithms might actually be a better model of an institution than your individual people.
You mean like in terms of like using those algorithms to model behavior of agents in an economy in general, or?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. If the agents are individual humans, then you would do a direct mapping. But if the agents are investment companies or just ordinary companies trying to set prices or whatever, then presumably they would be kind of algorithmic in the way they did that, because it's some kind of combined strategy, corporate strategy. So I'm wondering which you would expect to be able to test your model against.
Like which type of institution I would consider like.
Or whether you would expect them to play like a human or like an algorithm.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, maybe we can discuss this later on a bit, but at the end of the day, I think like a nice analogy, I'm not sure if you're getting at this, but a nice analogy, I think, to all of this type of reinforcement learning agents in economic environments would also be, I think, which is a bit looked down upon for also different reasons in economics, is like agent-based modeling, which you could argue that this is a form of agent-based modeling, where the agents maybe are a bit smarter than the average agent in like an agent-based model. Maybe this would be an analogy, but about institution, I think we can discuss this afterwards, maybe to specify this a bit. But thank you. Yeah.
Thanks again, Tobias. So time's up. It was a great talk. Thanks to all the speakers for a wonderful session. Thanks to you for your participation. We have 30 minutes of well-deserved coffee break, and then we'll reunite at 4:15 for Marianne Sam's final talk for today. Thanks.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We are super excited to close off the scientific part of today's first day of what has been super illuminating to me anyways, and to understand many of you, as I learned during the conversations during the break, with a keynote by Marianne Sam on AI substituting labor. And Marianne is a professor of economics, in particular digital economics, at ZBW and the University of Hamburg. And she graduated from the University of Frankfurt with a PhD in Habilitation, and has really broad-ranging work, in particular in macroeconomics, on clean and dirty energy inputs. A lot of her work has looked at growth models and the factors of that ICT and directed technical change play in shaping the growth trajectories of countries. And today, we are so delighted to have her here to give kind of an overview talk at, what do you call it, 30,000 feet on, where we stand in terms of AI and the labor market. So thank you very much, and please join me in welcoming Marianne. Thank you very much, and welcome.
Thank you so much, Simon, for the nice introduction, and thank you for inviting me to the organizer. So, as Simon said, I'm working at the ZBW Leibniz Information Center for Economics in Hamburg, and also at the University of Hamburg. And our institution has two sites, one in Hamburg and one in Kiel. And in Kiel, we are neighbors with the EFW, who's one of the organizers. So I'm really glad to meet my colleagues here. AI substituting labor, what do we know? I already know more than I knew this morning. I've seen really exciting new papers that I hadn't known yet, and that for that reason also are not yet included in that overview. When I talked to Robert, what I would talk about today, I said I've worked a lot on macro, on factor substitution, on ICT, but not that much actually on AI. I've won a paper on robots, but I thought that it would be too specific for that closing talk. So the talk here is a bit more eclectic, so it's not the kind of thing that I will send to a journal in 2 months, and if you worry whether maybe referees won't like it, it's not that kind of piece that I would send to a top journal. But I think, at least for me, in my research process, I from time to time, I engage also in more overview, brainstorming activities, and I hope that after all the great research we've seen today, it's maybe a bit inspiring and maybe a good time to spend between all the hard work and the dinner, to take a look with me at what do we know and what can we know. So I will actually start from the basics, because for me it was important to take first a look at what AI actually is, and I think it's not yet that clear-cut a concept. And then I will recall some basic elements, how AI labor substitution is modeled, and then briefly touch the evidence, some of which we've seen today, and then take a look also at the future. Now, it may seem straightforward to define AI in theoretical models. You usually make an assumption what AI can do in your specific model, what it can perform or substitute or whatever, and then often the complexity comes then in the effects of AI in that model. For me, now it was at first sight not very obvious to empirically measure AI as a factor of production. Now, as over the past week and the morning today, I delved into the literature, it became clearer to me, but I think there's still scope for some reflection on that. So I will give an overview of how AI is conceptualized in research on factor substitution between AI, which I consider here as AI capital, and labor. I will relatively briefly summarize some results and share then some thoughts on challenges in assessing the macroeconomic substitution in the case of AI and labor. Now, as Simon said, I've worked on factor substitution. I've worked, for example, on capital labor substitution, on substitution between clean and dirty energy production. So as a macroeconomist, I've applied broad principles to these specific questions. I'm not particularly a labor economist. So if some of the things I say sound a bit more aggregate or more abstract than things maybe you are used to from your work as a labor economist, then this is a reason, but I think these views nicely complement each other. So what is AI to start with? In this nice book that came out of, I think, an NBR conference, the authors said there's an old joke among computer scientists that artificial intelligence defines what machines cannot yet do. And actually, the notion is already quite old, is as old nearly as the diffusion of digital computers. And what in the early days people thought to be artificial intelligence is nowadays normal computing power, like, for example, chess computers. And now I think what we currently consider as artificial intelligence is not something we make a joke about, it's not something machines cannot do at all, but that is at the frontier of what machines can do right now, and it's currently very much associated to machine learning technologies. Now, at the infrastructure institution where I'm working, there we have also a number of computer scientists, and they always insist that, or at least some of them, that AI and machine learning, in their view, is not the same thing, but machine learning is currently the paradigm that advances artificial intelligence very much. Now, for our purposes as economists, the OECD may be one place to look for a definition, and they said AI systems are machine-based systems that can, for a given set of human-defined objectives, make predictions, recommendations, or decisions influencing real or virtual environments. AI systems are designed to operate with varying levels of autonomy. I think this covers much of what we've talked about today. From a macroeconomic perspective, one can broadly, or also maybe a bit in a simplified way, distinguish three economic stages and also three different perspectives on artificial intelligence that I will address in this talk. First, before the three, there is a stage 0, the age of mechanization, where this is what happened in the Industrial Revolution, where capital was accumulated massively to substitute for physical human labor. And then the next stage is automation, and we've heard about automation today in some papers that included measures of robots. And in automation, software substitutes for some cognitive human labor, and in particular, the focus in economics was on factory automation through robots. And then here, number 2 is the stage that is at the center of attention of this conference. That's at least my impression. This is the stage where machine learning technologies are increasingly used in the economy, and machine learning is essentially a tool of computational statistics used mainly for prediction and self-improving software. And this is the big difference with automation, that software is now to some degree self-improving. And then a number of writings in economics, more theory and conceptual writing, as less empirical writings, also address the idea that we could one day have something we would then consider as super intelligent machines. And I mean, it is a bit abstract what this would encompass, but basically the idea is that computer will be capable of general intelligence that exceeds human intelligence in not only in some respects, but in all respects. And then some people conclude that all physical tasks would be programmable. Then in growth models, this would lead to a kind of singularity. Now, the way I'm interested in these three stages is through the lens of some production theory. Now, for the purpose of today, this will be something very basic, but I would like to draw your attention to the fact that many of the papers we saw today, or at least a number of them, had some production model implicit in them. It was not always explicitly written down or presented in the talk, but when you study how exposure to AI of an industry, of a firm, will affect employment, then you implicitly have some theory of the two things being relevant for production, the labor you employ and the AI patterns, and then you have some hypothesis of how these might interact. Now, if you, for your paper, once you've conceived your production theory, sometimes you do this explicitly in thinking about production functions or equations, modeling technology, and sometimes it's more implicit than that you write down an equation that somehow relates inputs to outputs or inputs to market conditions or whatever. And then you can do different things. You can formulate a theoretical equilibrium model and derive theorems about substitution between labor and IA. And some of these theorems are testable, some of these theorems are not really testable with current empirical data, or you may directly go for a reduced form model with empirical observations and then do some estimation, growth accounting, simulation or whatever. And I'm interested in what are the basic concepts, the basic mechanisms we need to define and assume to somehow put AI in here. And the first thing is that we need to know what AI is for our purposes, and then we will make some assumptions taken more or less from the real world about the function or the task that inputs perform in production. And this here is now basic undergraduate economics inputs. If inputs perform the same function, they are perfect substitutes. If inputs don't perform the same function, they are imperfect substitutes, except if their functions themselves can be substituted in the production process. And so the one question is for research design is which assumptions do we put into the model about the substitution, and which is then the thing that we don't want to assume, but that we want to find out about that substitution. Whether inputs that are technically substitutable are then indeed substituted depends on more than production technology. It depends on relative price and other firm and market conditions. So I guess this is not particularly surprising, but the point I want to make here is that we have seen in different papers a number of underlying assumptions about production technology that sometimes were very explicit and sometimes not, because sometimes it's just not the focus of the paper to make the implicit production technology explicit. Then, independently on the precise production technology you assume, we've seen today in different talks that different kinds of negative employment effects of automation and AI are possible. Investment in automation or AI may directly substitute for workers, or firms that lag behind in investment in automation and AI may lose market shares and then reduce their employment. What I will not go into is labor heterogeneity. This is not something I will cover in detail. I come from a macro perspective, so I'm more interested in the general substitution, but then heterogeneity is something that builds on that. And then you can have different kind of positive effects. You can have investment in automation or IA increasing productivity and thus real incomes, and this may then in turn positively affect product demand and employment. I think for us as economists is something very familiar, but in the public debate I have the impression that this is still difficult to communicate. I mean, people have tried to communicate this for decades, but to me it sometimes still seems difficult to communicate that these are two sides of the same coin. Yes, it costs using a cheaper input, namely AI, and then increasing productivity and lowering prices, and if it's an aggregate phenomenon, also raising real incomes. I mean, you have here countervailing effects, and it's not always a priori clear which one dominates, but for bringing this topic to the policy debate, it's always important to emphasize that these two effects exist, negative and positive effects on employment. And then there is another kind of positive effect that has been considered in the literature, that is the situation that firms that are leaders in investment in automation and AI may capture market shares through cost reduction or product innovation and then increase employment. I think this is also a mechanism that was at work in some of the results we've seen today. In addition to that, the sectoral and aggregate effects of AI on employment are also influenced by the price elasticity of product demand, how strongly product demand will react when products become cheaper or the quality becomes higher because of the use of AI. Now, if we want to model the substitution between AI or automation technology and labor, what are the simple macro tools we have for that? I've chosen to present only two because it's not a theory paper here. One is the nested CS function that I'm using in a current paper that other theory papers have used. Ours is, by the way, an empirical estimation. It's not a theory paper. And this is a function that reflects substitution possibilities in these substitution parameters, psi and rho. And then we have one function that has automation capital, programmable capital in it, and labor, and then the whole aggregate is nested in an outer level function with non-automation capital. The nice feature of this function is that it can be used to look at both employment effects and productivity and GDP growth effects, and that you can also then plug data from national statistics, from the National Statistical Office and similar data in there to do empirical analysis. But it's, of course, a very aggregate view. I've put here an I to express that this is often used at the industry level or at the country level. And then you may also take into account here that the inputs not only have certain substitution patterns, but that they are affected by factor augmenting technical progress, which is expressed by these A. I've seen one variant of this recently that I found intriguing by Groviec 2022. I didn't like his terminology so much. This is why I didn't put it on the slides. His terminology was that in a very abstract way, all we have for production is hardware and software. And the reason I didn't want to write it down is that he also considered humans to consist of hardware and software. Yeah? My hardware is the body that moves here and that produces sound and that moves eyes around, and the software is then what I have in here to somehow program what I'm doing. And mathematically, this would mean that we have kind of the software in here where we have the programmable capital, and then we would split labor into human capital, which would be here, and then our physical labor, which would be here added up with the capital. So this is a very abstract. I mean, what I liked about this is that we I think when we think of AI, especially in the long term, then we always have something binary with the material and the immaterial. This is what I liked about the idea, to really strip it down to that binary distinction. This is a formulation I think we've already seen today. There are variants of it. I took that one because it is a micro foundation for then in turn also an aggregate production function from Aguillon and Jones and Jones. We have here final output modeled as a CS aggregate over different goods that are limited substitutes, and then a good can be produced in an automated or non-automated way. And here, to keep things very simple, a non-automated production is with labor only, automated production is with capital only. There are more complex structures where you can have both factors in both cases, but this is the most clear-cut. And then you assume fixed labor, you have some capital accumulation, like in a simple Solo-style growth model. I've not put all the equations here. And you also have the assumption factors evenly split over tasks. And then you have here automation in a completely different way. Yeah? When you look here, you have, in that nested function, you have automation as that programmable capital. And here you have automation, or the degree of automation, as the fraction of goods that have been automated, so that are produced with K and not with L. And then it may look, at first sight, if you've worked with CS function, it may look like a usual CS function, but in fact it is not one, because these beta have here an exponent and they are time varying. They are representing a particular form of factor augmenting technological progress. In similar production technology is used in the widely cited papers by Acemoglu and Restrepo, with, however, two important differences. They have task-specific productivity and an expanding range of tasks. This is only to give a flavor of the, let's say, the most basic tools that we have to model factor substitution when it comes to AI. But one important thing here is we make assumptions. Yeah, we assume here we often make assumptions about the substitution parameter. Now, if it corresponds to an elasticity larger than 1, so this is not exactly the elasticity, but the elasticity derives in some formula from that, and if that rho is larger than 0 and the corresponding elasticity is larger than 1, then the factors are non-essential, which means I could produce with labor only or with automating capital only. And otherwise, the factors are essential, and I always need at least some quantity of each one. And yeah, here also I have the assumption that some of the goods can be produced with capital only, so that full automation of these specific goods is possible. this was my very brief tour of theory, and now I come to the evidence. And I think my point about the evidence is less to give a very detailed account of effect sizes. I think also the literature is very active right now. So what I thought this morning is now already outdated, because I saw 1 or 2 papers that I hadn't found on the web, and that generated new insights. But I think I rather want to focus on what is actually measured and what could maybe different approaches also to measure and to conceptualize things. As a macroeconomist, I try to think about automation and AI as capital. Capital, in this case, I think it's appropriate to... Oh, this is a good point. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. So I think here is a more appropriate terminology to speak of hardware and software. Yeah, if we have robots, this is clearly a capital good, and if we develop complex algorithms, these are also a capital good, because they usually last longer than a year. Yeah, this is what in national accounting defines a capital good as something that doesn't vanish in the production process within the year, but that lasts longer than a year. And software and algorithms are thought to have relatively high depreciation rates. Yeah? Software has rapid progress, and we usually don't use the same software for 20 years, but it's still a capital good that we invest in and then use over some time. What would not be a capital good is some kind of use of AI. Yeah? If I sit in my office and I ask ChatGPT something and then I save it somewhere, most of the time this would not be really an investment, because it's something that I probably won't keep for a very long time. And I would now like to take one step back and would like to present to you a current conceptualization of what capital is in the economy, in a sense that we can measure it empirically, that it makes sense also in the context of the concept of GDP, of national accounting, because national accounting is also essentially where we get most data from when we want to assess the state of the economy at the national level. This is taken from a paper by Corrado, Haskell, Junior, Lazinho, and Yomi. And Carol Corrado and co-authors have been working on this kind of concept over the last 15 years. And this is basically a list of categories of capital we have in national accounting, expanded by some categories which are very important, but which are currently not measured in national accounting. And the purpose of showing this to you is to get a sense of where AI, not IA, I've read this a lot of time, but I've not said this a lot of time, where AI and where automation could be in all of this. We have here the asset types available in the, or measurable in the aggregate economy, tangible investment and intangible investment. And then we have an information whether this is actually treated as investment currently in national accounts. We have building structures, IT equipment, non-computer machinery and equipment, and weapon systems and vehicles as tangible investment, and then all of this is measured in national accounting, and then we have intangible investment, computerized information and software, databases, innovative property, R&D, and mineral exploration, and then artistic originals, design, economic competencies, training, market research, branding. And now, these are the standard assets that have been more or less around since national accounting exists after the Second World War, and then intangible investment has been integrated gradually into national accounts. It's much harder to measure, and some of it is not, for good reasons, probably not yet integrated in national accounts, but it's important for the economy. Data for this kind of intangible investment exists in context of research projects, for example, the Intan Invest project. And now, where would now AI fit in here? Where would automation fit in here? I will come back to that later. Automation capital is mostly measured as robot capital stock. In most research, these robots are only counted. In some research, they are also added up with a monetary measure to a capital stock. And as I will show you, I find it relatively surprising that this is really what we understand as automation capital, because it is certainly an exciting technology, an important technology, but it's a relatively small capital stock, the aggregate robot capital stock. What are robots? Those who work with the data know it, but I think it's important to recall the data we are mostly using in economics from the International Federation of Robotics is on industrial robots, which are automatically controlled, reprogrammable, multi-purpose, and so forth. So the details, I won't read out all the details, but it's clear from that it's something that has a certain degree of flexibility, a technology. Now, these robots are actually counted in national accounting very boringly as non-ICT capital stock. This is something that is counted just along with many other factory machines, and these other factory machines probably also include quite a number of automation technology machines. So robots are a prominent automation technology, but are not the only automation technology.
I have a very stupid question. So one thing I've heard mentioned is that an important product that gets counted as robots and really changes the interpretation is vending machines. Have you come across that? Because I mean, they are robots in a way, but of course they're not robots in the way we think of them. Could you talk about that briefly, perhaps, if you have any insights?
Thanks. A very good example. I've never heard particularly that example addressed before, but given the definition, I'm not sure. It seems to me that it's not an industrial robot because it's probably not multi-purpose. Okay, some of them, depending on what you sell, may be programmable in 3 or more axes. The thing I use when I want to buy some sweets at the train station, I think it only moves along two axes, or I don't know. But the other thing, even if I've never really paid attention to it, if it indeed does, then it's probably doesn't fulfill the multi-purpose criterion, because I think this means more than just fitting different kinds of chocolate in there.
Exactly. It depends on whether smart and Snickers are.
So different purposes. It might be a robot. Actually, there I would have to check, but it according to the definition, I don't think it's an industrial robot. Now beyond, and why actually robot is the prominent measure used in the recent automation literature, also because this database is available from the International Federation of Robotics. My colleagues at Frankfurt, Rainer Klump and Anne Jurkat, they started last year a conference mainly presenting this automation research. The conference is taking place next Monday to Wednesday. It's kind of a companion event to this conference, I would say. And there has been a lot of research with these data. So now there are, however, a few papers using other measures beyond robot stock. Some paper also use patent measures for automation, the way we've seen it used today for AI in the sense of machine learning technologies. And some individual studies are also able to use data that define automation capital in a broader sense, where we have firm-level information on expenditure on automation capital that goes beyond robots, or on the number of automating machines. But to my knowledge, this kind of data source is relatively rare. So we actually, beyond robots, we may have some other parts of IT capital stock and non-IT capital stock that may perform automation within firms, but it's hard to identify them exactly. And I think the recent literature on robots and also on substitution between robots and labor has generated a number of interesting insights, and I mean, I'm working with this data myself, but I continue to be puzzled whether we shouldn't try to extend this, to analyze automation capital here in a broader way. Or on the other hand, if I'm still inspired by the conference today, my impression is maybe in a few years people are not interested anymore. Yeah, maybe the industrial robot thing isn't that interesting anymore. Still, it's a very dynamic technology, and it's actually a technology that makes the transition from the automation stage to the machine learning stage. And this is what I want to illustrate a little bit here with representation from the International Federation of Robotics. I hope you can see it more or less, but I can also, actually on that slide, on that screen, it looks very nicely. I'm sorry if it's not as transparent here. So we have 5 stages, and until stage 2.5, we have no AI, we have deterministic algorithms, and then from stage 2.5 on, we have probabilistic algorithms. And so this representation shows in how far industrial robots, which we as economists take as the key example of automation technology, in how far they can also be in artificial intelligence technology nowadays. Now we have these very simple robots that have no autonomy and remote control, and then we have in the middle, in the transition from simple automation to AI, we have then the function sense and respond. Yeah, that the machine, the robot can react to something that is there. Yeah, that is maybe equipped with sensors, or that the robot itself can perceive being standing around or moving, and then the robot can respond to that. And later on, we have robots that can not only sense and then respond, but that can sense and calculate a response. And here it clearly needs advanced software. And currently, at the current stage, considered high AI robots are robots that cannot only calculate a response, but that can identify characteristics of their external environment. In this, I mean, there are many data about robots. For those of you who work with them, it's not much news. For the others, I just wanted to bring some basic numbers so that you get a sense of the order of magnitude we talk about. Now, robots are measured here in installed numbers per 10,000 employees. And then we have very robot-intensive countries like Korea and Singapore, where we have roughly one robot here nearly per 100 employees. And then we have the countries here at the other end of the range, France, Switzerland, where the magnitude is about 5-fold to 8-fold lower. Still, it shows it's not something very rare. Yeah, I mean, if I look in the room, we are maybe not 100 people, but 40 or 50, and then the economy statistically, if we were in Korea, then the economy had in industry had half. If we were industry workers, had half a robot or one robot along with us. Now, what is now the kind of measurement we can perform with this robot data? What we are doing in our current paper, and we are, to my knowledge, the first to work with the data in that way, is that we not only count them, or we not only create an index, but we compute capital stock in order to estimate then a nested CS production function for 9 manufacturing industries, 10 OECD countries, for this period. And I don't bring detailed numbers here. The only point I want to make here is that it's really a small piece of capital. It's not completely negligible. It's not something that you can't see if you look at the economy, but it's really small. Quality-adjusted robot investment has, in our data set, an average share of around 0.75%, so below 1% of total investment. And I have no exact idea what fraction of total investment automation capital may be, but I would guess that it's much higher. That robots are, for different reasons, are somehow the showcase example of automation capital, because first of all, the story is very intuitive, very telling. We have these humanoids that have been fascinating science fiction since the early days of computing. Then we have an organization, the International Federation of Robotics, that is very active in gathering and providing these data. We have a large market concentration, which makes it easy to collect the data, because you actually have to collect them only with very few sellers. And I'm always also surprised by the high productivity effects the literature find for this small capital stock. Yeah, now the topic today is labor substitution, so I won't go into details on productivity as such. But as a macroeconomist, I continue to be puzzled that this relatively small stock, according to the evidence we have, has non-negligible effects on aggregate growth. Now, this is something I am also thinking to work on, but so far I have no new insight to share about that. And just another number to express the same thing, we then also in our data set estimate income share of robot capital, and this is then in total value added at the aggregate economy around 0.2%. What we do in this is also quality adjustment with the price indices the International Federation of Robotics provides, and I mean quality adjustment for IT and intangibles is always hard. Yeah, quality adjustment of software is really messy, and the same applies to that quality adjustment at the aggregate level of robot capital. We currently, in our paper, we have really a challenge to disentangle factor substitution versus non-neutral technological change, because it seems to be driven quite a lot by measurement error, whether we find more of the one or more of the other, and we are currently doing simulations to highlight this. So this is one piece of I mean, maybe it doesn't look that exciting, but this is, I think, the nitty-gritty work we are doing in our papers when we want to tell how automation substitutes for labor, that we first need to measure automation, and then we can have different thoughts on whether we should concentrate on that measure or whether we should maybe try to broaden also the measure of automation we have here. What are the results from this literature? I rely here on that survey by Agion and co-authors. They find mixed effects on industrial robot use, on employment at the country or industry level, and they are a bit critical of that robot exposure, a measure that is computed at an industry level or in an indirect way at the local level, because we have no direct observation, but we need to impute industry level robot exposure to some extent. I mean, people have different views on that, whether this is a good design or a bit weak design. And then depending on the country and the precise econometric design, this kind of a study that investigates employment effects with the robot measures I've presented, however, with measures of numbers of robots. They are less often using measures of capital. They find that one robot replaces between 0 and, this should read N, between 0 and 10 workers. And then studies using text analysis of patents also seem to find mixed results. Now, this survey is probably not completely neutral in the sense that they also advocate their own micro approach that they then present along with this survey. But on the other hand, to me, I mean, it makes sense that we get probably some progress from using, in addition to the data presented, the data where we can observe automation directly at the firm level. And firm level tend to find firm level studies positive effects on robot use or investment in automation technologies, on employment. Automating firms have, in a survey of a small number of papers, I think there are not that many, have 2 to 10% higher employment, and the elasticity of employment to robot investment, if this is the measure that is reported, is between 0.2% and 2%. So we have mixed evidence at the country level, but if at all, it is more a negative effect and not a positive effect. And then we tend to have more positive effects as a firm level. And as you all probably know also from things we've discussed earlier today, this can obviously be happening at the same time if the negative employment effect comes from the non-automating firms. So the evidence as surveyed here in this paper seems to suggest that we have positive employment effects for the automating firms and then negative employment effects for the firms that lose in competition with the automating firms. And then the aggregate effect is a bit mixed and unclear. My colleagues at Frankfurt have conducted a meta-analysis on wage effects. The overall effect they find from 53 studies at different levels of aggregation is close to 0. Effects tend to be more negative in manufacturing industries, which is probably not surprising. Effects also tend to be more negative at the country level, which is in line with what we have seen before. Now, the evidence on AI and machine learning is here I address it more briefly. First of all, I should already extend this with what I've heard this morning. To address the measurement issue first, in national accounting context, investments in artificial intelligence may be considered as part of investment in software and databases. In that framework of tangibles and intangibles I showed to you before, but this is so far rarely done because the information is not available, because currently the information is not available or has not yet been used. Maybe it's possible with the things that the data you use in some way to approximate a split of software capital into AI and non-AI. Then the measures many of you are actually using to proxy for AI input in some sense is bibliographic data from scientific publications, patent data, or data on open source software. Of course, it's not directly an input, yeah? But as I understand it, I mean, the precise designs are very different, but as I understand it, it's a proxy of technological knowledge available that can then be also be used in the forms of some inputs of some capital goods that are produced with the knowledge from the patents. And then we have also recent research relying on job-related descriptions. From the perspective of production theory, I find this very interesting because we try to measure capital use by actually looking at jobs, at labor, and at the people who have the competencies to use that particular capital. The results, only very briefly, because I think we've seen a lot of this already today. The papers I saw before this conference found the following. This research by Acemoglu and co-authors showed that AI-exposed establishments increase hiring in AI-related jobs and decrease other hiring. At the same time, they could also show that the content of the non-IA related jobs, AI-related jobs was changed. And from their analysis, they conclude that the aggregate effects are still too small to be detectable. And then there's another paper finding higher employment growth, and I think some of the results we've seen today, although I mean we had nuanced effects, seemed also to point more into that than into the other direction. That was at least my reading of it. To come now to the last stage of, we've looked at automation, measurement of automation and evidence on automation on AI in the sense of use of machine learning technologies. If we look more into the future, we cannot do the same thing. We cannot collect data and estimate equations and so. But I still wanted to share one thought that I had read already some years ago that I found really important when thinking of what can happen into the long run. Now, in the long run, we have as tools to address this, we have growth models. There's not that much empirics we can do. And then there are a number of growth models that show conditions under which kind of explosive growth would be happening and under which we could produce almost without labor. Nordhaus defined this so-called singularity the following way. We would here have rapid improvements in computation and AI that human labor and also human intelligence will become increasingly superfluous. And whether this is possible in a growth model or not depends on substitutability of material and information products, both in demand and in production. Because we would consider that material products, we have a higher degree of reliance on human labor. I mean, material products can be all kinds of material things, from machines to meals to also services that involve a physical action. And in our demand, in our preferences, there may be limit substitutability between material and information products. And on the other hand, the question is what the degree of substitution in production is. And if we assume that these two things would maybe not drastically change, even if the technology changes, then these are elements where we can look at empirical data from our time, empirical data on preferences or demand, and empirical data on substitution, and could at least try to narrow down likely paths instead of having a kind of science fiction ideas about singularity. But still, this is theory. This is nothing we can really estimate. Yet now, to come to my final thoughts. One thing that remains open for me after looking at the concepts, at the measurements, is whether we can measure automation and AI capital comprehensively. And to show how I see things here, I take this split from the concept by Corrado, Halten and Sichel between tangible and intangible capital, and then I tried to have here the three stages: automation, machine learning, and the time pre-automation. Now, for the things that in our economies are just mechanized, still today we have some capital goods. And for everything that is automated or even produced with machine learning, we need ICT hardware, but we also have some capital equipment that has software elements in it, but that in the sense of classification would not qualify as ICT hardware, and one piece of it is the robots. And this is what we are actually measure, and they are on the edge between automation and machine learning. And the other aspect of here, has been addressed, but has not been, the other capital goods have not been systematically evaluated under the angle of automation and machine learning inputs. Then the intangible inputs, they are mostly here related to stages of automation and machine learning, except for maybe some non-digital information and firm competencies we have. And here, AI is measured in two ways. First, as AI patents, and patents in a different way than the way you use it in the empirical research we've seen today. They are actually counted as investment in national accounting since 2014. So they are in here as a capital measure. And then we have all the job and worker-related measures that are somehow proxying AI investment into software and databases. And this is, in the micro research, the focus is not on adding up somehow hours worked in software creation, and this is an information you don't have, but using worker data is actually a very standard approach to measure intangible capital. Both the intangible capital that is already in national accounts and the one that is not in there. Now, to conclude with, I think it's important at the theory level to consider when do I want to assume perfect substitution and when is it not a good assumption. For example, we have collaborative robots which are designed to directly interact with humans. And at the level of empirics, I think the combination of firm level and industry evidence is a way that is actually already moving forward and is important to moving forward further. one thing and then I think that, yeah, that was it. One last remark, I've done in my previous job, a number of policy consultant projects on digitalization, and the spread of traditional ICT is really a very slow process. It takes decades. And I think it will be interesting to see now that we have taken a first step and look at AI exposure. It would be interesting also to be able to look at AI diffusion, and I think we've seen first elements today. Yeah, I will skip that. I think it will be too long to think about demand and finite natural resources. And I thank you for your attention, and looking forward to discussions over the evening and the next day, and enjoy the conference meal.
Marianne, for wrapping this day up and putting things into context. In the interest of time, I suggest we might collect one or two final questions, or we move questions. Yeah, okay.
So I love, this is the most balanced presentation, almost, I don't want to say boring, but, just steady of the singularity I've ever heard, just like any other economical thing. I love that you went there and you're thinking in this direction. And so I'm going to ask again a naive, I'm not an economist question. It seems to me that there's like things that are fundamental, like security, and then there's quite a lot of other things that we treat as really important, even like medicine and things like that, security for a nation, right? That really we're more interested in our identity signaling. Why do we demand these products? It's much more about human interaction. So this is coming to your substitutability question. I'm assuming that there's like going to be a limit, that quite a lot of what we do with all the wages and everything, that there's some kind of a limit on what could be automated entirely, partly just because we like to see that there's human investment hours in things, and all the automation kind of becomes transparent and invisible at some value level. Does this make sense?
Yes, so if I just briefly say my own views, you're saying that we have a preference for services where we interact. Do I understand you correctly?
Or that we at least, I mean, there's a maximum amount of hours people actually like spending with other people, but I mean more like that we know that someone had to do a lot of labor to get this device, so do we want a handmade thing, or what, like these kinds of aspects of the things we that we demand.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a personal opinion, but I think there's something to it, to be brief now. Thank you,
Yeah, thank you all for a great first day of the conference. See some of you tonight and all the rest of you tomorrow at 9.